Good morning. The December 8th special board meeting is now in order. Paul, roll call, please.
Mr. Susan?
Here.
Ms. Wright?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
Here.
Ms. Campbell?
Present.
Mr. Trent?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. What we have is 43 speakers that are eventually going to speak. I wanted to kind of give the crowd kind of the path that we're going to be going on today so that everybody understands. We're going to be breaking the discipline policy into 5 different areas. The first one's going to be why we are here. We'll speak to that. Then we'll take public comment. And then we're going to talk about prior to an incident, what we can be doing. During the incident, what we can do. After the incident, what we can do. And then what the community groups, individuals, parents, and everybody else's roles can be going forward. And then we'll make the suggestions moving forward. So what I'd like to do is the first piece is that I would like to get a motion to allow speakers to speak 3 minutes, since we're still under the previous policy, and the ability to address the board by name. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, got that? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? All right.
Sorry, I guess I'm an aye. We didn't have discussion.
Did you want to discuss the fact that we have 3 minutes in those? It was the speaking policy.
I'm not
Okay?
sure what we're speaking on.
Discipline policy. So we also have 43 speakers, of which
Can I
8
ask a
of them.
clarifying
hang on.
question?
43 speakers, 8 of which are actual on discipline. I would make it to where the others that wish to speak on the other items that are going to be this afternoon possibly, we'll make a motion to have them come at that time. So what I'd like to do now is amend the public speaking so that we can take the discipline people now and take the book review people when it is appropriate to speak to them. That's what the county does. That's what a lot of places do. So if I can get a motion for that motion?
Hold on, I have a question.
Okay, do I have a second? Do I have a second to the motion?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, now we have discussion on the topic.
Yes, now we have discussion on the topic. My question is yes, I understand that when people sign up for public comment, they put what they're speaking to on that list, but my gut says there's probably people who are speaking to more than one thing, and there's no way for you to know which one they want to speak about.
Yes, correct.
There's also a spot that they can speak to that are on there, and it says description of comments, and it says complete agenda item title. So if we're going to allow people to just start saying one thing or another, they have the opportunity to write it down, they have the opportunity to present themselves, and I would,
Mr. Susan, I would argue that people might have just filled out one thing because it satisfied the requirement to speak to the agenda, and they knew the rest of the things they're speaking about are on the agenda, and they may not have written it.
Look, if that's the will of the board, then that's fine, but what I'd like to do is move forward with some expedience towards some of the, if these people all put down that they're going to speak to the book review, then that's fine. So we have a motion and a second.
More discussion.
More discussion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like us to move from a spirit of confusion to a spirit of clarity. So if we could just, because the idea that people might have to wait, and we have a pretty hefty agenda, so I know we didn't approve the agenda at the meeting, so I think we might even get to some of these things. Hopefully they're in the order that you want to handle them, because I think we might get to this afternoon and say, you know what, we've gone 7 hours, can we table some of these for later? So hopefully they're in the order that you prioritize, that you wanted to discuss them.
That's what an agenda is.
Okay, but sometimes we change around and we didn't have that opportunity. So the second thing is that if people came to speak to, for example, I don't know if anybody signed up for public comment policy or the book review or the salary payout, because I haven't seen the list, but it would be good for them to be aware they've signed up. They may not get a chance to speak until, for example, after lunch. So I have no idea how you have planned for this morning to go or how long you have designated for it. But I think it's fair to the people who come to speak to realize it might be 4 or 5 hours. Go get some breakfast, lunch, whatever, and come back. Or I don't know. I mean, it'd probably be good just for their sakes to know what to expect.
Absolutely. So everybody has the agenda. It's been posted online. We've actually doing the dual notice through the floor today. We have, all of those items are going to be there. I foresee the discipline policy taking till about 11:30. And I would like to reduce that amount of time for our guests by putting forward the discipline speakers. To be honest with you, there's just a lot of people here that would like to speak and would like to get moving on the discipline policy. And if people put down book review, I'd like to give them the appropriate time. Because if you come out now and speak at the book review, then all of a sudden it's a couple hours later, there may have been something that you wanted to speak to. Plus, it allows us to expedite the process, allows us to get moving on what we came here to do and listen to the people. And if they put down book review, then they put down book review. That's it. So thank you.
So you made a statement that you are worried about the time of our guests, and I hear you, but the audience is our guest as well, and you invited them for public comment, and they have a right to say what they want to say.
Absolutely, Ms. Jenkins, and there's no issue that we're saying. We're just saying that if you put down as book review that you're speaking on that you should be able to speak to that, and if you're speaking to the discipline, you should be able to speak to that. If the will of the board is to continue down that line, then that's fine. I have no problem with it. It was just a suggestion for the guests that are here. So we have a vote. Does anybody else have any other discussion on the item? All right, all these in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Ayes. All opposed? Got that? All right, 4-1, the motion passes. So one of the first things that I wanted to do is we're going to separate the individuals from the discipline to the book review. We have those individuals are going to be Benny Jackson, Josephine Hunter, Katie Delaney, Kelly Curvin, Lisa Ray, Hialeah Mercer, Charna Berry. The rest of everybody else will speak to the book review later. The first,
Oh, no, wait a minute.
okay, just hang on, just hang on.
I'm speaker number 17.
I'm speaker 38. 13 and 14.
Yeah, that's, yeah. Give me just a second to go through it because they had it written differently on the form. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. Anybody who put down discipline will be speaking. We'll go through that. We'll redo the list as we're getting through the why we're here. All right, so everybody that I want you to understand, some individuals came from around the county and around the state. We have a couple of individuals that are here from different school districts. Online, we have nearly about 19 school districts that we're going to call in from various places, all the way from the Panhandle down to Collier, over to the East Coast, and we actually have some that are staying here. Ms. Wright, did you want to introduce your school board members that you have here?
Yeah, absolutely. We do have some esteemed individuals in the room today, and I would like to recognize them because they did take time out of their day to come and see what we were doing as far as our discipline. It shows that they are dedicated to their district as well and trying to resolve the issue of discipline within the classroom. So we have a couple individuals from Indian River County. So Dr. Gene Pasco is here, and he is part of their board. And then we also have Miss Jackie Rosario, and she is part of the Indian River County board as well. We also have another individual, but they are on a conference call in the car, but Jesse Thompson from Flagler has come as well. And again, it demonstrates the dedication that we all have to improving our school system. So I'm grateful for them to take time out of their day and come here and be part of this.
Thank you. So now we're going to go around the room with all the individuals that are here and then the board members at the end as to the reason that we feel we're here. Board members, if you don't have anything that you would like to say, that's fine, but I wanted to give our opportunity to our people that are sitting at the table to tell our why. And the first group that I wanted to bring up was Anthony Colucci.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here and participating in this important board meeting. Thank you, Mr. Susan, for holding this meeting. For a long time, the teachers of Brevard County have been asking that these board meetings focus on their most pressing issues. And our most pressing issue right now is school discipline. I appreciate the first question Mr. Susan asked is why we're here. And I want to say why we're here is because teaching can be the best, most rewarding, joyful profession there is. Nothing is more rewarding than watching students learn. Learning can be such a joyful experience for our students, and that's what we're trying to do, is return the joy of teaching and learning to our classrooms in Brevard County and make sure that, once again, we are the best public school in the state of Florida, public school system. One thing that we're going to be asking is that honest feedback becomes the norm in the school district, not the exception. And it has been the exception in the school district, and it's hurt our school district because we've been afraid to be honest. And we're going to present some honest feedback from teachers. And the question has been, what is BFT seeing? What does BFT think about this? What's going on? So what I'm going to present to you are some incidents that have come into our call log this year. Our call log is how our secretary records calls into our office, and we get back to them. So this is going to be the raw information that's given to the BFT officers. Keep in mind, this does not include the hundreds of emails we receive, the members who come into our office, our school visits. These are just the calls that have come in. Incident 1, DPS needs to give more support, losing control of school. Incident 2, getting beat up by students. Incident 3, a student threw a basketball in her face. 6th grade, she had to go to the ER. Incident 4, teacher has a student who won't stop walking out of his classroom. Incident 5, student attacked 3 teachers today. Incident 6, a kid bit her on Friday. The bite mark on her arm is the size of an orange. Incident 7, a student made an action threat, shooting with his finger. Incident 8, violent student in her room. Incident 9, had a student masturbate in his class. It was recorded by another student and then shared in a group chat. Incident 10, teaching an ESE class, 9 students in her class, 5 of them are violent. She took all the desks and chairs out of the room because they're being thrown around the classroom. Went to the doctor today and her blood pressure is through the roof. Had to take a drug test today because a student attacked her. She wants another assistant in her room. She started to cry because it's so horrible in her room. Incident 11, she asked 2 students that should not She has 2 students that should not be in the same homeroom. She asked administration to move one of them, but was told it was not possible. Incident 12, aggressive 4th grade student. Incident 13, principal asked him to take some students that have discipline problems in his room. He wants to refuse. Incident 14, walked out, horrible. Incident 15, problems with discipline at her school. Incident 16, violent student. Last week, he threatened to shoot up the school. She is scared. 6th grade, and there was a threat assessment made. Incident 17, she told the student he could do his work, but his attitude is getting in the way. She wrote him up 7 times. 2nd grade, he throws his desk. The SRO had to carry him out. Incident 18, student was in ISS on Monday. On Tuesday, she moved his seat. Still a problem. Called administration to come and get him. Mother emailed accusing her of asking him if he were on drugs. Admin seems to be blaming her. Incident 19, student recorded her admonishing the class for making fun of a student with autism. Incident 20, he confiscated a cell phone from a student. It was not the student's phone. So the other student, upon realizing he had the phone, ran to the front of the room, body checked him into the whiteboard, cutting his hand. When he told her that she assaulted a teacher, she said she didn't give a bleep. Incident 21, possible teacher authority law. Incident 22, kids in her class are out of control. Incident 23, a student threw a tape dispenser and hit her between her eyes. She did an accident report, taking drug tests tomorrow. Incident 24, student has been towed twice. School is on lockdown for over an hour today. Those are the phone calls that are coming into our office. These are the experiences of our teachers and our students in our classroom. When this is going on, we cannot have a joyful profession. We cannot have joyful learning conditions. We need to work together to make sure that this changes. When we have safe schools, safe learning environment, a welcoming learning environment for everyone, our students will achieve more. Our schools will be better. I want to ask, we have some classroom teachers here today, and I'm going to ask them to say a few words. First teacher I'm going to ask to say a few words is Matthew Yount. He is a 5th grade teacher at Imperial Estates Elementary School in Titusville. He is a former Brevard County Teacher of the Year.
Thank you guys for having me here today. Good morning, my name is Matt Yount, and I've been teaching in Brevard County for over 20 years. I currently teach 5th grade to some of the most amazing students in Brevard County at Imperial Estates Elementary in Titusville. I get the honor of working with outstanding teachers, staff, and administrators every day. With that said, I've also watched dozens of my peers and friends leave their classrooms, schools, or the profession entirely. When asked what led them to that decision, there are common themes of increasing demands, non-competitive pay, and general lack of support. Moreover, an almost universal reason is the deterioration of student behavior over the past several years. And before we put the blame squarely on the pandemic, I would postulate that the pandemic was an accelerant to a fire that was already raging. While I would concede that there has always been student misbehavior, the severity and frequency to which disruptive and dangerous behavior is occurring in the classrooms across our county should cause deep concern and immediate action. In many schools, we have egregious behaviors, as Anthony described, that are a very real threat to student and teacher safety. We have students committing assault and battery on teachers, staff, and other students. We have elopement from classrooms, throwing of objects, sexual harassment and misconduct, spitting, biting, destruction of property, drug use, and theft occurring on a daily basis throughout our county. Now, this does not even begin to describe the litany of other behaviors that teachers and staff have to deal with, all the while trying to protect students and teach them the necessary skills for life. While less severe, most teachers have to handle frequent and repeated disrespect and defiance from a small subset of their students. This kind of constant disruption jeopardizes the learning environment for the rest of the students. Our students have a right to learn in an environment free from danger and continual distraction. We cannot let the actions of the few take our classrooms and school campuses hostage. I want to make sure to keep these problems in context. I believe that the vast majority of our students are eager, respectful learners who look forward to learning new things if provided with the opportunity to do so. However, I also believe that it is paramount that we fight to preserve that spirit by focusing on the two biggest issues when it comes to behavior: severe and/or dangerous behavior, and frequent escalating disrespect and conduct from a small portion of our overall student population. To feel supported and valued is all most teachers want. I feel that some ways the school board can support these teachers and their students is: 1, empower our administrators and school resource officers to address criminal behavior on school campuses. 2, establish a well-defined discipline ladder that all stakeholders can understand with clear repercussions for repeated problematic behavior. And 3, form stronger community partnerships with a focus on bringing more mental health resources to our campuses for students, families, and our employees. I will conclude with what I hope is an obvious statement. When our schools are fully staffed with well-qualified people who love working with kids, school discipline and school culture improves. Please continue to keep teacher and staff retention and recruitment efforts at the forefront of our district priorities, as these two issues are inextricably linked. Thank you for your time and consideration on these critical issues.
Thank you, Matt. Now we'll hear from Sandy Edwards. Sandy Edwards is our building representative and a member of our bargaining team from Bayside High School in Palm Bay. She teaches AP, psychology, and sociology.
I'm Sandy Edwards, and I concur with both of everything, thank you, with everything that's already been said. I have been teaching psychology and sociology at Bayside for 17 years, and I want to thank the board for finally letting us have this conversation. I'm very passionate about it. Every day I drive to school, and I tell myself, I drive from Vieira to Bayside, so I have a long time.
Welcome to the mic, please.
Sorry. You think I could talk louder than that. But every day I drive to work and I tell myself, this is going to be a new day. It's going to be a better day. I'm not going to let the kids get me down. And again, it is not all of them. It definitely is a big handful. And so when I get to school, I start my day with my first class. I'm smiling, I'm joking, and then by midday, I'm hanging on by a thread, and I know that I'm not the only one in my school who feels that way. As a building rep, I hear stories that would make you want to cry, and in fact, some of us do cry on a daily basis. At times, we have to call someone to come to our room so that we can go have a little mini breakdown in the bathroom. Others will just drop off their keys and their badges at the front office on their way out the door, never to be seen again, which then leaves teachers struggling to cover classes and admin to cover classes. At Bayside, I will say that the violent behaviors that we had at the beginning of last school year have decreased, but the unbelievable disrespect from the students and drug issues, vaping, they've increased. Our concerns at Bayside, I'm not sure if this is where I'm supposed to say this, but we need supportive families when dealing with disciplinary issues. We need more personnel to manage the discipline issues, hall monitors, campus monitors, teachers on assignments. We need more adults. We need support of the district staff and the school board when we're requesting an alternate placement for students who commit expellable offenses. We need effective professional development for teachers on how to manage the behaviors of the children that are from Generation Z, because it is a different time. So much of the disrespect and the discipline issues seem to me to be direct result of cell phone issues. That is really the biggest bane of my existence. Until we as a district get a handle on the cell phones and the earbuds, we're just going to be spinning our wheels in the mud. Our students cannot look away from their phones. They cannot stop texting. The dopamine rush that they're getting from just picking up the phone is greater high than any song and dance I can ever do. And I wear myself out trying to do song and dances. I will stand in front of a student and I will specifically say, you've been told to put your phone away, and they will tell me they need to finish their message. And I stand there watching them finish their message and then set their phone right down where it's going to be available to them. I say, put it away. They put it between their legs, waiting for the next thing that they're going to be able to look at. They don't hear us when we speak to them because they have things in their ears. I'm lucky if someone says good morning to me as they pass me coming into the classroom, because I will say hello and they'll go, I'm sorry, what did you say? And they do that to us in class all day long. Just on a side note, I had mentioned this to a couple of people here. I do teach psychology and sociology. These issues are really part of what we talk about. But the other day, I asked my students in every one of my classes to get a good daily average of how many times they pick up the phone to do anything with it, just pick it up. Ironically enough, they had to use their phone to find out that number. The majority of kids were shocked. I think some pick up their phones 400 plus times a day during a school day. I asked them to imagine that instead of picking up their phones, they were eating a candy bar or smoking a cigarette or taking a hit of cocaine. That to try to make an analogy between every time you pick up your phone, that's what you're doing. Some people would be in a diabetic coma from candy bars 400 times a day. We need help, and I am so grateful that you're doing this and that I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for bringing people to the table so that we can hear firsthand from our schools. Next up is going to be Dolores, the president of the 1010 union that includes IAs, bus drivers, and all of our support staff. Ms. Dolores.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy everybody's here. This is something we've needed to work on for a long time. And I believe we all want the same thing. We want our students and our staff to be safe in a safe environment, and we want them to be in a good learning environment. And that can't be done with all the disruptions and the chaos that goes in the classrooms and on the buses. I am here for the support staff today, and I would like to say that our bus drivers, that is an extension of the classrooms. And when the kids get on that bus, they should behave. They should get on there and find their seat, use inside voices. They should never be throwing things or yelling or cursing at the bus driver. And if the way I look at it, if the behavior isn't allowed in the classroom, we don't feel like that it should be allowed on the buses. And we know that there's things going on in the classroom. So we're asking, as we make the corrections and we come together to come up with a great discipline plan for the students in the classrooms, that this also extends to the buses. The driver's classroom is behind them instead of in front of them, like a teacher. And they're driving 50 miles an hour in traffic. Distractions can be deadly. We feel students need to be held accountable for their actions. And a lot of times, and we don't know, we're not blaming anyone, but it seems like that it's with the discipline, it's a hit or a miss, and more it's a miss. The bus drivers fill out their reports and give them to the principals. They never know if anything happened or not, and usually the student's back on the bus the next day to do the very same things. I don't know if any of you seen on the news where the one bus driver had pulled over because her students were so out of control. The news media portrayed that lady so badly, and she is a wonderful, wonderful person. She cares about the students, and she was put in a very bad position that day. So she had no other choice than to pull over to try to get some control of the bus, and it just got totally out of hand. If people would see that video footage, they would be so appalled for this lady, how she was talked to, the F-bombs that was thrown at her. She was threatened by the students. She was threatened by other people outside the bus. I could hardly watch it all the way through. It was so stressful for me. So I can't even imagine what it was like for her. And I can't imagine how she does that every day. We really just need to do something to help the bus drivers and the IAs that are in those classrooms with the teachers, because the IAs in the classrooms are being terribly abused. And Alicia will talk about that because she's an IA right in the classroom, and she goes through abuse every day. And it's so sad. I have pictures of some of the things that has happened to her, being choked and scratched, and something has to happen to protect our employees as well as we work so hard to protect our students. We had a 70-year-old bus driver that a student threw a water bottle and hit him in the back of the head. Now, can you imagine if he would have knocked him out? What could have happened? Well, when they talked to the student, he said he or she, whatever the student was, did not mean to to hit him with the bottle. Why was the student throwing a bottle to start with? Why aren't these students being held accountable? This is the rules. You get on the bus, you sit. You are quiet. When it's your turn to get off the bus, you get up and exit the bus. No fighting, no throwing, no cursing, no being out loud. If you break these rules, there has to be consequences, and they have to be followed. And to me, riding a bus is a privilege. So if they can't obey the rules of the bus, you can't ride the bus, for a period of time. Not just a day or 2 days or 3 and back on the bus to do the same thing. It should start at maybe a week, 2. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just throwing out suggestions to the point to where they're suspended from the bus for the remainder of that term. Something has to be done to protect our bus drivers and our IAs in the classroom. Um, Normally, you know, a student gets 1 to 3 suspensions, with 10 being the most. They get suspended, it's a day, it's 2 days. You know, it doesn't work because they know they're going to get back on the bus. Now, when it comes to the ESE classrooms regarding those students, we know there's federal and state laws that are going to need to be changed. We want the students to be safe and in a safe environment, and the employees working with these students need to be safe from abuse at the hands of the student. So we need changes, and we believe this will take lawmakers being involved, working with us to bring about these needed changes. And I think we all believe that. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Elisa. She is a IA in a classroom.
And on the bus.
And on the bus, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Kelderhouse, and I'm an instructional assistant at Merritt Island High School. This is my 19th year of service. And I work with the most wonderful population, I think, with our students with special needs. And I feel like it was a calling for me, and I love my job. I love working with those students. The last few years, it's been more and more difficult, though, with some of the discipline, some of the behaviors that are coming into the classroom and on the bus, which interrupt the learning environment for other students. There's not enough staff to work with our kids who need small group instruction because we are too busy dealing with discipline problems, having to clear the classroom on an almost daily basis. Some of the IAs that I work with and myself, we have to talk to each other in the morning and motivate each other just to get to work because we know what we're going to face when we get there. On an everyday basis, I'm deflecting, being attacked, scratched, head-butted, pushed, kicked. I've had my hair pulled and been pulled down to the ground. I've had my throat gone for on multiple occasions. And it's on an everyday basis right now. This is not always the norm, because I certainly didn't expect that, and it wasn't like this when I started a long time ago. There was some discipline problems, but it was not this type of severity. I know that there's laws that protect our kids, and I agree that there has to be laws that protect our kids, but I think it needs to protect all of our kids and our employees. We should be able to go to work and feel safe. And our other children who are witnessing every day, they're witnessing myself and other people being attacked. And also, children have been hurt because they get away from you and they go to harm other students, and it has happened, which is very hard for me to deal with because I love all my kids so much, and I want to protect them. I want to do the best that I can for them, and it's not a matter of not having the support of administration or anything. They have their hands tied. There are special circumstances, and I understand that. And I understand that it's going to take some time to change the laws or amend things or something that can help so that these kids and employees have a safe environment. And I don't want to be afraid to go to work every day. I know I have students who are afraid every day in the classroom. And it's just not, it's not fair to them. And that's actually what hurts my heart the most, is having the other kids witness things that they shouldn't have to witness. And another thing is when you work with students that are nonverbal, we're taught crisis prevention and intervention. And the main thing with that is verbal de-escalation. When you have a nonverbal student, how do you use verbal de-escalation? Because you don't get responses, you don't know how much they understand. And there needs to be some sort of help or training. We need more help at a district level, a crisis prevention team or something to help assist us, because there's not enough of us. And people aren't taking the positions. They're trying to hire people, but there's not enough of us to go around to help everyone, and nobody wants to apply for the job because it doesn't pay enough and it's dangerous. So I feel like there needs to be some short-term help while we fight a long-term fight. And any type of even mental health counseling for us, because we're so stressed out. And we take this home to our families. I leave my house at 6 a.m., I get home at 6 p.m. I ride the bus 4 hours a day. And I have these behaviors on the bus as well. I have students that have padded seats because they hit. And it's pretty scary. So I just want to see some changes for that. There's got to be some sort of alternate placement or help, just more support to help us in this situation. I guess that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Kelderhouse. I did to lighten the mood a little bit, Ms. Kelderhouse, I taught her son. And Ms. Kelderhouse was also involved in bringing about a 20-foot teepee to Space Coast?
17th Cheyenne Lodge.
It's legit an identical, it's a replica, and was one of the greatest things for our students to be able to see. So not only do you lead inside 1010, but you also help out with all this instruction and stuff like that. Thank you very much. Ms. Barney, do you have anybody else that wishes to speak?
Yes, Tracy Arzola. She is our co-chair for our local 1010,
Thank
and
you.
also a mother of a student.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tracy Arzola. First off, I'd like to say thank you and good morning. I know we've just discussed issues with bus drivers and instructional assistants today, as well as teachers union has spoke about teachers issues. But from a parent standpoint, first off, I'd like to start reading off a couple things from policy 5517-01, which is the bullying and harassment policy. Number one, it says the school board is committed to providing an educational setting and workplace that is safe, secure, and free from bullying and harassment from all students and employees. Number two says the board will not tolerate unlawful bullying and harassment of any type. Included in the general section, number 5 states, the superintendent shall develop a comprehensive plan intended to prevent bullying and harassment and to cultivate the school climate so as to appropriately identify, report, investigate, and respond to situations of bullying and harassment as they may occur on school grounds, at school-sponsored events, and through school computer network. Most importantly, implementation of the plan by each principal will be ongoing throughout the school year and will be integrated with the school curriculum, the bullying and prevention program, district disciplinary policies, and violence prevention effort. Also under Section C, expected behavior, number 2 states such behavior is essential in maintaining an environment that provides each student the opportunity to obtain a high-quality education in a uniform, safe, secure, efficient, and high-quality system of education. I'm sorry, this has failed. Not just in school, but on buses. As an example, my son was an elementary student at a BPS school. For his last 2 years, was bullied numerous times. I would receive calls from the nurse's office with him crying, saying he didn't feel well or had a headache. I had to leave work to pick him up and go home and sit with him. Finally, I started to pay a little more attention and wonder what was really wrong. He was never sick like this any other time. So I talked to him and asked him, what's going on? Finally, I got some answers. He was being bullied on the daily. He was being hit by students, name calling, pushed, shoved, just bullied. I even talked to the SRO on campus. She had noticed something was going on, thought it was pretty odd that he was calling all the time to go home. So her being a mother and had students of her own that were bullied, we had a good talk. She told me she was going to go talk to the principal, to ask the principal if she could go to all the 5th grade classes and speak to the children so it wasn't making it look obvious that she was talking about my son. I don't know if that ever happened. I never saw the SRO again after that. I know they do get moved around, but I'm not sure. When I did speak with the principal of the school, I was told that they would investigate it. A couple days had gone by and I didn't hear anything, so I made a call to the school myself. She stated that there would be a letter coming in the mail that they investigated, but nothing was caught on camera. Henceforth, nothing was done. A student who witnessed the incident on more than one occasion even went to the principal and notified the principal of what the student was seeing. To me, that's better than a camera. Cameras don't catch everything. We all know that. A couple days later, I received a letter from the principal, and all it had in there was a school of choice form. So basically, my son was being punished by saying, here, you can switch schools, that'll solve the problem. No, it won't. The bully will just move on to another child, or my child will go to another school and be bullied by someone else. And that's more of an inconvenience for my husband and I, because now we have to find a school for my child to go to. We have to find out how he's going to get back and forth to the school, and he's going to have to meet new students and hope that none of them bully him. There's a problem, and it's not being handled correctly. The effect it had on my son was not fair to him or us. His behavior changed, his grades went down. He wanted to play sick from school more so he wouldn't have to go and deal with it. This is not the kind of environment my son should have to go through, or any other child. I have another parent that I spoke with, had 2 sons at the same school, was being bullied, got nowhere with it. She withdrew them and put them in Brevard Virtual while she was on a high-risk pregnancy at home. Then they moved out of state because they were tired. It just wasn't right for them. Something needs to be done. I'm sorry, but for all of us in every single situation, whether you're a teacher, a student, a bus driver, we spent millions on security. We got SROs on site. We spent millions to keep danger out. All we're doing is caging it in. Something needs to be done. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Tracy. Are you good? Ms. Dolores, are you finished?
I just have one more.
Go ahead.
Something that both that they have pointed out is the students that are there to learn. They're good students, they're behaving, they're following the rules, but they can't really learn in the environment they're in because of the disruptions and the chaos, just like the bus video footage that I watched with the lady down there that was had the problems. There was 4 students on that bus that was wonderful. They didn't get involved in the chaos. And at one point, one of the students I watched even try to comfort the bus driver. So, it's not fair to our students that want to learn to have to deal with that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Ms. Barney. I will say I'm going to refer to that. I've also, so that everybody knows, school board members, I was able to obtain a copy of that yesterday, and now we have a copy of it in security. Just so if you would like to watch that. I think it's an eye-opening experience into exactly what you guys are dealing with. I will say this because we didn't, there was 0 suspensions on that, and the individual, the parent that entered the bus and told kids to get off and even threatened the one kid who didn't want to get off, was not disciplined in any way. So we will take a look at that, and that's some of the things, but it's available to you in security, and many other people, we cannot make that available to the public because of FERPA and other statutory limitations. So thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Mr. Gary Schifrin, president of Bassett.
Good morning. I want to thank Mr. Susan and the school board for allowing BASA to be at the table, to be a part of this discussion. It is with a great honor that I represent all of the administrators in the schools. And as we have awesome teachers, I can tell you we have awesome administrators. What they have gone through over the past 2 years with COVID and the pandemic is nothing less than courageous and creativeness, just to get us through these past 2 years. Having said that, though, we have monthly BASA board meetings, and it is heartbreaking in just about every meeting to listen to the stories of our administrators in regards to what they deal with and how they're being overworked in regards to discipline. And the fact that they're so frustrated because their main job is to ensure the safety of the school and to have instructional learning take place. And yet they're spending more time on discipline issues, and it's just overwhelming. I've talked to a number of administrators that we may lose come Christmas time because they can't do it. And they get better offers out in the business world and with a whole lot less stress than what they're doing here in our schools. And that's a shame. I've been involved with Brevard Schools for 50 years, over 50 years. Yes, I cry too. Which again is longer than most of you are alive. But in the 70s, I remember we had civil disobedience, we had protests, we had riots on campuses, and the discussion about discipline was even back during the 70s. The biggest difference, though, back then and back now, is when a student got out of hand and was disruptive, they knew they were going to get consequences at school. But more importantly, they knew when they got home, they were going to get consequences there as well. So since being asked to be at the table, I have reached out to my fellow administrators and have asked them, give me some ideas, even though we hear about it every month, but I wanted to get some specifics in regards to what can we do to maybe make discipline less frustrating. And the first thing, again, I have to go back to that it starts at the home. Somehow we have to get our parents on our side. Principals tell me that parents yell at them, curse at them, tell them when they disagree with a consequence, I'm going to get my lawyer. That happens all the time. We need to get our parents on our side. Unfortunately, I know many schools have done like workshops, newsletters, meetings with disruptive students. Some work, but many don't. Another, principals are looking for support from the district. Yes, we have a district discipline plan, but principals believe that the school understands the complexity of the situation that warrants the consequences. If two students are involved in a knockdown, drag-out fight, and the principals feel that a 10-day suspension are warranted, then the district should support this. The school should know what is best for their school. Principals should not be targeted because suspension rates are high, especially amongst different demographics. Breaking rules should not be separated by racial groups and included on a monthly report showing the principals how many suspensions there were by subgroups. And then there is that discussion as to why your school has so many more suspensions in one group over another. Principals are made to feel like they shouldn't suspend because of the fear of their evaluation. The vast majority of discipline issues do not make it to the district. Support the schools and applaud their efforts. If a principal and others don't have discipline, then help them or replace them. Another thing, something needs to be done about the ALC experience. If an incident is serious enough to have students sent to the Alternative Learning Center, it should be more than 2 days in ALC and then 3 days at home, maybe on the computer. There should be a 5-day program addressing behavior modification. It was even suggested that our chronic disruptors should be sent to a Scared Straight program run by law enforcement. I'm glad I got your notice there. If a student is not on pace to graduate at the age of 19, then they should be sent packing. We have students who have attended school for 3 years and only have 3 credits. They are not going to get a high school diploma. They hang around to cause trouble, deal drugs, or be with their boyfriend or girlfriend skipping class. And I could go on and on and on. But the sheriff is next, and I'm not going to be one to prevent him from his time. But the bottom line is, as the teachers and as Mr. Colucci has presented, it is very frustrating and very difficult to do what the administrators have been trained to do when they're having to deal with so many discipline issues. So again, we're here to be a part of the solution, and we hope that you will continue to make us a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Sheriff Ivey, you're next, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for all being here. This is a community effort. This is a community issue, and I appreciate everybody being here. General George Patton once said that if everybody's sitting at the table thinking alike, somebody's not thinking. What I see today is a group of our community, group of individuals involved in our public schools that are all sitting here at the table. And we don't always agree on stuff. Anthony and I have been on different sides of the aisle many times. But what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is everybody in this room is agreeing that our teachers and our students deserve a safe learning environment to go to school in. Everybody at this table is agreeing to that. We all have different thoughts on how it should happen, but everybody in this room is concerned about the discipline issue. The sheriff's office is not in the discipline business. That's to the school board. Our job is to deal with the criminal elements that happen on our school campuses, the security of our school campuses. But what's happening is those lines are becoming blurred because many of these issues that you've heard about sitting at this table that should have been handled as a criminal issue never got to us. It never got brought to our attention. And if you want to see how that looks, look south to Parkland, because that's what happened in Parkland. They dealt with the issues as administrative issues, or they didn't deal with them at all. And the next thing you know, it's an explosive thing that costs lives. I got brought into this because the very first hint that I got that school discipline wasn't even involved anymore in our education system was when we took over district school security and we started hearing these horror stories. Folks, I'm sat here and I've listened to our teachers, our bus drivers, our ESE IAs. I've listened to our school administrators, and I've watched the faces of each of you that's in the audience. And what I see is shock, disbelief, disappointment, fear for your students, for your children that are going to school. My life was a little bit different. And Mr. Schifrin pointed out that he was a teacher for 50 years. And then he decided to pick on me and say, before many of you were born, which he knows that's not true about me. So, but I can tell you right now, what he said is absolute. I've never ridden a school bus that my mom didn't drive. My mom was a school bus driver. I lived every day of my life in fear. But let me tell you something. My mom demanded that every child on that bus, including her own, rode with respect and safety in mind. And if I got in trouble on the bus, my mom wrote me up and sent me to the dean just like any other kid. And when I got home, my dad dealt with the issue. My mom was the sheriff, the judge, and the executioner in our household. And I'm better for it. Folks, we got to get parents back involved. Many years ago, in fact, I think it was 2014, our agency started a program called It's Time to Be a Parent Again. It was a program designed to re-empower parents, to make them fear more from a knock on the door of one of us telling them their child was in trouble or had been killed than they did from a knock on the door of DCF telling them they were in trouble for disciplining their child. Folks, we got to get parents back involved. We got to get parents standing on the same side of the desk as the teacher, asking the kid, can they explain them grades, instead of standing on the same side of the desk as the student, telling the teacher they need to explain it. I'm glad to be a part of this. We're all here for the same thing. We all want to find a solution to this. And whatever that solution is, I think the people around this table are the people that are right to come up with the solution. But the solution is simply this. We need to have a solid discipline policy that holds both students that misbehave accountable and administrators and teachers that don't do their job accountable. And we need to enforce that policy. If you're the parent of a kid that wants to go to school in a safe learning environment and get great academics, be part of the arts, be part of the sports programs, the band, whatever it is, we owe that to you to give you that safe learning environment. If you're a teacher or an administrator that passionately goes to work every day, man, my heart goes out to you guys, that passionately goes to work every day and wants to do your job, your prayers have been answered. But if you're the parent of a kid that's that constant disruption, you're the parent of that kid that is disrupting others' opportunities to learn, in my opinion, and this is up to the board, but in my opinion, you better get your kid straight, because if not, they're going to need someplace else to go to school. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Sheriff. We have a couple of the other groups that are here that I'd like to give an opportunity to. First off, I'd love to give the opportunity for the NAACP to speak. Mr. Bernard Bryan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Susan, and thank you, school board, for allowing me to be here. I'm really excited about the opportunity to express. I went to a Bible study the other day, and the instructor really taught me a lot. He said, when I look at issues, when I look at people, look at them through the eyes of Christ, not through the eyes of an officer, not through the eyes of a teacher, but look at them through the eyes of Christ. And I heard Mr. Anthony plea, and I thank Mrs. Sandy for her information, and I thank the bus drivers as well that you're representing. But I'm going to stand for the students right now. I just, there's just a couple things that I think is important. I'm crying out right now for over 5,000 students that are 2 to 1 grade level behind in reading. I'm crying. I'm crying out for 6,000 students that are behind in math. I would like to see this effort that we're having today that is on those topics that we're discussing. I can't tell you how hurt I am. I'm a volunteer. I've been retired now for 11 years. I teach kids STEM. I mentor kids at University Park in Stone. I do a lot voluntarily, and I'm not paid a dime. I do it because I look at kids through the eyes of Christ. This is a complicated problem, and I gotta be honest with you. But what I've learned in my engineering background, you be data-driven. You don't react on 18 situations. Okay, I'm just using your numbers. If you look at fight in the school, it's rated number 6 on the Pareto chart. So what you telling the community, sir and ma'am, that I'm going to put all this effort on not the number 1 driver. that is not the number one cause. Okay, and I have the data to support that. So when you deal with a complicated problem, you need to get everybody involved, not just a few people. So I just want to ask this as a rhetorical question. Did you communicate with Mrs. Moore? Did you communicate to Ms. Gleason? Did you communicate to Mrs. Sullivan and Ms. Klein? Did you communicate with the principals? Did you communicate with the parents? Did you communicate with the teachers? Did you communicate with the community? When you deal with difficult problems, you got to use data. And there are multiple solutions. And I was so hurt the other day, and I almost cried. When I saw the video where Mr. Ivy and some other people stood in front of a jail, sir. I gotta share this story with you, okay? I mentor children. I want you to listen to me very carefully, the impact. I mentor children at University Park. I just got through teaching them science, how to put their science project out. When I was leaving the school, some of the kids that were eating lunch was walking in a single file. You know what the first question they asked me? And this student, sir, was only 6 years old. The first thing she said, "Sir, are you a policeman?" And I said, 6-year-old girl looking at, I didn't have any uniform on. So the perception of damage of what's happening in our community by that video is stunning. Okay, I just want you to understand. Now, I got to go back to these schools. I mentor 18 boys, and they all saw the video. So I'm asking this team now, whatever you do, make sure you're data-driven. The number one cause of referral is not fight. That's not the number one. I have read your parents' survey. Okay? I've looked at the data. You know what your teachers are saying? I don't talk to the parents. You know what the parents are saying? I don't talk to the teacher. So if you want to attack these tough problems, team, let's do it in a data-driven approach. Not just an emotional approach. So please, and I gotta be honest with you. God prepared me for this day. Watch this now. In March of 2022, I looked at 3 years worth of data, sir. 3 years. What's happening now? Go back in 2020. It was worse. So I would love to have had this meeting in 2020. So I just want to ask Mr. Susan and the board and those who are here in the community, look at our children through the eyes of Christ. Don't segregate them. Don't put them in a position where they feel that they're going to go to prison. Don't do that. Our kids are important. So, I can just talk a lot, but Mr. Bryant is in the community. I work with students. And I want to invite you to come see our STEM kids. You want to see some smart children? They're very smart. And when I mentor kids, I mentor across all ethnic groups. So I just wanted to make sure I leave this in with you. Look at this problem through the eyes of Christ. And look at this problem not as use everybody. The Brevard Public School staff is very, very talented. I've worked with a lot of them, and I respect them all. So that's kind of where my position is, and I hope you feel me today. But like I said, my background is, my last job was quality reliability engineer in the avionics business. And they taught me not to make a decision without data. So that's what I want you to consider today. So I'd like to ask Mr. President, the coming president of the South Bavaria NAACP, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak to this distinguished board here. Speaking about the video, the caption on the video, Sheriff Ivey declares brand new day for discipline at Brevard Public Schools. So, Sheriff Ivey at this meeting said he's not in the discipline business. And you're right, it is a brand new day. And our children are not clowns. They're not snot-nosed. And your threats,
Yeah.
your bullying,
Mr. Benny
your
Jack,
scare
Mr.
tactics.
Jackson, I gotta ask you
He
to,
just
Mr.
threatened-
Jackson,
He just threatened us here.
no, Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
Jackson.
let him ramble.
Okay.
Let him ramble.
Let me
Mr.
do
Jackson,
what?
Mr. Jackson,
Look, everyone else was allowed to say their piece.
That's right.
Let him speak.
I have not said anything that was not in the media.
Yes.
So my question to Sheriff Ivey is, what was the message you were sending?
The message I sent is what put everybody in this room today. The message
And
I
what-
sent
what is
is
it?
that our teachers and our students deserve to have a safe environment in school. So I think the message was very clear. That's why we're all here today.
Man,
Mr. Jackson.
I beg to differ. On
this
the
is-
same media where sheriff is standing in front of the police station, Ivey's new day for discipline press conference and threatening, yet vague in exactly what it would entail.
thank you, Mr.
That's
Jackson.
a news report. That's not from me.
That's it.
That's from the news. That's not from me.
I haven't heard any details. And in 2018, when you trained your special force, and you bragged about the 176 hours of
Mr.
training
Jackson,
that
I would
they had,
ask you to refer your comments to the discipline policy that we're speaking to today, not an event from 2018.
related to the discipline policy, the 176 hours of special training that the SRs received had a 7 times greater attention to weapons than to mental health. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
I heard we're
Miss
not,
Ma-
we're not
Miss-
mental health counselors. So we spend 48 hours training law enforcement to be in schools, and we teach them 8 hours of mental health.
Mr. Jackson, I would agree with you that one of the biggest issues we have in front of us is the mental health of our students and our staff. That's been addressed, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Mr. Bryan, do you have somebody else you'd like to speak? Thank you.
Hello, my name is LaTadra Fuller. I'm pastor of Arise International Ministries. I also work with the community, and I also work with students and mentoring. I want to approach it this way. I believe we've all walked outside and noticed the wind, as we would say. It's a windy day today. The reality of that is that we have never seen wind. We've only seen the result of the wind. And I believe when we approach situations from the result and not from the root, we make situations worse. We make problems worse. We make issues worse. And I also say this, there's a little passage in the Bible that talks about Isaac and how he was trying to dig from his father's well. And each time he tried, he was interfered. They basically blocked him, right? But it wasn't until Isaac made the decision to dig new wells that they left him alone. I want to challenge this board to drill new wells. Let's not go back to our father's wells. Let's dig new wells. And what do I mean? It's time to dig new wells in the sense of bring our parents back into the meeting rooms. Bring our community leaders back into the meeting rooms. It cannot just be a specific panel, okay? I talk with teachers. I've seen what teachers gone through. I have siblings that have driven the buses. I've seen what they're going through. But I believe the biggest issue, and I heard our principal say this, is that we have to get parents back on the same page. We have to get community leaders back on the same page. When we eliminate our parents, when we eliminate our community leaders, even when we eliminate our teachers and our principals and the support staff, you cannot resolve or solve an issue. When we look at the numbers, which is we just talked about it, we look at the numbers, we'll see if parents are back involved in just the learning experience, we can now do something about the discipline. But if you're going to continue to make rules on discipline outside of those that carried their children, outside of those that seated their children, outside of the community that helped those parents, when those parents need food, the community leaders are there. When those parents need a place to stay, the community leaders are there. If you're going to continue to hit a problem and target a problem, and the parents aren't in that room, I have no idea what your solutions are. And I'm a parent. I wasn't in the room. I have no idea what your solutions are. And I'm a pastor in the community. I have no idea what your solutions are. And I work with children. I work with parents. You cannot resolve it until you bring us back in your meetings. Not these meetings, but the meetings behind the doors that dictate and determine what's going on. I'm saying it's time to dig new wells, and we need to do this together.
Ms. Fuller, I couldn't think of a better statement than what you just said right now. I think everybody that's inside this crowd right now agrees with you that the parents need to be one of the biggest parts. I think everybody in here would agree. There's not a single individual. Thank you so much for saying that. You hit it right on the head. The parents need to be involved, and they need to be taken, to be a part of it. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I was going to give Mr. Rainey an opportunity. This is an individual that's been coming now for over a year, representing a lot of the IAs and bus drivers. He works very closely with many of them. He is not part of the 1010 union, but because of his efforts in this area, I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak today. Thank you, Mr. Rainey. You have the floor.
Thank you. I do appreciate your comments. They're wonderful. I'm going to back up just a minute. I'm a retired healthcare executive who looked to give back to the community and found a need that the community had, which was driving a bus, right? And it's something that I had a skill set for, and said, okay, I can get in and help. After doing that for the first year, and I'm in my second year of doing this, after doing that in the first year and talking to a lot of the drivers that are not in the union, but we are very tied to and support Dolores's efforts and the union's efforts. I came to this board almost a year ago and said there are two reasons that you don't have bus drivers. One of them was hiring, right? The other one was retention, okay? Your hiring is got a limiting factor on the basis of your salary, your input salary. You tried to address it. You've gotten some results on that, and that's not what I'm here for. The other was the retention of drivers. I'm one of those that decided to come back in a second year. I'll tell you about that in just a second. But the retention of drivers, the number one reason that we don't want to come back is discipline. We can find another job someplace else without the hassle because we're not trained in the things that you're talking about. We're trained in the safe delivery of your students driving a 33,000 to 40,000 pound box on the road with students in it. And yes, one of the training techniques that we're trained in the county training is pull over if you can't handle, if the bus is unruly. So that's gonna create a problem. That's gonna create problems for you. The drivers, unfortunately, there's two periods where they take a look and say, I'm not coming back. There's one after the Christmas break, and I pray that we don't lose a slew of drivers at the Christmas break. The other one is at the school break at the end of the year and going between the two years. We had meetings with you, Mr. Sousa, over a year ago, and along the way, we have been sending you information, and you've opened up an avenue for us to do that with, to share that information with. We had many drivers. Dolores was there, other people were there, supervisors were there, and we talked about this. And the number one issue that came out of that was stop the bleeding of our drivers leaving by addressing the discipline problem. And so I think this is a result of some of that. I mean, it takes a while to get all the people involved, and I'm glad to see the number of people that have come together to put this together. Today, fights are still an issue on our buses, okay? 3 to 4 fights a week for our supervisors. You got to address that for us, okay? When they're fighting, I can't drive the bus, right? It's a distraction. Anything that causes a distraction causes a safety issue on the bus. And that's the number one thing. If we crash that bus with 40, 50, 60 kids on it, we got a bigger problem, okay? Watching the kids, I don't know if you know the detail that goes into that. You count those kids when they go off the bus. You count them when they come on the bus. You count them as they cross the street. You look at the cars on the left and on the right. The cars passing you when the flashing reds are out. Common problem in this county. Big common problem. You know, I get a car past my reds every week, 2 to 3 times a week. Scares me to death because one of those kids is going to get killed. Okay? And I don't want that to happen. So I'm always trying to make my deliveries, even if I have to do a double loop, to get the passenger door on the side of the route where the kids don't have to cross the street. And the school board and the school transportation department under Mr. Miller and the rest do a tremendous job of trying to make that happen. But here's the problem. We had 88 routes. We had 52 bus drivers. What do? Okay, so when I first came on, they said, hey, we got a job for you. You can have a job. There are so many routes open, you can pick your job. Well, I came on, and the only way to get all the kids to school was to consolidate the unfilled routes into the buses that were left. So we went from 30 minutes with 20 to 30 kids on a route to maybe 45 or 50 minutes. Then we enter this school year and more retention issues and no hiring, of course. The ones that are hired, you have some you have some that drop off. And now you squeeze those routes down to where I'm personally driving 1 hour and 15 minutes in the morning, starting at, my day starts at 4 o'clock. With all my safety checks and everything to get there. But my route starts at 6:15, depending on how many ESE kids I have on the bus. And I don't get to the first school till 7:30. I got little pre-Ks sitting in a car seat in the dark, driving with me all over the county so that I can pick up all the kids that I've got. We've got drivers now that have bus loads of 60, 70 elementary kids on a bus, 3 to a seat, crammed as far as you can get. We don't have any other choice but to double back. If we can't fit them on the bus, you can't fit that many high school kids on a bus. So I personally have driven the route that was mentioned here as a sub for a week after the driver had some issues, and I drove that bus and I refused to drive that route. Okay? It's not safe for me. Kid stands over top of you in the seat, and you get 2 or 3 kids standing on top of you saying, you can't do anything to me, you can't touch me, you can't take my cell phone, and I don't have to get off this bus. Well, you know what? He's right. They're right. I can't touch them. I don't want to touch them. I can't touch them. I don't take their cell phones. And you know what? I can't. It's not my job to kick them off the bus. I can refer them off the bus. I can ask you to never, don't let them ride the bus again. But the safety issue, the threatening issue to the driver is pretty bad. So when you look at this, you have threats Okay, he did get hit in the head with the bottle of water. That's uncalled for. But that's not the only one. You have coins, money, markers, pencils, all being thrown at the bus driver, hitting the window, coming back and hitting them in the face. Every one of those is a scary distraction that you could cause the bus to wreck. Okay? You have kids dancing on the bus this week. High school students rip their shirts off, doing a nice jig in the back with the ladies and the guys taking cell phone videos and sending it out. Okay? What do you do with that kind of a drive? That is totally unsafe, right? You have kids that won't stay in their seat. They got their friends and they want to talk to their friends and they jump from one side to the other. So, those are distractions. And then you have disrespect. I've been called every name under the sun, I've been spit on, spit in the face. Not a fun, as a driver, you go, why do I want to do this? I'm a retired executive. Why do I want to do this? I'm trying to help the community. And this is what I have to live through. So let's talk about another issue that's on the bus, the damage to the bus. All right? I can't tell you how many food fights come on the bus. And I'm not talking about little stuff. I'm talking about yogurt and pudding spread all over the windows and all over the seats, thrown in a food fight. Not just once, happens a lot, right? Trash on the bus that takes 30 to 40 minutes to clean up. When are you going to do it? You can't run the next route and have the kids have the next set of students sitting in pudding. You got to clean it up. Causes delays. Then the kids are not getting to the school. We've got kids that don't get to school for 45 minutes to an hour because we're either having to clean the bus or we're doing double backs. Double backs mean I don't have enough room in my bus to carry you. So I leave you, go do that route, take them to school, come back, and pick the rest of the route up. Well, those kids don't even get to school until, 9:15 for the high schools. They're missing their first periods. The bell rings at 8:30. Those issues have caused a problem. And I leave you with a couple of things. Long routes and overcrowding create discipline problems. Okay? You add to that heat from non-air conditioned buses or buses where the air conditioners are broken, and you got yourself a stewed up mess that's going to create a problem. So there's an issue that I don't know how to fix, okay? But I'm bringing it to your attention because that's what the drivers asked me to do. That's what Dolores and her team has done. And you can fix these overcrowding issues. The other one is you have an antiquated cell phone policy on the bus. Number 9 on the rules written right on the bus says no cell phones on the bus. But yet we turn around and say you got to have an ID to get on the bus. If you don't have an ID, take a picture of it, download it to your phone, and use your phone to get on the bus. So the phones are on the bus. Now, I personally don't let phones out, on elementaries. There's no reason for the elementary kids to have the phones out, right? The high schoolers, you got to pick and choose your fights. Middle schools and high schools, I just tell them, look, it's a distraction. If I hear it or see it, it's a distraction. Please, if you're going to do it, put earpods in and get down low. That doesn't solve what's going on in the classroom, though, okay? But you do have an antiquated policy on the bus. And picking and choosing to say, I'm going to take somebody's cell phone on the bus and I become a cell phone monitor while I'm trying to drive a 40,000-pound bus with kids on it, that's not a fight I'm willing to have. Again, you have not just me that won't drive certain routes in certain schools. You have a lot of our drivers will not drive certain routes in certain schools. I can name the schools for you, but I won't.
Don't do that.
I won't name them. Okay? But until you resolve that issue, and it's not that I won't drive that route. I'll drive that route if you put an administrator on it to handle the kids while I'm driving, or an RSO officer on it, somebody with authority, right? My IAs are great. The ones that I have for my ESC students, they're fantastic. Okay, but they can't handle the other 35 or 40 kids on the bus, right? So I leave you with long routes and damage to the bus that comes from overcrowding. We have ripped seats, poked seats, cut seat belts, damaged glass, and then all the cleaning on the bus, roaches on the bus because of the food on the bus. So then you got to go and have it defogged. Okay, so these are real legit issues that you can resolve if you can kind of thin it. I think if you thin it down and shorten up the routes, the routes are just they're just really long, and that goes back to we can't hire, but we're trying to address it. We can't keep them retained because we got a discipline issue. I'll leave you with that, and I thank you for your time. Thank you, Dolores, for all your support and all the 1010 support and the IAs. The IAs are critical for us.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. I really appreciate. Next up is going to be Samantha Nazario from the Cultural Community Connection. Ms. Nazario.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to thank everyone that's here today for coming to this table and having this discussion. Is it on?
It doesn't sound like it is. We need it to be live streamed.
Okay, there we go. Is that better? Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be at this table and be a part of this discussion and be able to have other community members that sit here with me to bring the concerns of our community forward and to actually be a part of the process versus just sitting back and watching it at home on TV. This is a very different role for me. My son is not in BPS anymore, but it is my responsibility as a community leader and advocate to be here and represent my community issues. My main thing is, and I've said this to many people sitting here, so a few of you are gonna smile, we're failing our children. We're failing our children, we're failing our educators. COVID lit the fire, like Matt said, that has been a part of BPS for a very long time. Bullying has been an issue in Brevard County since my kid was in elementary school. Under the amazing leadership of Ms. Moore at Harbor City, a lot of that was changed, and a new wave came when she came into Harbor City because she actually addressed it. She made the children and the parents sit down and address the issue. There has to be parental responsibility as well as student responsibility. What I find in my community is a lot of the time, I'm the only Spanish person in the room. I can't speak for everybody. I need parents to become engaged. I implore Hispanic parents to become engaged, immigrant parents to become engaged without fear. I implore our Caribbean, African American parents to become engaged. So many times over the 10 years that I volunteered at BPS with over 20,000 hours, I was the only Spanish person in the room. That has to change. They have to feel as if they are welcome in the community and they can engage without fear of repercussion on their family or their finances or their job. So as I sit here and say we're failing our children, we're also failing our educators. Because you know what? They have to work in a safe environment. And without the administrators and the educators that I had the pleasure of having during my son's experience at BPS, I'd be sitting here telling you a very different story. But you know what? Those principals, Ms. Moore, Ms. Vega, Dr. Kirk, they never gave up on my son. They always made sure that if I was there, I counted. So you know what? If you want to count at your kid's school, be present. You can't come in the door and want to complain when there's an issue. Be present. You have an IEP meeting, those 7 teachers took their time from their day to be present. Be present. We all know that in Brevard County, we are struggling with an enormous mental health crisis. In our adults, in our administrators, in our personal lives. We need help with mental health issues in Brevard County. We need behavioral therapy. We need behavioral intervention. We need more hands-on with our nonverbal autistic children. Our ESC kids have exceptions and particular outlined rules because they need to work better that way. A lot of our children do not understand the consequences of their actions, especially our children on the spectrum. Again, more parental involvement. I'm gonna say it because you know what? I worked 3 jobs in Brevard County raising my kid, and I was still in that school every week, at least 20 hours a week. Okay, excuses are not acceptable anymore. These are your children. It is your responsibility to teach them how to respect the people that spend 90% of their day with them. They're at school more than they are at home. Okay, we need to bridge the gap of our technology issue, our internet issue with our impoverished areas. If a parent does not have access to the internet or a laptop, it should not be an affordability issue. BPS should be able to provide, okay, you don't have a laptop? Here you go, mom, so you can communicate with Launchpad. Or here you go, dad, let's make a deal with Spectrum. New York City Housing did it. They made a deal with Verizon. They brought the internet in, and it's free. Let's make a deal with Spectrum. They monopolize the internet around here, and they don't service our community properly. Immigrants cannot get internet. They don't have a social security number. So we have multiple issues in our community that need to be addressed, and they're all going to streamline back to this discipline policy that we're sitting here for today. There are many different levels and branches that come off of this tree that are relating to this issue. Poverty, hunger, mental illness, lack of language. We service 60 languages in Brevard Public Schools, but we don't have a representative for all 60 of those languages in our school. That's a problem. That's a huge communication problem. And I want our community to feel safe, especially my immigrant community. I understand that we're a non-sanctuary county and that may put fear into them, but you know what? Find someone, reach out to me. My number is everywhere. Ask Mr. Susan for it, ask anyone on the council, on the school board. I will help, I will speak for you. That is what we are here for. Organizations like myself and BACASCA and other organizations that have fought this fight long and hard in Brevard County. What I wanna see is a colorblind policy that treats every child the same. I am sick and tired of filtering calls from my parents and myself that have dealt with issues in BPS where I felt like my issue was not addressed properly or it was gone to an extreme. We need cultural sensitivity in Brevard County, okay? I think this is the stillest my hands have ever been for most of the people in this room. My hands are usually all over the place. I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Italian, I talk with my hands, I'm from New York, we're very animated, okay? I have a saying that says if my hands are not going, then you really need to be worried. So when I say that, I feel like teachers also need to understand that cultures express themselves differently. And maybe if we have to sit down and present that workshop to teachers, I'm totally down. I'm sure that kid would sit there with me. I would like to address that. If my kid is speaking with his hands, he's frustrated, he's trying to express what's going on, what's wrong. He's not gonna attack you. He's not aggressive. He's not a danger to you. You're not understanding what he's trying to say, so in his frustration, his hands may, we've had this issue even on the college level. And it is a cultural thing, sadly enough. We speak with our hands. I will not apologize for that. I come from a place where I walked out my door every day in the South Bronx, and just to make it home at 3 o'clock was a check off my list because I survived that day. Okay? I came to Brevard County, why? I wanted a quality education for my son. I wanted a good place for him to grow up. I did not expect my son to have to defend his Puerto Rican heritage, educate other children and explain that we are not immigrants, we are Americans, born in the South Bronx. Okay, I've seen this happen many times over. So what I want is for us to, let's educate our educators so that they can do their job properly. My last request before I'm done is I would like at some point, once we rip apart this policy and get to the nitty gritty here, I would like to see an oversight committee as far as the disciplinary policy for review every 30 to 60 days with different community members on that. Thank you.
Ms. Kay, were you going to say something?
Well, I just, again, Kay Mirage representing BACASCA, Brevard Caribbean American Sports and Cultural Association. And Ms. Amanda echoed everything in detail as what we love to say, because it is a real issue. When we dissect this policy here, I want to make sure, you said it, colorblind. It's very important to understand that discipline doesn't take shape in race, or creed or anything. It is about the child. It is about creating a safe environment for all involved, our administrators, our bus drivers, the students. And so as someone from the Caribbean, cultural differences are keen to understand, and not everybody will understand why the Jamaican person would behave that way. So it's critical to have that training. We have to include that in our policies. We ought to make sure, why are we here? Are we here just to create a prison, school to prison pipeline? Or are we really here to make sure that our children understand that they are consequences not just to fear to go to prison, but their consequences to their action, and we are training them to be better citizens of Brevard. And so that's our message. Equitable distribution of disciplinary policies. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to be at the table, and we're ready to get working to make sure that BPS is the best in the country, and I know we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Now have an opportunity for our school board members to say a couple of comments. Just so everybody knows, we're kind of running. So what I'm going to do is wait for after the school board members to make their comments. Then what I would like to do is take a break, come back, and we're going to go to the discipline policies, public comment. After reviewing all of the pieces, just so you guys know, when I received the list, it has which one of the items they have on there. So we determined it based on that. But based on some of the conversations that people in the group have said, that they had also put that other stuff, we went through each one of those forms and we identified that there are more people. So all of those people will be an opportunity to speak. And if you did not put down one, I'm going to call your name and say, hey, did you mean to speak here or no? And go through a couple of that. But I wanted to give our school board members an opportunity to speak. I think I'll just go to Ms. Jenkins first.
Thank you. I'm going to be a little bit, because I have some different pieces that I'm going to cover here. So first, Mr. Bryan, I appreciate you. You know that. I appreciate you for addressing the elephant in the room, the video with our chairman and Mr. Ivy. And before we get defensive and we say things like, we don't know what was going to be said during that video, I argue the video was wrong and inappropriate before any words came out of anybody's mouth. This community deserves a response to it. They've been asking for a response to it, and they haven't gotten one. And when someone asked you just yesterday about it, your response was, you don't control Mr. Ivy. Well, perhaps we should review our contract with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, because so far as I remember, we don't work for him. And what you can control is what you do and what you say. And I haven't heard you publicly denounce the statements that were made in that video. And Mr. Ivy, you said here today that the lines are getting blurred, and they sure are. They sure are. And so I say to our community, I am sorry. I'm sorry because nobody at BPS was aware of that video. No cabinet member, not our chief operating officer, not our communications team, not any other school board member. And from what I gather, the only people who knew about it were standing in the video and the leadership of BFT. And why it needs to be addressed right here in this meeting is because that video hurt our community. And I cannot for the life of me find one single benefit of participating in that video. No new ideas, no new plan, just name-calling threats, intimidation, and attention-seeking behaviors. And I'm not talking about the behaviors you talked about. I'm talking about the behaviors of the adults standing in that video. Our community is concerned, and rightfully so, because when they heard their children labeled clowns, they heard you talking about their black kids. And when they heard their children labeled snots, they heard you talking about children with disabilities. And when they heard that you were going to be their biggest nightmare, they heard a threat to their children. No solutions, no new ideas, no new plans. Just a bunch of statements repeated about teachers and administrators being handcuffed, having their hands tied, and no one can articulate to me what that means. Well, I'm going to tell you what I think they mean by that. It means that the law is meant to protect students based on race, and the law is meant to protect students with disabilities, are the reason we have negative behaviors in our schools. We think we don't discipline black students and students with disabilities enough. That's what I think you mean. And if you think I'm wrong, then listen to this. I have a fellow board member here who just recently, yes, it's in video footage, made this statement about our discipline policy. When you take a look at our discipline policy when it was first implemented, it sounded really good on paper. That's when we had control at the local level in our schools. Where it got out of hand is when we started talking about discipline and race together. That's when it handcuffed our schools, and we lost control of our schools with discipline. No new plan, no idea. And when asked by concerned members of the community if you reviewed data before you had that video, your answer was no. When you were asked by concerned citizens of this community if you reviewed the discipline plan at all, the strategic plan, the entire policy, the answer was no. We are an educational institution. We make decisions based on data. So I brought some. Hold on to your cheeks, Mr. Ivy. This data was compiled not only by the numbers given to these community members here at Brevard Public Schools, but by the NAACP and by Mr. Bryan. Everyone at this table has a packet that I provided for you. I had a couple extra that I passed out into the audience. You want it? I'll give it to you. Trust me. It's interesting that we invited people from other counties here to have this conversation with us, because the first question I asked was, where do we rank among the state? We are the 10th largest school district in the state of Florida, and guess what? We have the 10th largest number of incidences. That makes sense. We are no different than anybody else. But here's where we are. 10th largest in the state, we are number 1 in expulsions, number 1 in ALC placements, and number 4 in suspensions. So the narrative that we are not disciplining our children doesn't make any sense, because the data doesn't say that. Mr. Bryan had made a statement that he had gathered 3 years of information and data, and that's what I'm speaking to right here. This is what Mr. Bryan put together for us. And it's kind of hard to have this conversation when you're not looking at it, so I'm going to do my best to the people who are listening at home and the people in this room who don't have it in front of them. But when we look at our discipline totals and we look at the subgroups, yes, we look at the subgroups because it's important. Because here's why. This pattern happened for the past 3 years, and I guarantee if we looked backwards, it would have continued back then. They are carbon copies of each other. Our Black students represent 15% of our population. They represent 34% of our discipline referrals. Mr. Bryan said, when you make smart decisions and you tackle challenges, very complex challenges, you look at the top issues. The top issues are willful disobedience, out of area, and classroom disruptions. That's not what I heard in the video. And when you break every single one of those down by subgroup, you see a very obvious trend. Our Black students aren't doing them more than anyone else. And why this matters is if we're going to have a real and honest conversation about discipline and behavior in our schools, we're going to have to talk about all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So let's fast forward. 15% of the population is Black in our students. They represent 34% of our referrals. In every single one of those categories, they're doing it less than any other peer and race. They represent 45% of our alternative learning center placements. Does that make any sense to anybody? No. Let's move on to our students with disabilities. They make up 17% of the population of Brevard Public Schools, and yet they make up 31% of our referrals. And those Black students I talked about in our ALC, 25% of them are also students with disabilities. So what does that tell us? Why is that important? Because we're disproportionately disciplining students of color and with disabilities. So there is zero evidence to support the claims that the federal laws meant to protect those students are handcuffing our staff or their hands are tied. And quite frankly, we're not even respecting those laws. Why that matters is because that already tells us the majority of the conversation we had in that video and some of the conversation we had today is not valid. And if you're not working off of real information and data and facts, how are you going to solve the problem? Now I'm going to sidestep a little bit. Before I was elected to this position, I worked for Brevard Public Schools for 6 years as a speech-language pathologist. I worked with all of our ESE department. This is not the number one referral, but it's important, and we've heard about it here today. So let's talk honestly about our teachers who are being physically attacked in classrooms. Because it's happening. We know it's happening. No one's saying it isn't. But the data tells us that the majority of these physical behaviors towards our staff are within our ESE classrooms. And it's not because our ESE students are bad kids. If you say you care about our students getting physical with our staff, we need to be real and honest about what's actually happening. The educational environment we provide some of our ESE students directly contributes to their increased frustration levels, difficulty with self-regulation, too much stimuli, and ultimately increasing negative behaviors. This is a reality. And it's not the fault of our teachers. Our ESE teachers are patient, passionate, loving professionals. They give everything to their students. And quite frankly, it's not the fault of BPS. This is a huge issue. It's not a simple solution. It's the result of a statewide model and funding structure. And I don't have the answer to it. I don't know how we fix it. But at a minimum, if we're going to talk about discipline and behaviors, and we're going to highlight one that's incredibly important to our staff, then we at least have to acknowledge the why before we pretend to fix it. So to people who are listening and don't really understand why I'm saying that, when a student is struggling, a team meets and does an assessment for that student. We document their abilities, where they are currently, the goals that we want them to achieve within the year, sometimes objectives and benchmarks along the way, the services that we as an education institution can provide to them in order to reach those goals. Exceptional student education, sometimes there'll be therapists involved, both physical, communication. We take the time to identify the least restrictive environment for that student. And what that means is we decide what setting that student can function their best in, with the least amount of time removed from their general education peers. Then we draft an individualized education plan, an IEP. And when our students are recommended a self-contained classroom setting, they suddenly find themselves in an environment that is contradictory to the term individualized. They're among 15 other individualized education plans in an elementary school. Sometimes they are in multi-grade levels, kindergarten through third grade in one class, fourth through sixth grade in another, among varying exceptionalities and needs. We've got one teacher, 15 individualized needs, multi-grade level curriculums, often new students coming in and out as they're identified throughout the year. And if they're lucky, they have an instructional assistant position staffed to support them. We expect our ESE teachers to manage these settings with limited resources and limited staffing. And we expect our most vulnerable students who may be struggling not only academically, but socially, emotionally, physically, with communication deficits, to thrive in these challenging settings. We need to acknowledge reality. And we have to take action and address it not only for our staff's well-being, for every student in those classrooms to have a safe learning environment. And it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be quick. So I ask again, where are these instances happening most often? And when we look at it by grade level, there's an incredible spike when we hit 7th grade. No shock to anyone who has a middle schooler, right? It's reflective of their childhood development. It makes sense, and that's why as an organization, we are focusing on reimagining middle schools, because we know it's a problem, and we want to do something differently. And so I say, if we can do that there, then we need to start having a conversation about reimagining the way we focus on our ESC classrooms and the way we service our ESC students. So this next part is where I'm frustrated. You know, there was a lot said today that gives this impression that students are doing these terrible things and it's not being addressed. I got data that says to me, and I believe that this is year to date. I'm not positive of that. Let's see, data pulled. Yes. So I'm assuming this is from our school year, this data right here? Okay, just so the beginning of this school year to now. Okay. There have been 26,132 incidents reported. And then we have data about the actions taken towards those. 32,270. So we have like 6,000 responses to referrals. And I can't literally break this down on paper, but it tells me, I think I can safely assume that when those kids are referred, we had some kind of consequence put in place. Because it doesn't make any sense. We have more consequences than we have referrals. Because sometimes we have students who do something and they get more than one referral and more than one consequence. But I say this to our teachers listening. I hear you when you come to me. I argue the number one frustration is that teachers feel like they aren't supported. They feel like when they write a referral, it isn't followed through with. And I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're lying. What I'm asking you, and I really think the purpose of this meeting is to acknowledge that's the number one frustration. So let's do something about it. Let's let our teachers know, because I'm an educator from BPS, I know the culture of our educators. They're concerned and fearful to be honest about it, to put it in writing, and to tell someone to help them. I want you to hear me, and I think all of us should say it, because that's really the purpose of this meeting today. Put it in writing. Tell us. I hear you, I believe you, but when you come to me and you say, I had this incident in my classroom, and my teacher or my administrator didn't respond to it, we can't do anything from the district level with that. You're not giving me a specific incident, a specific student, a specific action to address with the staff here to then go address with the staff at your school. You have permission to do that. Please do it, because it's not going to get better if you don't. And the scariest part about this, because it is the number one frustration for classroom teachers, is that they also say in the same breath, because they don't help me and I don't feel supported, whether or not in their specific scenario it's true or not, they feel that way, they no longer write referrals. Well, that doesn't help either. That's not going to fix the problem either. And so if we're going to make a change and we're going to be honest about what's happening, you have to document it. You have to tell us about it. No one's going to retaliate against you. You can call me if you think they did, because if you don't think I'm going to not defend you, I don't think you've been paying attention. Please, let's have an honest conversation today. Number one frustration for teachers, feeling like they're not supported. Let's fix it. Number one, physical altercation. Unhealthy ESC environments for our students and our staff. It hurts to say it, but it's true. And stop blaming the laws and the handcuffing, because it's not true. It hurts our community. It hurts our community.
Ms. Campbell?
All right. So I'm going to share just from some thoughts that were highlighted to me as I was listening to everybody around this, whatever we are, you. But before I do that, I do want to, you may have been able to tell a little frustration in my voice at the beginning of the meeting, and I want to share why I was frustrated, and I'm going to share why I'm glad we're doing this. My frustration is because we had on the agenda, we're gonna talk about the discipline plan, but there were no specifics. There was nothing else posted on the agenda. There was nothing, hang on, listen, just stop, if you would, please. I think when we have these, however many you said, 30-something people come up, I think we're gonna have people come up and talk about their concerns about corporal punishment, because the perception, warranted or unwarranted, it's gone out there. I mean, I got the phone call from NBC News, national news last week, wanting to know, were we doing corporal punishment? Was it legal? I'm like, I watched the press conference, that's not what he said. But the perception is that we're about to reinstitute corporal punishment. I didn't hear that, so if that's why you came to speak, please keep your comments short so we can get through this, because I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we've got people who are here to address other things that we're not talking. So I will. But my frustration was we didn't know. We didn't know. I think you knew, but we didn't know, and the public didn't know on the agenda what exactly were we talking about. And so people just had to make assumptions, and when people make assumptions, they usually make the worst assumptions. And it's based on their political background, and I hate that. If you know me well enough, you know I hate getting into the politics of everything, but that's where we are. This is the world that we live in, and everybody drew sides. We heard the sides drawn today, and thank you, gentlemen, for being respectful of one another, but we heard as well as you could. Maybe, I don't know, whatever, we can move on to the next thing. But we can have this discussion without having to draw sides, but we drew sides because we didn't know. So that's my frustration. The positive thing, and the reason why I'm glad we're having this conversation, is because some of the things that were brought out today, we actually already have some things in place, and we have those conversations as a board all the time. We have had workshops on discipline, we have had workshops on behavior plans, we have, it has been presented to the board, the resources that we have for our teachers, for our families. But you know what, a lot of times, because people aren't paying attention. Well, you bet the world is paying attention today. So thank you for creating this opportunity, because I want now in this arena that everybody's paying attention, for people to see, yes, what the issues are, but also what we already have in place that maybe they weren't aware of, that maybe now they'll get more involved and they'll more participate. And I'm going to mention some things like, thank you for bringing me more mental health resources. Mr. Young, I think you said that, for our teachers. We have, and I'm going to say it publicly because I know the teacher's going to be watching this. We have, through our, what's the EAP, Employee Assistance Program, we have free, as many as you need, phone-based and a certain number of in-person mental health counseling for all of our employees. We have that. I don't know what the participation level is, but it's not high enough. We have now, through our marathon health clinics, which are available to everyone on the health plan, which is about 6,000-ish of our 9,000 employees, we have mental health resources at, Dr. Thady, at every clinic, correct?
At the central area clinic, and it moves.
Right, so we have the resources available for everybody who's on the health plan. I want all of our employees to hear me clearly say, we have mental health resources available for you today, and aside, if you're on the insurance program, you have through Cigna. We take advantage of those because we do not want you to be without resources when they're there at your fingertips. We have some training. I'm going to shift here to some of the things that I've heard, other things that I've heard. We talked about fully staffed. You know what? It would be great if we were fully staffed. That would help. And you know what? When people said that, we need more bus drivers, we need more IAs, my heart breaks and I just want to cry, because we're trying so hard and I can't make people come take these jobs. And you know what? My great frustration, and I'm sorry, my frustration, I've got frustrations about lots of things. They're not necessarily aimed at any one person in particular right now, is that we had people, and bless you, county, for approving the millage, but we had people when we were trying to fight that battle, when we were trying to say, look, we can't get people hired, we need to be able to pay them more, and they were fighting with every last breath for us to not get the millage passed, when that is the thing that's going to enable us, hopefully, and I'm not that's not going to solve all our problems, but it will help. It will help with the recruitment, it will help with the retention. Please see the head nods of our union representatives, our employee representatives over there. It will help, and yet people were fighting against that. And you know what? A lot of what was mentioned today by just be honest, conservative and liberal sides of the room, where we need more people, more staffing, more pay, more programs, and every single one of those is dollar signs. Now, there were other things, and I'm getting to that. But all programs, people, all of that retention, that's all dollar signs. And you know what? There's things that we can control and things that we can't control and things that we can influence. Dollar signs, honestly, we can't control. The state holds that budget. And they give us, thank you, Brevard County, again, I just have to say it again, for approving the millage, because then the Brevard County citizens decided, you know what, we can control that as a community, but this board can't control that. I heard drug issues. I'm going to mention that later, because one of the reasons why that we are the #1 expelling school district in the county is because we are one of only 2 school districts in the county that expels for drug use. And I think, even though that's not the behaviors I think that everybody's highlighting today, it is definitely involved. And I think that we have the opportunity maybe in the future to dream a little bit differently and maybe find that, because that is a huge problem. Professional development. I'm going to tell you what, I believe that everybody at this table in this community needs to give a little bit. Everybody part of this organization needs to give a little bit. We cannot decide that our side has all the answers. And I'm going to tell you, union representatives, I am kind of tired as a board member of constantly hearing the pushback on professional development. We have had a lot of fuss about how even Hurricane Makeup Day is on February 20th, it's Professional Development Day, and we fussed and said, you know what, nope, we need to use that as a Hurricane Makeup Day because, you know, our teachers need, and they need the time off, they need the planning, I totally get that. We also had a fuss about taking, you know, early release days, but listen, we only have so much time for professional development. We can't make people do professional development outside of the certain realms. We need the professional development. We have more new teachers than ever before, more new bus drivers, more new IAs before, and yet we're not giving the time. We're fighting against the time to give the professional development. And that's very frustrating. So we're going to have to give a little bit because we want to provide that professional development to them, but they have to be willing to take it. And then, yes, parental involvement in families. I heard that from the sheriff. I heard that from the unions. I heard that from, you know, different employee groups. I heard it from our community leaders. Yes, we've been talking about that for so long. Here is my frustration with that, is a lot of times the people who are in the room hearing that are the ones who are already involved. And we have to figure out, how do we take that message of parental involvement to the people who aren't in the room? And they don't really give a care about this video. They're not going to watch this meeting. How do we take the parental involvement to them? Because we just started that parental academy. I think we had better turnout last Thursday than we did the week after the hurricane, but it was still pretty low. How do we take that message to parents who honestly are overwhelmed and feel unprepared to deal with their own children? Because, you know, we talk about bus drivers and teachers can't get their kids to put their phones down. They can't. I see parents all the time who can't get their own kids to put their phone down, and they're unprepared. So, and it's easy to say, just take them, but you know what? I know a lot of parents who, they don't know how to do it. They don't have the skills. So I don't know. So all of that to say, it is a multi-pronged, I'm going to borrow your phrase that you use, Sheriff Ivey, when you talk about security, a multi-layered approach. We have to address professional development for especially for our new teachers who don't have those classroom management skills under their belt, because a lot of them didn't come from education backgrounds, and we're throwing them in there. God bless their souls. We've got to address community and parental involvement. We've got to address the drug issue. We you know, federal and state laws, we can't address that, but you know, that may be a part of it. We have to address all of it. And I'm really glad, another thing I'm really glad of in this conversation is because I think there was a perception that some of this was going to be, you big bad school district, you're doing everything wrong. And that's not actually what I heard. I heard, families, it's time to step up. Number one, I heard that more than anything else, so I heard that. And it's time for us to get as many resources as we can, knowing that we're limited and we can't produce staff out of thin air. But we've got to do everything we can to get these things filled, because that is a huge issue. And I don't want to be, I'm an optimist, so I hate thinking about that in a negative way, but that's not going away anytime soon. And we're not unique. Brevard is not unique in any of the problems that we've talked about today. So it's not big bad Brevard, big bad Brevard Public Schools, big bad Brevard community. This is national and international. So yes, I'm glad we're talking about this, and I hope that we can be a leader. But I think everybody needs to be ready to give a little and not assume that their way, or that whatever ideas they have, that's the only way that it can be done. So I may have gone a little bit more, pardon me for sermonizing, but you opened the door, Mr. Susan. I walked through.
And that's why we're here, so thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Trent.
All right, so we hear you. And I was praying for a time like this where we could not look left, not look right, but find a topic that, we agree on. So we don't repeat ourselves, in which I think we're all going to wind up saying some of the same things here, but I think it's important to get out, is we hear you. And I think that was the message that was trying to get out, at least that was my perception with Sheriff and the others, is that teachers, administrators, parents, we hear you. Today, before I even forget it, and I'm terrible at names, but my AP teacher and my teacher of the year and my IA, thank you. Thank you as a parent. Thank you as a teacher. Here's my big hug to you. And then believe me, people out there are doing the same thing. To my person at, I got names in front of me now, Miss Samantha, thank you so much for mentioning parents and parental involvement. And my minister lady down there that mentioned parents. We feel here on the board, this is the ultimate parent connection right here. We are parents. Jennifer Jenkins and Katie Campbell, Matt Susan, and Megan and myself. This is where we felt we could contribute and put our names in and go through quite the effort to be here. It isn't the biggest thing. I mean, the biggest thing sometimes is working 2 and 3 jobs and getting your kids to school. I'm a product of that. So, but this is something we can do. But we need help. Some of the toughest words for a human to speak is "I need help," and this board needs your help, parents and community. And this will not be the last. This should be the beginning of the help. From the extreme of we need maybe parents walking some hallways. We need parents invited and feel comfortable to eating lunch with your child. We need parents to possibly sit in your child's classroom. Okay? Those were the things, those were the issues that I had to deal with growing up. My mom was not my bus driver, thank God. But there were times where the teacher would call the parent and say, can you come in this week and sit with little Johnny or Sally or whomever in the class? And I believe, and I pray that this is the new norm here in Brevard. That has been brought up at many meetings, and it was shot down immediately. That's the new day, that we're going to allow parents back into the discussion. So when we hear candidates running on a parental issue, it isn't that we're trying to tell teachers how to do their job, those teachers that were afraid that was happening, or other parents that were afraid that the teacher and the parent was going to decide on the curriculum that's being taught or how it's taught. That's left up to the professionals or the teachers in the classroom. That's not what we meant. We just need a seat at the table, and we need that. And I'm thankful for this. I'm a note taker. Pardon me to go through some of these things. I wasn't going to touch on some of them, but I feel that I have to do that. I'll start at the very beginning or the end when our board member said, unless we use actual data and facts, nothing else matters. We only use data, and I have a little bit of a math background, that was compiled honestly. We also heard that we need teachers to write referrals. Well, the reason why, and unfortunately, things get watered down is we get beat down after a while, okay? And those teachers, many of them are not writing the referrals or having the discussions. And you have to ask why, right? Because, you know, Mr. Schifrin, I've not been involved 50 years, but it's been 20, okay? 30 being a parent. So let's go back when I first started as a teacher, and I would make a phone call home. And we had to log these phone calls. And they were nice phone calls, you know, even if it was on a bad situation or an uncomfortable situation. And I would get, thank you, Mr. Trent, for calling. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I'll take care of it when so-and-so gets home. Then it went to, I don't know what to do. Do you have any suggestions? I don't know how to keep the phones out of my kids' hands or playing video games. Many times it was split homes. Well, he's with his dad, or she's with the dad 3 days a week, and they get to do whatever they want, play video games, and, you know, so that's when the earbuds and the phone, that was even before phones, so we knew the issue. Then it went to, well, what'd you do to my kid to make him behave that way? Then it went to, I dropped him off at school, and that's your problem. Then it went to, we don't make those phone calls home anymore. That's what's happening. Unfortunately, that's what's happening. I can't tell you how many times that my phone's been ringing off the hook during the campaign, or even as a teacher, where they just said, my principal now has come to me and said, I have to get used to the new norm. Stop complaining that this behavior is acting because we're not doing anything. I spent some time at the ALC, not as a student, but as a teacher, and too many times the student would come back with a piece of candy and say, gotcha. You know, we've got to stop doing those kinds of things. We need help in that instance. Okay, so we need to acknowledge reality. Reality isn't in the data currently. The reality you heard around the table today, that's reality. 20 years in the classroom, that's reality. Teacher retention is an issue. Bus driver retention. We know that's an issue. When they're making 2 and 3 loops and a kid is an hour and a half late to school, that's reality. And we're here to come together and not just base things on whatever we see on paper, because we know how things can get moved around. Okay? So what I'm getting at there, here's my fear with parental involvement. And not that I believe these, but this is a fear. Parents don't care. Absolutely, it's a lie. That's our fear. Okay? And why do I fear this? Well, because of the 20 years that I've dealt with calling and contacting parents. I pray that that's not the case. So it is up to us. Get some parents to get involved. That's what we need to do. And I think Ms. Campbell said, many times when we come here as a parent and we say we need to get involved, it's the parents that are here that do the involvement. Grab a neighbor. Let's have some town hall meetings maybe. I like the idea of moving around. Maybe we'll come to them. Okay, but I'll end it on this. I worked closely with the dean my last few years. I can't start to explain why the parents would even call and argue and threaten a lawsuit even for a detention. And why my little students, because they're late 3 times in a day or 2 days, that they even have to serve a detention. The argument on that, and then it escalates from there. So when these major things are going on, all the little things as a classroom teacher gets overlooked. Those used to be the big things, just like blatant disrespect from the teacher to the teacher and to the other students. So yes, we have to take everything into consideration, but we have to have some non-negotiables. Like being able to sit in a classroom, respect your teacher, respect your fellow students. We used to hang that on our wall. Each class would come up with their own non-negotiables before learning can start. I'll end it when we talked about, well, you know, kids are behind in reading and in math. Trust me, I understand. I'm a math teacher. Okay? I have some special concerns in my class, in my home with reading right now. Okay? But why are they behind? There's lots of reasons. But I believe some of the reasons
is what we're talking about here today. No learning can start unless the discipline in the classroom is handled. Very little can start. We have so few minutes as an educator already. I think there was one study, 17 minutes of class period that we actually had learning going on after attendance and after all the things that we have to take care of. Those minutes are crucial, and us as educators need those minutes. All I want to say is I actually appreciate it hasn't been a left or right issue, that it needs to be colorblind. But we love all children. That's why we become educators, right? And that's why we get married and we have children. We love students. We want them to be the successful adults that we're hoping they all can be. But it's going to take this to start. So I appreciate everyone coming together. Many of you here didn't endorse me, didn't support me. But I said there's going to be grounds that we can come together on this. And this has got to be a bare minimum. So I got to stop. Thank you so much.
Just so everybody understands, Mr. Trent was most recently in the classroom among everybody. So he was in the classroom as of about a month ago. So many of what you see, he's heard with and met with people locally. Thank you. Ms. Wright.
I want to thank you guys for each coming today. This to me signifies the fact that we all recognize that this is a problem. Every one of us that's sitting here is here because we care, because we want to make our classrooms a productive learning environment. We want to make our school buses a safe vehicle for our kids to be transported in. And so I'm grateful that we can come together. This opportunity doesn't exist very, very often. I think really what I walk away from is this is our student code of conduct. Just so you guys know, when somebody says to a parent, hey, our code of conduct's online, do you think a parent is going to go and read this? Realistically, I mean, this is hundreds of pages of student conduct. No parent has read that. I can guarantee you that. And I think really what we need is we need clear expectations. And I think that will produce a clear result. But if we can't clearly define to our students and to our teachers, hey, this is what we're expecting from you guys, students, this is what we're expecting from you as far as behavior goes. If it's this many pages to define it, then how are we ever going to have a clear policy where we understand? It just doesn't exist in this. It doesn't. So I'm encouraged that we can pull together on this topic and we can say, hey, give us some feedback. We want to simplify this. We want to put this policy in every parent's hands and say, here's what we're looking for from your student. Partner with us. Please come help us at the schools. We need our parents involved. I think that is something I can hear from everybody here today. Our sheriff, thank you, Sheriff Ivy. I am so appreciative to the fact that you have drawn so much attention to this, because you know what else I've heard? All over the state of Florida, everyone is going through this. This is not just Brevard County, every one of us. And you know why we're hearing that? Because that video came out. So I'm grateful that the awareness has been created over this topic. And I'm encouraged that I think we can come together and we can find solutions to this as long as we're willing to hear both sides. That's all I'm saying about that. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. First, I'd like to say thank you to each person who took time today for their own busy schedules to make this meeting a priority. As you'll see from the agenda today, our emphasis will be on ensuring that we will be embracing a community, a collective approach to this problem. For too long, the school district has been working in isolation on issues that's far-reached consequences beyond the walls of our schools. In fact, I say that our discipline policies and procedures impacts all aspects of our community here in Brevard County. And on that note, I would like to say this. This issue is surely not isolated to Brevard County. What we're confronted with is a societal issue. And I know that the efforts in bringing change to a substantial issue will not happen overnight. But what I do know about Brevard County is this. When the mission calls, we answer. When a problem's identified, we innovate, we explore, and we develop solutions. Today is our first step in developing those solutions. But first, it is important to hear the voices of those that are experiencing the problems on a daily basis. Because in this current state, that's exactly what's missing. The voices of those experiencing this reality day in and day out. So you can put data in front of me that says there are no issues. But those are numbers absent from human voices, and I refuse to continue to allow numbers to be the only voice in this problem. So again, thank you to those of you who have reached out, who have stepped up. Your courage and your commitment is what will be bringing positive change to the school district, and I'm greatly, for each one of you here today, I think we're about to do something amazing. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back, everybody. I wanted to address a couple of quick issues. The first one is that we had some individuals that were at the table that signed up to speak. I just wanted to make sure I'm going to read your name if I can just negate that. Sam, are you good for me to take your speaking? And right? Brian, you good because you're speaking through the whole thing? And then Benny Jackson, is that good? Thank you. And then after reviewing all of the secondary lists, there were a couple of individuals that did not put anything down. I think it's about discipline, but I was going to ask real quick, is Josephine Hunter here? Yes. Okay, I'm assuming it's discipline, so I can put you in with them? Okay. And then Skip Parrish? Yes. Discipline, yes, sir. Okay, so that makes that. We now, just so everybody have, roughly 37 speakers on discipline. So with 3 minutes, here's what I would say. If you can speak quicker, we can get through that to get to what we're trying to do. We are going to, the individuals that are here have been, I have lunch coming from Mr. Delicious. He called up and he's right around the corner. It's a pizza company. He's going to bring pizzas and stuff like that for us. If you guys are interested while we're moving and you guys needed to head to the back, our lunch area only opens or stays open till 1 o'clock. So if you guys are wanting to eat, you can head back there, get food, and come back. But I think we need to work through this. So if we can work through the lunch piece, because there's some people that are concerned that if we start getting past 2:30, 3 o'clock, they have to go pick up their kids and stuff like that. So with that said, I will begin the public speaking. And if you were a speaker and you got a number or whatever it is, I put them back in numerical order, but there may be some people in between that might have been with you that put down the other piece. So with that stated, let's go with Josephine Hunter, please, number 3. And then after that is Katie Delaney and Kelly Curvin, please.
Good morning, everyone. Josephine Hunter, I don't know if I have to give my address, but I'm a Melbourne resident. A lot said today, have to move quickly through this. First of all, thank all of you for your service. I hope you know it is service. You know, and it's a calling. It does take a calling. I'm a widowed pastor's wife. It takes a calling to love God's people or to help God's people and to teach his children as well. That's the first thing. I'm also a mother of 2 and had a handicapped son that never walked or talked that I physically cared for 12 years. So I understand ESE, I understand IEP, all of that. Have been a bonus parent to 7 children. So I've had my experience. Several of them are college educated with degrees and some didn't go, but I've had a little of all of it. So that being said, just with the discipline policy, I do believe it has to be data driven and looking at the data, which of course I had a little issue with someone saying it was not correct data or that there was no data given or data, whichever word you prefer, considering that it came from a retired Harris engineer and avionics engineer, and more importantly, it was pulled from BPS information. So that part. So, you know, either we trust our system and our paperwork or we don't, our statistics from your system, or we don't. But anyway, the data points out that the main problem is willful disobedience. That could be sit down. That could be quiet. But the point is, when you look at the data, that's the main thing, the first thing. I heard this gentleman over here say that teachers are leaving, number one, because increasing demands on them and less pay. So we have to look at those things as well. The millage was passed. Hopefully pay is going to help with that. The previous policy in 2018, again, the sheriff helped put that together with Mr. Mullins. And again, it had all the tactical training, it had this, it had that, but only 8 hours of mental health. We have to reallocate those funding. Mental health is what we need, not the sheriff there. We now have RSOs, SROs in school with big guns across their chests. You're scaring the kids. And let's be real, if something happened, they couldn't get the gun up quick enough to do anything anyway. It's just a scare tactic, it's intimidation. You don't need kids afraid of the law. You need kids to embrace law enforcement, to be willing to work with them, to be willing to come to them when they have a problem, not afraid of them because of a gun and running from them. So that's the opposite of what we need. Our bus drivers, open the door, tell them to get off. okay? If your life is in danger, if they're hitting you in the back of the head, my mother was a bus driver for St. Joseph's, where I graduated from elementary at, and she didn't put up with it. I mean, and she didn't have those issues. The way we rear our children, there's no biting, there's no kicking allowed. Those two things that you didn't put your foot on anybody, and you didn't spit on anybody. Those things we didn't tolerate.
Ma'am, you're at 3 minutes. That's, if you can conclude in the next 5 seconds, and then we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Colorblind. Yeah. That part. Colorblind. Because if we're saying that it's because of discipline that we can't teach our children, if that's the case, the whites would not be graduating at one thing, 99%, and your blacks graduating at 60 or 30%. That's not, we can't blame that on discipline.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter.
Now, maybe we need to do a different way of teaching.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. I appreciate your time. Ms. Katie Delaney, please come up next. Just so everybody knows, your numbers are over there on the side. She's running the, Miss Tammy McGuire, who works for us, is running the actual time. So if you need to know your time, please look over there. All right. Go ahead, Miss Katie.
This is a topic that I've been talking about for a few years now at school board meetings, and I am so thankful and happy that all of you are sitting here, and we're hopefully going to come to a plan to really make our schools a safe place. One of the issues that I've seen is that it's not equally, discipline is not equally distributed across the board, and it should not be based on the child. It should be based on, if you're throwing a chair in a classroom, you don't belong there. I'm sorry, but if you cannot behave, that's not my child's fault. My child's education should not be hindered because that child does not know how to behave. And by that child, I don't mean black, white, Hispanic, any other thing. I mean the child who wasn't taught how to behave. And if a child with ESE cannot behave, I'm sorry, they do not belong with children who can behave. I'm sorry, it is what it is. We need to train these children in the way that they go, right, Pastor? We need to train up these children in the way that they go, and they will not depart from it. That is the truth. That is the truth. That is the truth. And I'm sorry about that, but that is the truth.
Ms. Delaney, if you can pause for just a second. Everybody, we're here, and we all have different views, but as stated, we all have a specific goal. And whether you believe in that or not, we ask our children to act inside of our classrooms. We have to ask our people to start acting correctly in the boardroom. So please, as we move forward, let's move forward. Conversations can be made afterwards. And I would also ask the speakers to temper some of their comments just so that we don't get everybody riled up in the room. So thank you very much. Ms. Katie.
And just because a child has ESE needs does not mean that they cannot behave. That is not true. That is not true. They may need services, they may need help, but that does not mean that they cannot learn to behave and be respectful to adults. That is the truth. We managed to figure it out for the past couple hundred years, and for whatever reason, now things are different. And cell phones are a huge piece of that. Not having a father in the household is a huge piece of that. So I would love for our community to get involved and help these kids that are a constant disruption to the classroom. Maybe that's a piece of this discipline plan that we can do. If it's a child from a fatherless home, or maybe whatever, a single parent home, maybe a person from the community could come in, and that could be their school, and we could just put our arms around that kid and help them. This is not a color issue. This is a child issue. We need all of our kids to be successful. We need all of our kids to feel loved and safe, and that is the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delaney. Next up, Kelly Curvin, please. After Miss Kelly, You have Lisa Ray, Hylia Mercer,
Well, that's when I
and
was
Charna Berry.
On
Ms. Kelly
Monday,
Curvin, please. And if you guys can address, when you speak as a, from the speaking, if you can speak directly to me and make all of your comments towards me. Please don't identify anybody that's inside the crowd. Please identify all remarks to me. Thank you.
on Monday, I said that my relationship with BPS has not always been a positive one. As the mother of 2 students with IEPs, the road to equitable access to their education has not been a straight line. Today, you will hear from people who will ask you to remember our students suffering from poverty, food insecurity, and homelessness when thinking about updating our disciplinary policy. So instead, I'm going to tell you about my 14-year-old daughter, Samantha. In kindergarten, Samantha struggled to memorize enough sight words to pass. In the 1st grade, I was told that Samantha was a slow and purposeful reader. She didn't enjoy reading out loud, but she passed all the reading tests. On the 18th day of 2nd grade, her teacher approached me and asked, "Kelly, did you know Samantha cannot read?" I was floored. First, because we read together every night, and Samantha had an S in reading the entire year before. But what they don't tell you is that before taking those tests in the 1st grade, the stories are read in a group setting, so Samantha didn't have to know how to read it. She just had to hear it. It would take an entire calendar year plus 2 more months to get her staffed with an IEP, at which point she started the 3rd grade reading at a late kindergarten level. While waiting the 14 months it would take BPS to catch up, I started doing my own legwork, and she was diagnosed with dyslexia. I was then introduced to a tutor who had a 1-hour spot Samantha could have on Fridays. But doing that meant checking Samantha out of her BPS classroom every single week to attend her sessions. After doing that for an entire school year, 1 hour a week of targeted research-based intervention, she ended the 3rd grade with a 3 on her FSA. All she needed was to be taught phonics, how to decode words, and the rules of reading. You see, the thing about dyslexia is that it doesn't care about your race or gender or socioeconomic level. 20% of the population of the entire world has it. It is about taking in information and processing it differently. So how does that relate to discipline problems in the classroom? When you're a 4th grader, 5th grader, 6th grader, and beyond who must sit in a classroom trying to learn information when you haven't even been taught to read it, what do you expect to happen? Samantha's dyslexia was a barrier for her. It wasn't a barrier for, Students with dyslexia who do not receive intervention by the 3rd grade will struggle for the rest of their lives. The risk factors for depression, drug addiction, suicide, and incarceration skyrockets as they become part of the 19% who graduate high school as functionally illiterate, assuming they graduate at all. What separated Samantha from her other peers was privilege. Her father and I could check her out, we could pay for tutoring, and I dedicated more hours advocating in IEP meetings than I could even relay. It's not easy when our district does not invest in the right curriculum or programs or teacher trainings. I know my time is running out, so I'm going to ask you to think about your responsibilities to teaching all of our students and how your neglect in doing so impacts them not only academically but behaviorally. As our chairperson stood by Sheriff Ivey in front of our county prison while threatening and antagonizing our students with harsher, even violent discipline, the irony was not lost to me that nearly 80% of our prison population is functionally illiterate. And we know that because our prison system screens for dyslexia and Brevard Public Schools does not.
Thank you, Ms. Curvin. Next up, Ms. Lisa Ray, please. Is Ms. Lisa Ray here in the audience? Okay. Ms. Lisa Ray, is she in the audience? Okay. No, I know. Thank you.
Good morning, hello. Thank you to the school board members for the opportunity to share. Just a quick note, when I walked in this morning, I was happy to see, because like we've heard, we weren't sure what was happening this morning. I was happy to see so many voices represented at the roundtable, invited to participate in the discussion, but there is at least one voice missing. I would like to see, hopefully moving forward in these conversations, someone here to represent our students with disabilities. So I hope you would include that in your roundtable moving forward. Okay, thank you. So my name is Lisa Ray. I'm the mom of an adorable and precocious 2nd grader, as well as an ESE support specialist for Brevard Public Schools for the last 7 years. Prior to that, I was a special education teacher for 12 years, working with students who had significant behavioral struggles that impacted their ability to attend their zone neighborhood schools. Effective school discipline policies are critical to promoting our students' successful learning. There are many barriers to effective school discipline, including the widespread use of punitive approaches and inconsistent implementation that often disproportionately impact minorities and students with disabilities. Research published by the National Association of School Psychologists shows us that punitive, get-tough approaches, they don't work. Empirical evidence has shown that zero-tolerance policies are not effective. In fact, they can inhibit academic achievement and increase problem behaviors and dropout rates. In this study, we'll see the numbers closely represent Brevard County, but in this study, although Black students accounted for about 15% of all public school students, they represented about 39% of students suspended from school. U.S. Department of Education data shows that among students with disabilities, 26%, and it was 31% in Brevard County, 26% received at least one out-of-school suspension, and 24% were expelled during the school year, although in this study they represented just 12% of students, and we learned this morning it was 17% with Brevard Public. On the other hand, positive approaches to discipline teach and reinforce positive behaviors, are clear and equitably applied to all students, employ culturally competent practices, and keep students in school and out of jail. They focus on fair and consistent discipline, positive behavioral interventions and support, PBIS, which we have here in some of our schools, social and emotional development, restorative justice, and positive school climate. Research shows that positive behavioral interventions significantly reduce student suspension, referrals, and bullying, and school-wide positive behavioral interventions are associated with more equitable discipline practices among all students.
Ms. Ray, your 3 minutes is up. If you can conclude it.
Sure, final thought. Students who participate in school-based social-emotional learning show significant improvements in their social-emotional skills, positive social behaviors, and a decline in disruptive behavior. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ray. Ms. Mercer.
Hi, I'm Hyla Mercer. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I have almost 30 years with Brevard Public Schools, the last 15 as an elementary school principal. I've had experience with behavior and discipline. I've been told what I can do to myself by kids from kindergarten through 12th grade. I've been bitten, pushed, spit on, cursed, and before I retired, I even overheard my assistant principal explain to a student that if she hit me, she would not only be charged with battery, but with abuse of the elderly. This I know. Teachers want to teach. Most students want and all deserve to learn. Teachers want disruptive students removed and not returned until they are prepared to behave and allow the learning cycle to continue. We must provide that. Children misbehave for many reasons. Some are so damaged and so broken that it will take a myriad of solutions to help them learn to behave and be productive citizens. It will take will and resources, talent, training, time, and money. Please, moving forward, if we're going to talk about BPS issues, including discipline, let's do so here in this house, not in front of the county jail. Doing so reinforces the school-to-jail pipeline many perceive in this community to our detriment. Let's view every student who goes to jail as a result of failures in our society, including our schools. We can do better. The will and talent to do so is in this room, in our community, and beyond. We can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer. Sharna Berry, then Michelle Barano, and Skip Parrish are up next. Ms. Berry.
Hello, everyone. So listening to this meeting and listening to prior media, it's a lot. and there's a lot of changes that needs to be made. One thing I will say is data does matter, history does matter. And if we're going to be better, we have to look at those two things to see what needs to change and how we can come together collectively and make a difference. If we want to be if we want our kids to show respect, if we want our kids to learn self-control, better behavior, we have to be the face of that as adults. These kids are watching the media. These kids are looking at our examples. And if we are not portraying any of this, they're not going to learn, right? 3 points I heard today was mental health, parent accountability, and training. What I would like to see with whatever this code of conduct is going to change into or what it's going to look like, I want to see support for continued positive behavior redirection and also mental health support. Coming off these 3 years of COVID, it's been really tough, but we were expected to continue to work. We were expected to continue to come into the schoolhouse and function like nothing happened. Teachers are suffering, parents are suffering, children are suffering. And to be quite honest, because of my own personal experience, there is currently a lack of positive and safe resources available for students, especially children, especially. These kids are children. They don't need to see intimidation or be afraid to go to school and learn. That's not what needs to be taught to them. They don't need to be afraid that physical punishment is coming their way. What we do need is more cultural training and development. We need a more multiculturally competent support staff and community to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. We can make suggestions all day long, but what it boils down is to leadership. And what I will say is, as a leader, Mr. Matt, you have to believe. You have to believe that there needs to be a change and that there needs to be a change with compassion. And do you have an open heart to really, really look at what is happening culturally and as a collective group? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Berry. I appreciate your comments. Ms. Barano, you're up now. Next up, Skip Parrish, then Julie Bywater.
Thank you. I'm the parent of a BPS student and vice president of Families for Safe Schools. Like so many, I was disgusted by the political theater put on by a board member who announced a major shift in school policy in a dramatically staged video rather than in a board meeting. Like so many, I found it reprehensible that a discussion involving our school conduct took place in front of a prison. I found the language the sheriff used to refer to students as insulting and dismissive and touching on abuse. Shame on you for trying to score political points by creating a media spectacle over this issue. Shame on you for using the cheap ploy of fear and anger to frame this issue in a way that will be harmful to our schools and our students. Several people thanked the sheriff for bringing attention with his video. The ends do not always justify the means. You can burn this building down and it will draw attention, but then you're left with a burnt building, and we don't need that. We do have issues. No teacher or school employee should be or feel attacked or threatened while working in our schools and on our buses. The discipline issues in schools are not new, and they're certainly not unique or more extreme in our county. The appropriate personnel for dealing with them are school employees, not law enforcement. In addition to the academic curriculum, students must learn how to behave in class. Misbehavior is one more opportunity to teach and should be handled by the professionals who are trained for it, and they should be trained for it. A rational policy developed by experts in child and adolescent behavior, executed consistently, is what we need. A bonus would be treating our teachers with respect so that we can retain experienced teachers who are better equipped to manage classrooms. The division, hatred, constant outrage and disrespectful name-calling demonstrated regularly now in our society, occasionally in this room, trickles down into our schools. The fact that our sheriff behaved this way on TV while addressing discipline proves he is not the best person for our school policy. The most recent tragic shooting incident involving his department further proves that his work culture isn't right for our students. If anyone should go to jail, it should be the cell phones that are probably the single largest cause for disruption. Let's invest in lock boxes for cell phones in the classrooms rather than funneling more money into law enforcement. It's a technical problem. There are solutions to it. Worst case, create some sort of signal block during class time so that they cannot be used. There is a solution to this. Teachers need more support, more mental health support. There were some excellent suggestions provided by Matt Yount and Sandy Edwards and others in this room. And this panel is the appropriate way to create productive dialogue and solutions, not media spectacles. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Baranow. Skip Parrish, please.
All right, thank you. My comments are going to kind of be all over the board because people are addressing some of the main points that many of us are talking about right now. There was a comment from one of the board members regarding how long the student code of conduct is. I'm a divorced dad in a second marriage. I have two students that are in a different county. That county, Seminole County, has a 49-page student handbook instead of a 96-page one. My student had to read that code of conduct, take a test on it, sign off on it. They gave him a week for that when he moved up into junior high school. If we wanted to implement a policy like that in this county without changing our student handbook at all, you could give the students 2 weeks. This is not difficult. We make students read all the time. We make them read at the kindergarten level all the way through graduate school, if they go that far. We can force them to read, we can make them take a test. If you're worried that the policies you have aren't being abided by, implement something like that before we take drastic measures. In regards to some of the other points, sorry, my screen just locked. I wrote down notes the whole time, and of course my screen locked because I really love being embarrassed publicly. Okay, so with the event that happened the other week, my 7-year-old, who has never had a referral, is kind of scared after that little publicity stunt. And if your intentions were good, they were good. If they were poor, they were poor. I'm not here to judge that. I don't know you personally. I don't know the sheriff personally. But that scared people. And it shouldn't. That should not be the goal. As to whatever discipline changes you wish to push forward later, I mentioned accountability on the student code of conduct vis-a-vis having students read it and sign off on it. Are we doing that with every single IEP for side teachers? Because I've had some side teachers not recognize in this county and in the other county that my older two children are in, not know my child's IEP. I've had substitutes that had no clue my child had an IEP and did things that were dramatically against it. And I've taught at the college level, I've taught at the trade school level, I've taught at an adult high school where most of my students were either criminals or in the process of getting convicted. I have seen some things. Accountability is a two-way street. I'm not saying that most teachers are bad any more than most of these teachers are saying that most students are bad. But if these students need accountability to you, to your code of conduct, to this county's code of conduct, IEPs should have a similar policy as well. Like this whole thing needs to go round and round in every direction.
You can finish it up.
Just that's basically it. There's other things I was going to address, but I got too far into the weeds there. So,
Hey, if you're here afterwards, I'll listen to you. So after the meeting, thank you very much. Thank you, Skip. Julie Bywater. Then we have Diana Haynes, and then we have Sarah Mursky, please.
Good morning. I'm Julie Bywater. I am a member of the local chapter of Moms for Liberty. I have two current students in BPS. They're at Rockledge High. One of my students has a 504, which is different than an IEP. There are different rules, but he's right. Most of his teachers aren't even aware of his 504. He is assertive enough to ask for his accommodations when they're necessary, but he has worked through his issues enough to not have to use them much. But speaking to him, for example, I was a parent sitting in the classroom next to him when he was dealing with his undiagnosed and untreated ADHD, where he's combined type, he's all over the place, his energy is off the charts. If you look at a picture in the dictionary, it was probably him. But I was the parent sitting in the classroom. I was the one redirecting him, cleaning out his desk every day, helping him turn in assignments, because I was there to support his teacher and teach him how to use his executive functioning. We aren't doing that for students. You want to talk about cell phones in the classroom? Let's talk about tech in the classroom. A good portion of your classrooms really are focused way too much on tech, way too much on the use of it. We can do a lot of education with books, paper, pencils, and pens, and you all know it. The internet goes out routinely in schools, and what do you think happens? Those kids go get on their phones and play games and listen to their music and et cetera, because the internet's down and they can't even do their math homework. That's ridiculous. You guys want to talk about cell phones? Stop telling teachers to have their students pull out their cell phone in the middle of class and look up X, Y, and Z. Because let me tell you something. You're sending those big signals. You're saying, hey, look at your phone. Don't look at your phone. Look at your phone. Don't look at your phone. Are you kidding me? Like, you really, really, really need to look at your tech and cell phone policy. We aren't setting our students up for success. We're setting them up to fail. There are so many things that we could be doing with paper, pencil, and stop putting this focus on pick up your phone, look this up, look at Wiki, look at Google. We got to stop doing that. So I'd also like to acknowledge really quick, because I have a kid in high school. They're afraid to use the bathroom because of the fights in the bathroom. And let me tell you, there's a lot more fights going on in those bathrooms and in those hallways that are being reported. My daughter said, you know what? I made it to 7th period yesterday on time because there was a fight and all the students were running to watch the fight, and I actually made it to class in time. Do you think that fight was reported? Probably not. Students are afraid to report it. They're sick of it. You guys really want to talk about discipline? Engage your students. Start doing focus groups and engage your students. Thanks. Oh, and Mr. Susan?
Listen, Ms. Bywater. They're printing it. I should have told you that before.
Hey, dot matrix printer.
I got it. It's in the print shop. Thank you, Ms. Bywater. Diana Haynes, Sarah Mursky.
Good day, all. Thank you for being here. Discipline requires two things. It requires respect and consequences, and without either one of them, little will be accomplished. I was going to speak today on this subject extensively, and the only thing I'm really going to say about it right now is I would hope the school board and the system would consider reducing at-home suspensions to in-school suspensions. You are basically rewarding and giving these kids with very little to no parental supervision vacations, okay? They need to be in school. We pay tax dollars for them to be in school, and that's where they need to be. So let's make detention and suspension an uncomfortable thing. Let's make it, when I was a kid and I had friends that went to detention or suspension, they sat in a room the entire time. They never left except to go get their lunch, come back to the room. Bathroom breaks were scheduled, and then on top of that, there was some sort of manual labor. Our school had a huge garden that was solely responsible for by the detention suspension group. And in the end, it was a good thing because they were very proud of what they produced, and they did something manual that kept them busy. At the same time, we need to separate the groups. Those charged with drug and alcohol offenses, minor ones, need to have drug and alcohol counseling. Also, the kids with the behavior issues need the same thing. You've got these kids as now a contained audience. You need to get your counselors and social workers in there. Now I'm going to go on to something that's completely a little bit different, but Ms. Jenkins brought up this, so I'm going to be compelled to talk to you about this. She talked about teachers and people getting in trouble, teachers getting in trouble for reporting things. As a victim of rape more than once in my life, and my perpetrators free, I want to talk about the rumors about Johnson Junior Middle School. And you can all sit here and say that the police department investigated it and nothing was found. I'm telling you, prior to today, there has been a culture of secrecy in this community. And I walked upon, and I'm not going to divulge these women's name, but I walked up on a conversation with two women who unequivocally have sworn that a teacher has direct knowledge that this occurred in this school. And how dare we? How dare we, 105 days, allow this to go on? And for the two women that have this knowledge, like me, don't like me, but shame on you. You're abating and aiding in a crime. And I am not going to be a party to that. If I have to go to the police department and divulge everything I heard, I will. But this has to be dealt with. And I am hoping that the appropriate people will step forward. I hope that someone, if this teacher does exist, is out there that she or he listens to me and says, for the love of God, come forward. It is my understanding this teacher is up for retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Next up, Sarah Mirsky, Rochelle Jolly, Jabari Hosey.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board and community members at the table. My name is Sarah Mirsky. I'm a wife, mother of two Brevard Public School students. I'm a college student myself studying behavioral science. I'm a taxpayer, voter, stakeholder, and I live in District 2 for school board. I want to wish everyone a happy December. I like to address the discipline issue or the discipline policy. There's no proposed policy changes posted under this agenda item. So I'm confused as to what changes that this board was looking to make. However, as a student studying behavioral science and a mom, I would like to share what has been happening and some things to keep in mind as you consider looking to craft new policy or amend your policy. In BPS, there seems to be a culture of fighting across the district. At McNair, there was at least 2 fights this week, and at Rockledge, students have been posting on social media the fights there. In fact, one of those fights did happen on the bus, and what happened is that the bus had to turn around, and my daughter, who was not a part of the fight in any way, shape, or form, but she was, in a way, held hostage because they had to deal with the discipline issue of the fight on the bus, and then my daughter got home after 6 o'clock when it was dark out. And again, I'm not putting blame on the bus drivers. They did what they had to do. But I also remember a school board meeting in February that I was a part of that was hostile to the bus drivers needing to speak more than 1 minute and were basically shut out of the meeting because the meeting was full. So I want to tell you, as a taxpayer and a voter and some mother, it's quite refreshing to have a new school board that's actually welcoming to parents. For a year, parents have been fighting to get back into these schools. And we were told no, we were told we were a security risk or because of COVID. And now it's so refreshing to hear community members come together, talk about the mental health issues, talk about the discipline issues, and talk about parents getting back into these schools to assist what is going on. The other point that I want to make is that I do think data is important. Absolutely. We got to look at, I'm looking at a lot of data being a full-time college student and behaviors and statistics across all socioeconomic backgrounds. But the other thing is that it's clear that we are in crisis mode as a community with discipline issues in the schools. So we got to look at the data, and we also got to hear what teachers and bus drivers and these community members are saying. We are at a crisis, and we all need to come together and work together. So my point is that we need to have a balanced, that there needs to be balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mirsky. Next up is Rochelle Jolly, then Jabari Hosey.
A couple of weeks ago, I received an email from the principal of my son's school informing us of the SRO's new uniform, as she described. I'm hoping you can help me understand the logic behind this uniform. This is what my reply to her. I'm hoping you can help me understand the logic behind this uniform, which among other things involves the SRO wearing an additional bigger gun across his or her chest. I'm concerned about this and have many questions about the necessity for it. What research was performed that supports that more and bigger guns deter school shootings? Number 2, what are the resources that support this research? Number 3, what additional training did the SROs complete to carry a weapon of this magnitude around small children? Number 4, what training did the teachers and staff complete to be aware of and know the precautions of such weapons around children? Number 5, what training did teachers and staff receive to answer questions from students about the SRO's new uniform? Number 6, who paid for the new uniforms? Number 7, who was responsible if any weapons are misused and innocent children, teachers, and staff are injured or killed? Number 9, are SROs involved in disciplinary actions at BPS? Number 10, what is the plan for continual training for SROs? Number 11, is there a plan for continued training for teachers and staff concerning additional weapons on campus? Where is the data? As a parent that has had the privilege of being a safe haven for misplaced children, this is especially concerning for those children who have had only negative experiences with LEO. For instance, parents or siblings being arrested, or children themselves being forcibly removed from their parents and their homes. I have done extensive amount of research and yet to find that this action will prevent or deter school shootings in any way. I look forward to any resources that the board can provide that will contradict this information. I want my children to be safe at school, and I want everyone's children to be safe at school. I appreciate any answers that can be provided. I sent this email to you, my representative, Matt Susan, to the head of the board for school safety, to the sheriff's office, and to my principal. The only response I received was from my principal. There is no situation where law enforcement should be involved in disciplining of children. Jail is not the answer to helping our children with their behavior, and anyone who has done any research or knows anything about child development knows this. Having an officer aggressively approach a child while wearing a large weapon across his or her chest will be traumatizing. SROs disciplining children will only create or enforce a distrust with law enforcement. Discipline should be handled by the teacher, administration with parental involvement. Sheriff Ivey stood with Matt Susan and Phil Archer in front of the jail while sheriff suggested children have their ass cheeks torn off. Name called our children.
Wrap it up.
He can say it, I can say it. Name called
No,
our
I was
children.
asking you to wrap up your speech.
I
is what
have
it
10
is.
seconds and you've interrupted
No,
me. I want
it's
my time.
past the 10 seconds. It's going, that's the
And
number
used
going up.
intimidating language against children. This is bullying. I am here to say that I will not stand for Ivy or you or Phil Archer to threaten violence against my child.
Thank you, Ms. Jolly. Next up, Jabari Hosey, Lacey Akonsky, and Tessa Rufino. Thank you.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Next up, next speaker, please. Thank you.
I'm speaking for Jabari Hosey. He's had
Can't,
work.
that's, part of our policy says you can't speak for the other person. That's just how it works. I apologize.
Okay.
Next up, thank you. Lacey Akonsky, please, and Tessa Rufino, and then Vance Unruh. Thank you.
We need to protect our children. Hello, I'm Dr. Lacey Okonsky. I have a PhD in psychology, have a daughter in the public school system here in Brevard, and was a former Cape View Rocket myself. I was lucky enough to keep in touch with a few of my teachers. I remember when I was pregnant over a decade later, my 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Katie Metcalf, gifted me a wonderful book called Easy to Love, Difficult to Discipline, which, in Mrs. Metcalf's words, addresses that we need to change our schema as to what discipline really means. We need to teach positive behaviors, and we need to recognize that behind every negative behavior is a child trying to get a need met, but who doesn't have the social or emotional tools yet. Mrs. Metcalf was one remarkable teacher. She's a strong conservative, but she has bipartisan consensus on that. And on this topic, the science stands firmly behind her recommendations. The American Academy of Pediatrics basically defines corporal punishment as open-handed hitting without injury. So using a paddle or tearing off skin would fall under child abuse in most credible nationwide contexts. One study found that up to 20,000 U.S. children sought medical attention for resulting injuries from corporal punishment in schools, such as bruising, muscle damage, and broken bones. When it is legal, it's used on good kids often. A review of thousands of files from right here in Central Florida found that corporal punishment use was not related to severity of misbehavior or how often the kid misbehaved. Studies absolutely do not support corporal punishment actually reduces aggression. One very large study found that those punished more often were also more aggressive. Corporal punishment is bad, very bad for children's brains. Neuroscience shows reduced prefrontal cortical gray matter volume and reduced performance IQ associated with corporal punishment, even in the absence of other identifiable trauma. I'm going to say that again. Neuroscience shows reduced brain matter and reduced IQ with corporal punishment. The American Psychological Association strongly opposes corporal punishment anywhere children are cared for or educated. And they've summarized the following research on corporal punishment. It's likely to train children to use physical violence and to instill hostility and rage without reducing the undesirable behavior. And this is very important. This is because children learn through imitation. We're teaching them this if we use corporal punishment. The American Academy of Pediatrics also opposes corporal punishment, noting that corporal punishment can escalate poor behavior and recommending that corporal punishment in schools be abolished in all states by law. To summarize, corporal punishment is poor at controlling behavior. It increases aggression, it actually teaches aggression, and can have detrimental effects on our children's brain size and IQ.
Thank you, Ms. Okonski. I appreciate the time. Just so everybody knows, it's been stated, and there will not be any discussion of corporal punishment today, and we're not pushing that. So thank you. That's it. Ms. Okonski.
I just have one last little sentence to read to wrap up. Adults are protected from violence by law. We can't assault them. So why should I be forced to let my daughter have someone assault them at school?
Thank you, Ms. Okonski, for your time. Ms. Tessa Rufino, Vance Unruh, Jillian Sadivi. Here we go. We are not enacting corporal punishment today, just so you know. I can't speak for future board members. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you to everyone who took time out of their days to be here. I greatly appreciate it. We have talked extensively about getting parents and teachers involved to solve our pressing problems. If this is so vital, why are school board meetings held at 9 a.m. on a school day? Teachers and students are at school, and most parents are at work. I know many parents that desperately want to be here, but need to be at work to provide for their families. There also needs to be transparent information posted ahead of time about the agenda items so that everyone can be prepared to speak if they wish to do so, such as corporal punishment. Make these meetings more accessible to our community. Choose a time when the people these meetings impact the most can be here. Make your actions match your words, otherwise your words mean nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rufino. Next up, Vance Unruh, Jillian Sadivi, Mia Hosey.
Good morning. My name is Vance Unruh. I'm a software engineer of 30 years. Taking vacation this morning so that I can be here to address you. I live in Palm Bay, do a lot of volunteering at Palm Bay High School. I'm here today to express my concerns regarding the direction that the school discipline policy appears to be taking from what we've seen before this meeting. I've spoken with teachers at Palm Bay. They definitely would like more help with discipline, but they expressed concern over the demeanor, message, and motives of the sheriff's recent announcement. I, for one, do not want more police presence on our campuses. There are too many instances when police officers in Brevard County have shown a tendency to escalate situations with teenagers, as evidenced by the shooting deaths of Sincere Pierce and A.J. Crooms in Cocoa 2 years ago. It was simply not necessary for the officer to escalate the situation and put himself in harm's way, so that, in the words of the sheriff, he was forced to fire. Similarly, on the Florida Tech campus last year, Al-Haji Sal was shot and killed after Brevard police escalated the conflict and once again put themselves in harm's way, so that the shooting of a college student was legally justified. If that is the way that police officers have been trained to respond to teenagers in the past, how much more will they respond with unnecessary violence in the future, given the sheriff's example when he takes the posture he did in front of that jail and proudly declares, if you're a little snot that's coming to our classes to be disruptive, you might want to find someplace else to go to school, because we're going to be your worst nightmare starting right now. I worry about how many more students' lives will be lost if more police officers with these attitudes are deployed on our campuses. I pray that you will consider the voices of teachers and find real discipline solutions to dig new wells of funding our bus drivers to shorten their routes, new wells of mental health support, to dig new wells of nutrition, rather than simply resorting to bullying tactics as was done when this policy was announced. Thank you.
Thank you, Vance. Ms. Jillian Sadivi, Mia Hosey. Is Ms. Jillian Sadivi here, please? Ms. Jillian? Okay. Passing on Ms. Jillian. Mia Hosey. Is Mia Hosey here, please? All right. Mia Hosey. Next up is Christina Kelsian. I'm sorry, the word, there you go, okay. Christine Rowe and Kimberly Gibbs. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
You kind of rolled in there and I couldn't see it when you wrote it, so thank you.
That's quite all right. I'm just a BPS mom here. Most of what I wanted to say has already been addressed. But I'm just here to ask that when we're looking at our disciplinary policy, that we're investing the new millage money, the new funding into our teachers and our counselors and not law enforcement. We all love our SROs. The SROs are here to protect our students. They're not here to discipline them. One other thing that maybe I didn't hear it right, but the school board should look at data across the board. There shouldn't be any members that are dismissing data because it isn't congruent what they're hearing anecdotally. If teachers aren't reporting behavioral issues, then we need to get our teachers to report behavioral issues, because we can't address a situation if we don't understand the numbers behind it. So data is important, and as a math teacher, I would hope that you could appreciate that as well. Thank you all for the service that you're giving, and I'm out.
Thank you, Ms. Christina. With Christine Rowe, Kimberly Gibbs, and Claudette Wells, please come up.
I'm going to apologize right now because I had a full speech written and practiced in my Ohio State University style, and I want to say new things now. I want to start by saying that I have 6 children. 2 of them are stepchildren. 2 have already left school, so I have 2 left in school, and I have a granddaughter that's 2. I'm a registered volunteer. I'm a member of the SAC committee, Student Advisory Committee, for 2 different schools. I am the only parent member at one of the schools. My husband and I kind of took over the defunct PTO and just won first place in schools at the Merritt Island Parade. So shout out to him. I have a son that has been suspended for fighting. A girl was being sexually assaulted, so he took the boy down and he took his 3 days suspension for it. I also have a son that's been in ex-ed that I took out of school at 16 because literally no one could handle him. He would sit outside and curled up in the fetal position being watched by an SRO. I also have a young daughter that will need serious therapy if she's ever exposed to any of these violent activities that I see on Snapchat. I have been working very hard with Dr. Mullins and the parent leadership team to bring other parents in, which is exactly what we've been discussing. Some thank me, some ignore me, but many of them say they're not interested in politics. They just want to have a stress-free life. And politics are the problem. Let me tell you why. The actions of some of the board members have been the equivalent of dropping a bomb in our community. And the board member is right. We did get attention. Embarrassing, unnecessary, lowbrow attention was brought straight into our community yet once again, which is why most of my family members will not even visit me here. As a brand new day was announced in front of a cold concrete and barbed wire, our families were left with no answers, no plan. It doesn't take a genius to know that suspicion, speculation, arguing, and more vile and disturbing comments about our children would continue after that fiasco. As you pander to this sheriff, the University of Florida did a study and found that no evidence of behavior changing was even found when law enforcement was present. How can you and your decisions be trusted when you can't even run a simple Google search? Furthermore, you make this alliance with a now absent individual who is notorious for rude, in-your-face, cussing, threatening, antagonistic behavior, who remains unapologetic about the death of 2 Brevard students just recently. But the kids won't notice that hypocrisy, right? That won't make them angry. I agree, this isn't a BPS issue. This is a United States issue. We have all witnessed the chaos of grown adults in this county. Adults screaming in car windows that the election was stolen.
Ms. Rowe, if you can wrap it up.
I'm wrapping it up right now.
Thank you.
Houses and cars adorned with the F-bomb and calling the most powerful woman in the United States a hoe. Florida leads the county in
Thank you, Ms. Rowe. I appreciate your time. Next up is Kimberly Gibbs.
Florida leads
Then
the
McCaldell.
country in Capitol riot, a riot where they smeared their
Miss-
faces on the walls, and you say this is a
Miss
problem
Rowe.
with the children? This is
Ms. Gibbs, can you please get the time to speak, please? Thank
Please
you.
resign.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to piece some of this together. So, hi, good morning or afternoon. My name is Kimberly Gibbs. I'm here today as a concerned citizen and as a parent of a Merritt Island High School student. For 3 years now, our student has received an exceptional education at Merritt Island High. I'd like to say thanks to all of his amazing teachers and staff. We're really so impressed. And we chose to send our child to a Brevard school because of the board that was in place at that time that we felt provided great leadership. I believe it goes without saying that we all want to support an effective disciplinary policy. Our entire family watched the discipline crisis press conference. It was vague. It was oddly and inappropriately held at the jail, and apparently was orchestrated by the board chair and Sheriff Wayne Ivey. We are concerned. We don't trust you. We believe decisions should be made based on data and evidence. Mr. Susan, you are the chair. Be mindful that some of your conduct at the press conference, for example, might be perceived as that of an unctuous politician. Sheriff Ivey's sensational comments were aimed at being cute. I was not amused by his quotes about the ass cheeks being torn off. It was inappropriate. Piece it together now. I'm almost there. In the brief time that this new board has been in power, less than a month, you have already shown some extremely poor judgment on a number of issues. I fear that this board has been hijacked by an extremist cabal. I would simply remind you to please carefully consider all of your constituents during your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. Next speaking is Ms. Claudette Wells, Carrie Takis, and Linda Gaffney.
Hi, good afternoon. I was here Monday and I mentioned that I don't have any kids, but I have the 3 dogs. And but I'm here because I pay my tax dollars, and as I told you Monday, it was the highest amount on my annual tax to the county. And so I did a little math, and I looked at how much I pay in my tax dollars to the school system and how much I pay to the sheriff's office. And so I don't think you have to be bullied by Ivy anymore, because you get 49.5% of my ad valorem taxes, and his office gets about 17. He doesn't need any more money, and he doesn't need to bully you, and you don't need to let him bully you. So that being said, I'm going to chalk it off to a poor decision on your part to make that video where you made it. So I do have some random thoughts based on what I heard here today, and then also have a prepared statement. I do want this board to be successful. It's very sad to me for me to look up there and to hear you guys talk and to see that not everybody is working together. I see smug looks and I see dramatic things being said or not said, and it's very unfortunate, because my tax dollars are going to this school system and going to pay people like you, who we trust to take care of our kids and the people that are going to grow up in this county. So please work together. Please be professional and social together, and don't be bullied by anybody else. I think the best thing I've heard today is the recommendation for lockboxes in our school. I worked in a secure environment where all the adults in the building, and there were hundreds, put their phone in a lockbox every day, and it worked out beautifully. I think that's a wonderful suggestion. I was encouraged by hearing the suggestion about having a parent come to school to have lunch with their kid maybe once a month. That being said, I recognize there's plenty of parents who are not going to be able to do that unless they have some assistance. So maybe somehow you can help them work that out. I think that's a great idea. Peer pressure can be a really strong pressure. I like the idea about educating our educators. I recognize that our educators have gone through a lot of school, but there's always something to be learned, and especially about the increasing impact of diversity on how we interact with the kids growing up in this culture right now and everything that they're consuming online. And I hope, real quickly, Mr. Susan, I hope that at some point you can kind of put together, straighten out for me the different things that you said in the paper interview, where you said that that the law enforcement's role is not going to change at all in the school board, and then you said that it's going to be enhanced, and so I'm not clear on that, so I hope that you clear it up. Prepared statement, in a nutshell, today the room is full today in spite of the limit on participation, and because our community will not return to a time of corporal punishment, and we will not feed the school to prison pipeline, our schools, our teachers, our students, and our staff deserve to no longer be cannon fodder in any sort of culture war.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Carrie Takis is up next. Linda Gaffney after that. Carrie Takis.
Hi, Carrie Takis. I'm a mom of 2 children. One goes to a BPS school. She's got a friend group of 16 that frequent my car and my house, because I'm the mom that drives everyone. 14 girls, 2 transgender boys. They're white, they're black, they're Asian, they're Hispanic. Some of them are immigrants. The friend that gets bullied the most is on the spectrum. The friend that they constantly worry about is the one on the spectrum. So my daughter's in class wondering, is she being bullied right now? That has not been addressed, because that is the reason I took my son, who is also on the spectrum, out of this school district 2 years ago, and nothing has changed. That plays into the discipline, because if a kid's being bullied, they're gonna act out. And if it goes unchecked, they're gonna continue acting out. It's not okay. And I am at almost every school board meeting with some of these other people, and I have to see bi-weekly grandstanding and pandering to news cameras instead of problems being solved. I'd also like to say that I actually agree with SRO's updating some handguns to rifles. Rifles are more accurate, and our children need to be protected accurately. It's a fact. If you don't like it, that's fine.
Ms. Takis, make sure that you address me.
One
Thank you.
last thing. There are 0 mental health counselors at my daughter's school right now. Some of them have 4, 5, or 6 mental health counselors. There are 0 at her school presently. That's also not okay. All of our children are important, regardless of color, regardless if they're special needs. They all need help, and we need to come together as a community and do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Takis. Next up, Ms. Linda Gaffey, Matthew Dolly, Melanie Lewis, son. I wanted to let you guys know we have 13 more people coming to getting down to past the halfway mark. Ms. Linda Gaffey? No? Okay. Matthew Dolly, Melanie Lawson, and Alex Goins. I think Goins is not here.
Like to say
Welcome
hello,
back,
everybody.
Mr. Matthew.
Your village idiot returns. Sorry I've been missing. Thank you to everybody in the community that came here and speak today. I kind of want to piggyback on a specific word that the gentleman from the NAACP said that I think is arguably the most important word of the day, and that is perception. I appreciate the message that if children don't behave, that they could end up in jail, because it's kind of got some truth to it. You know, you do bad things, you pay a bad price. I don't agree with the perception of doing it in front of the jail, because as you see, it warrants a response for the community. I really don't think that that was thought out very much. Continuing on, as far as the millions of things that were said today, I really don't want to rehash too much of them out because it's just beating a dead horse. If you want to get parents back on the school, please contact my wife, at least the 3 school board members that were here last year. I know you have her email because she's contacted you. We had almost no volunteers at our school this year, and through what I would call very annoying persistence with the principal, she now has a team of like 15 plus volunteers. And through the encouragement of the adults and stuff like that, we now have lunch with our kids and other things at our school. And just the other problem I really have with this whole thing is that I feel like we're putting too much emphasis on the school system, if you will, or the body of whatever this is to be the problem solver. And I really hate to say it, all the school can do is put boundaries at the school. Hey, you cross the line, back, whatever. That's all the school can do. You gotta enforce the boundaries. I understand numbers were said. I don't disagree with the numbers. But what isn't being told is that you have 30,000 discipline. Well, it's because it's soft, fluff discipline. I've watched it firsthand being a volunteer at school. Kids can literally get up, leave the classroom, and what the teacher does, hey, principal, student X just left. And then when the principal, who's also full-time teaching because you're understaffed, can finally get out of the classroom to, play hide and go seek with whatever kid disappeared, I'm just saying, God forbid one of those kids get kidnapped or walk off campus one day, you've got a bigger problem on your hands. So it's that the discipline that you have in place isn't enforced correctly, and it needs to be more stringent. Like telling a kid they got to hang out with the principal all day with in-school suspicion. That's not discipline. That's a joy to them because they get to go play and have fun. So getting way off track, it's on us as parents to fix the problem. It's on us as parents to fix the problem. I love everybody sitting here. I'm going to take an extra 15 seconds because other people did. They are not going to solve your problem. We are going to solve our problem. No offense to anybody sitting up here. You're all smart and great and all that 9 yards. If we don't make our own bed, our own house, the community can't do it for us.
Thank you, Matthew.
My name is
All right,
Melanie.
Melanie Lawson, please.
That's me. I've gone through a wide range of feelings in this meeting, from anger to fear to sadness. Hearing Jennifer spew the numbers put me in a bit of tears that a lot of people had to calm me down for as a Black mom. I want to make sure I get past any unconscious bias before I speak. I have a college degree. My husband, who is here, I'm not a single mom, also has a college degree. He's an engineer, and I own an HR consulting company with clients around the US. Between the two of us, our annual income is well over 6 figures. We own a very nice home. We pay our taxes. I am one of 5 members of the SAC committee at my son's high school. I am active in my child's life. I'm a voting member of Matt Susan's district. Hopefully this is sufficient enough for you to pay attention to me. I'm an educated, upper-class Black mother, wife, and I matter, and so do my children. My son is an honor student. I work in diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's my life's work. Amazon is one of my clients. I train people to learn how to work with people who look, think, act, and live differently than others. I would feel more comfortable about this discipline policy if I knew that diversity was appreciated in this area, and I don't feel it. My fear is that the practices are inconsistent. When I hear about the disparities and I look at the Department of Education page, I see the data. And I'm concerned that someone on my Board of Education teaching my child does not seem to think data is important. As a DE&I expert with 20 years of experience, there needs to be unconscious bias training. For those who don't know what unconscious bias is, a great example is if a woman is happily walking past a white child, but clenching her purse when a Black child walks by, that is your unconscious bias. I'm concerned as to how the complaints are going to be investigated. I've conducted hundreds of harassment and discrimination investigations in the workplace. You need details, you need witnesses, but moreover, you need these complaints to be filed. You cannot sit there and get upset that it's continuing and you have said nothing. HR person here. I fear that we are now possibly creating criminal files in a prison pipeline for our children, and that sets them up for failure and their ability to obtain good jobs after school. It sounds like some of you have had a change of heart. You're now wanting to co-parent with the school district. I ask for 4 things. 1, do a root cause analysis. I've heard a handful of people mention this, including you, sir. Thank you for a root cause analysis to find out why we are having this problem. That's how you fix it before it gets to the teachers, FYI. Please consider making parental involvement mandatory in situations where children are out of control before they even get to a criminal route. A class where parents and students must attend before they can return back to school is an idea, or a requirement that a documented call to parents as part of a progressive discipline policy.
Ms. Lawson, if you can wrap it up, please.
Yep, I got 2 more points coming at you, Mr. Susan. Number 3, whatever updates you create, like the gentleman said, make sure the students and parents sign off on them. We do this routinely with company handbooks. Do it with the children, the students, and the staff. And 4, diversity training to include unconscious bias. I will give you a discount if you use my firm or any firm. I have the contact. Give these teachers some unconscious bias training so that we don't have to
Lawson.
do it. Thank you, Mr. Susan.
Next up
I'm in your
is
district.
Mr. Whipple,
You don't have my vote.
Angelica Zamora, Stephen Rainey. Mr. Whipple, Angelica Zamora Duran, and then Stephen Mark Rainey.
Greetings, everyone. I'm here today, wasn't invited, but I'm here because of being the president of the Central Avoid branch of the NAACP. I've received many phone calls in regards to what took place by our sheriff in the presence of the nation. I've received phone calls from concerned parents about the safety of their children attending Avoid public schools. Just as it is to serve every student with excellence as a standard, the Central Avoid branch of the NAACP mission is to secure the political, educational, social, and economic rights of all people. And it concerns me about the antics of the sheriff and his company on a national level that's bringing shame to our community. And I would suggest to this board that this never happen again. I appreciate your efforts. I appreciate your efforts in bringing this to the forefront and discussing it with the community. But going forward to develop a policy should be all-inclusive. We need to have even students involved in the policy that you come up with. Please involve those students, not only community members and community leaders. Involve the students in what's going to impact them the most. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Whipple. Ms. Angelica Zamora Duran. Mark, is that you? Mark Duran? Honey Walls. Steve Kolosinski. You guys are next up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Angelica Zamora Duran. I'm here representing myself as a member of this community, but also my partner, Alex Merling, who's an educator at Satellite High School, who obviously could not be here today. It is really sad that you do schedule these meetings, you know, during a time that most people who are actually in the classroom 100% of the time cannot attend. So how do you expect to come to a resolution on classroom discipline when few of the approximately 8,000 staff members serving over 73,000 students in our 84 schools have almost no choice to weigh in? Shout out to Mr. Merling's economics class, who are tuning in right now, but unfortunately cannot have their concerns met either. Hence the importance of relying on data. The fact that the sheriff held a press conference on education policy, which is completely outside of his job description, nonetheless in front of a jail for scare tactics that hurt our most marginalized communities, is terrifying. It's terrifying. There's so much unfounded backlash about pronouns in bathrooms when the real reaction should be targeted to those who want to tear the cheeks off our children's asses. That banner right there above your heads says that the mission is to serve every, which should be italicized, student with excellence as a standard. To me, every student includes those who may not be encompassed by certain political agendas and or those exhibiting behavioral issues. When drafting the resolution, I implore you all to reflect on the mission of Brevard County Schools and the definition of every student. As a scientist, I hope that you will prioritize data-driven solutions based on sound science to advocate for student support, guidance counseling, access to resources, and cultural sensitivity over strictly just punishment. Free our books, and may we hope for a more inclusive, safe, student-centered future. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Zamora. Honey Walls. Steve. Carl Lewis.
Hello, everybody. It's so nice to be here and understand what's happening. I am horrified and so sorry for the trauma that I hear happening with all of you, and all of our children. I'm sure that the human magic and power that we have upstairs can help us get through all of this. And it's going to take discipline. That's the other word I've heard up here a lot today. Discipline. Okay, well, we can do that too. But I'm not sure that I'm hearing how we're going to create discipline in those kids. I would ask maybe that we try appealing to their spirit. Not with religion, but appearing to their I am. You all know who I'm talking about. So I would also like to bring the words of our friend Megan Holloran, who is a licensed mental health counselor. She says, in my 15 years working as a mental health, drug, and alcohol counselor with teens in homeless youth shelters, on probation, in a juvenile jail, and in high schools and middle schools, physical discipline and ongoing legal action rarely work to empower the kid or change the behavioral concerns. And in fact, every time, the behavior will get worse. And so if you're not addressing the root socioeconomic issues, all that I was mentioning, in all our communities, or adding teachers and counselors in schools who are trained in de-escalation and emotional regulation tools, then everyone is going to get re-traumatized. That word that was passed around so much today. I would be happy to offer my knowledge in this area if you should desire. Megan Holleran, LMHC. Thank you so much for letting me voice my concerns, and God love you all. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Walls. Next up, Stephen Kolosinski, Carl Lewis, Linda Tisdale. Mr. Kolosinski? No. Carl Lewis is up next. Carl Lewis here. Okay. Linda Tisdale and Max Matto. And those are the last two speakers that we have.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Jones Tisdale, and first thing I want to say, I think the teachers are very underpaid and overworked. You do an awesome job, and we do have to get back to parenting. I've put 3 boys through the school system, and I've dealt with the school system for about 30-something years. And it starts at home, first of all, and when you, I just want to say that code of conduct, I read every single word. So don't say parents don't read it, because I do. I went to the school every week checking on my boys. And I got a relationship with the teacher because I want that teacher to know, let me know if there's a problem before it becomes a problem. Because I can handle my son. I raised 3 boys. So you gotta, you're taking the parents out, and you do need the parents back in the schools. And I went, when they did have Take a Parent to School, I sat in every single class, and you would be amazed at the discipline or the action of your child. So I will never say what my child won't do, but when I'm around, I know what he will and won't do. So it takes all of us. And everybody had their good points and bad points. And I just feel that sometimes our kids, black and brown kids, are disciplined at a very higher level than the other kids. And I've dealt with I've seen some of all the stuff. I've seen the prescription pills coming into the schools being sold. You know, kids, and now there's vaping and all this kind of stuff. But it gets back to basics. And we all have something to say. We all need to bring forward. And we don't need Sheriff Wayne Ivey in the school system telling, in front of the jail no less, telling us what we can do. As administrators, parents, these policies, we can do this ourselves. Because it takes a teamwork to make the dream work. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tisdale. Would Max Matto please come up? Max, okay. That concludes these. We're going to move into and continue to work through over the next couple of moments. I think if you guys need to use a restroom, just start going.
That we need to take a break. It's 1 o'clock, and we could work through, and all these people could work through, but our staff who are helping run things, they need a chance to eat lunch, and the cafeteria is already closed, but I think we need to take a mental break as well. I would also just suggest, Mr. Susan, I know you had a lot we wanted to get through. This is a pretty aggressive agenda, and this issue is important that we could have just had this meeting all about this by itself. There's a lot that you put on the list here that we're going to go through. So I would even suggest, and I don't know what the will of the rest of the board is, that we've got some other things on the agenda that, though important, are not as important as this issue. I think it would be appropriate, maybe, I'm going to suggest that we toss these to a later date. I know the dates and times and the board representatives are already on our meeting for Tuesday night. We can have this discussion even at our workshop next Tuesday. We could have some more of it Tuesday night if we needed to. I know we're doing a lot with the interim superintendent search on Tuesday, but as we have time, if we could ask, I would suggest we ask Ms. Aguirre to add some of these discussion items, because really they're just discussion, to a later time, and we can just focus today on discipline.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I would disagree and continue to work. We have lunch on its way. I would like to just work through this. We have limited time, and we have these pieces to go. In the event that we run into a situation as we're progressing, that I would like to cancel off some of them, we can. But I think we need to get moving on this. Some of you guys have some of your child cares and other things that we need to make sure we get a hold of. We have an agenda to move through, but that's not, I am the chairperson. I am not the majority of the board, but both staff and our speakers and everybody else and individuals at the table can use restroom breaks. We can go in and we can eat and move through it. I've had taken care of lunch for all of you through the pizzas and stuff like that. If you guys can, if we're willing to do that. But Ms. Campbell, you have, I think, a motion to sort of do something.
Well, I just, you know, we don't need to rush through this so we can get to the other things. And I mean, to honor everyone's time, including all of our guests and our public, and I hate the idea that I don't want to waste anybody's time. I hate the idea that somebody may have come to speak to another issue that is really important to them, but this is crucial. And you've got a lot listed here that you want us to get through. So to honor everyone's time and not keep us here till, you know, the dark hours of the evening, I think we need to toss the rest. So yes, I mean, if I need to bring it as a motion, I believe I can, because we're, you know, it's a board meeting and not a workshop. So I would suggest that I'm going to move that we move all of the other topics to a later date for discussion, that we move the ones that aren't already on the agenda for next week to at least Tuesday, so we can have those conversations. I believe all the guests that have come in mainly are on this issue, so they wouldn't have to attend. But that would be my motion. Yes, sir.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's discussion.
Could we maybe just discuss an end time for the meeting and just saying, hey, if we don't get through these topics, then at that point we decide a later time to finish them? I understand the concern, right? Because we could be here till midnight going through all these different topics, and I don't think that that's something that anybody here wants to do. So, but I hear what you're saying as far as...
Are you offering that as that would be a friendly amendment? Okay. Sure. We can amend the suggestion that if we don't finish by, if 3 o'clock is agreeable to the board, but I do think we need to at least take a break. If you ordered pizza for us to eat, we need to go out and get it and not be dribbling out a little bit at a time. But 3 o'clock seems reasonable for our guests and for those of us. And we take the break whenever we need it, and it can be short. We can bring the pizza back in here. I don't mind eating on camera. Done it before, but that we do set a time that's, you know, for example, close to 3, and then whatever we don't get done by then, and maybe I'm not being optimistic enough in how much we can get done.
So there's a motion that has an amendment to the original motion. Do I have a second to that motion? Okay, board discussion? So I guess to just reiterate what it is, Ms. Campbell, that you would like to find an end time so we can kind of discuss that end time, and then you want to stop what we're doing now to go get food and take a break of 10 minutes. Is that what you're asking for? Okay, so that's the amendment.
Motion is 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
Okay. I mean, I personally can continue to go as long as we need to finish these, but I know some other people have some commitments. So that's up to you guys. I would hate to have this entire thing go on and then have to stop over the discipline issue and not finish it before we get done. So having a dead time is kind of scary to me, but the amendment's on the floor. I guess, does anybody else wish to say anything?
I support Ms. Campbell in this, and I'm just going to say, you know, this is the importance of having a plan in place, having the agenda, attachments, and conversations beforehand, so we knew what we were going to discuss, so we can get through it in a timely manner. I think 3 o'clock is more than adequate. I think to continue to go another hour, another 2 hours, is no benefit to the school system, to our students, to our staff, to discuss those things that are on the agenda when people are exhausted and just went through this entire process. It's better to be fresh and have that conversation another time. And if we can just push it to Tuesday, it's not like it's getting pushed off incredibly. And to be fair, one of the items on there, I don't have it in front of me, can I steal this? Sorry. At least one of the items on there for instance, our public participation in board meetings, I mean, we've all kind of made it pretty clear where we stand on that already. We were just trying to bring it, formally through the process, and it's something we can amend every meeting like we've been doing. So it's not an emergency by any means too, so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Nay.
Motion fails. Moving to the original motion on the floor to, can you repeat your motion since the second one failed?
My motion was amended, so we just voted
Right.
no against the whole entire.
No, we voted no on the amendment. Now it comes back to the original motion, which is
If
to.
I amend my own motion, then that is the motion.
Okay.
But I'll bring a second amendment. I
So-
move that we end at 4 if we're not done by then, and toss everything else we haven't gotten to the Tuesday discussion.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, is there a second? Okay, and the motion is for quitting at 4 o'clock. Is there any discussion? Okay, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I mean, 4 o'clock sounds a lot better than 3 o'clock because we have a lot to go through here. And there are some things even with the, I won't specifically say it, but there are some things we can move to Tuesday with no harm whatsoever.
Yeah,
So-
I agree. I mean, I'm good to stick it out through the entire thing. I understand the concern though too of this being a super long meeting. So I think putting an end time on it is okay. 4 o'clock is okay. 5 o'clock, I'm like, am I pushing it too far on that? I'm thinking that's an 8-hour day. That's okay. But that would be my personal preference, just to try to get through as many of these as we can so that we don't have to bring them back up again. I can't,
No.
I don't think I can amend her amendment, can I?
We can keep going down the line. So we have a motion on the floor to amend it to 5 o'clock. Any discussion, or do I have a second? Second? Okay, is there any discussion on the 5 o'clock?
So I just want to, I don't even know where we are right now.
The
I
motion
want to
on the floor,
remind,
Ms. Jenkins,
yeah,
is
I'm
that
aware,
we're going to
Mr.
finish at 5
Susan,
o'clock.
that's not what I'm
You just
referring to.
said you didn't.
So I just want to remind my fellow board members as well as the district staff that there is going to be an event tonight that starts at 5 o'clock here, hosted by Brevard Schools Foundation to collect hygiene products for our students. So not only is that a conflict, but hey, why not plug it? Anyone listening? If you want to stop by today from 5 to 7, bring some hygiene products for our students in need. We would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the amendment on the floor says that it's 5 o'clock. Do we have any other conversation?
So knowing that, that there is an event that's here, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Obviously, I'm not looking at a calendar right now as we're discussing these things. I do think that that is fair for us to, a lot of the staff that's here is going to need to be at that event. And so I don't think it's very fair to hold them up here if they need to be there and they are going to need some time. So in light of that information, I think it's fair to say 4 o'clock is probably, I understand the 4 o'clock thing, if that's okay with you, Ms. Campbell. I am amending my amendment to the amendment.
The motion on the floor is 4 o'clock. I think she was withdrawing the 5 o'clock. So call the question on the 4 o'clock. All those in favor of ending at 4 o'clock, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. You have that? All right, so we're going to go to 4 o'clock. Now, back to the original motion that says that we're going to stop and finish at 4 o'clock now. Do we have well, we voted on the amendment. So she withdrew the amendment from the 5 o'clock to put it back to the 4 o'clock. We voted on the 4 o'clock. Now we're back to the original motion. So with the amendment to the being 4 o'clock, we are now on
the amendment approval. It's over, so.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I beg to
You're
differ,
good.
but we'll talk about it. If that's all it takes, thank you very much. We'll break for 10 minutes. Thank you, and welcome back, everybody. In the event that you need any more extra food or anything like that, more than welcome to head out. I think what we're gonna end up doing is each one of you should have already received kind of a breakdown on it. We're gonna come in and we're gonna do pre-incident, incident, post-incident, and then parents. And what we're gonna talk about in the pre-incident is what kind of training are we doing, and then is that enough? And if that's not enough, then we give direction to create something or give direction to staff to then change that. I think if we can reduce our comments to 3 minutes and under, I think that that would help us progressively get this thing along. With that, does anybody have any questions? Okay, all right, so the first first component that we're gonna bring up is in the pre-incident. And what I was gonna ask, I guess it's now Dr. Thetti, that what are we doing, Dr. Thetti, to train a new and veteran staff member on discipline and support? And then I'm gonna ask Anthony and you guys if that's sufficient, and if that's not, then let's talk about what we can do to fix that. Thank you, Dr. Thetti.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. You know, at a high level, we do an awful lot of training with all of our teachers. And, you know, we have an umbrella training, CHAMPS, that is run through Student Services. We have Conscious Discipline. We work through behavior management strategies with our staff in Student Services who provide for ESE support for our ESE teachers and for any teacher who needs support in assisting students with disabilities in behavior management in the classroom. For our new teachers, we have our New Teacher Academy, and we have sessions within that New Teacher Academy that deal with relationship building, with handling students, with appropriate measures for handling students. The Tier 1 checklist through MTSS is also a process and training that we give. Through our professional development, our PDCP, our alt-cert teachers, those are the teachers that come in without the benefit of an education background in college. We do require CHAMPS as part of it, and CHAMPS is the umbrella that everything else falls under. They work with classroom structures that get to root causes of behavior. Again, they work with relationship building through that program. Our lead mentors in every school have the availability. They work with the new teachers. They mentor teachers, not just new teachers, but teachers who need mentoring. They have behaviors on classroom management, or videos, I'm sorry, on classroom management. They have strategies of engagement that they work with students. We have in-services that if a teacher identifies that they're having a problem with classroom management, they can speak with their principal or their department chair and get an opportunity to come to some of these trainings that we have. I have a list of the trainings I can send to the board later. We also, through IDEA ESSER, hired an additional peer mentor teacher to assist with our teachers of students with exceptional needs. And we also hired a teacher who helps with PDCP, the alt-cert program, as an extra layer of support for our teachers.
Mr. Susan, can I interrupt
Thank
and
you,
add?
Dr. Thetti. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I think when we go into the realm of solutioning, if that's a word I can use, problem solving, it is going to help to understand some of the limits and the priorities that the board sets, because you guys are going to be setting some priorities financially and time, and so I think it might help a little bit in the discussion to bring up a couple of other points. So our conscious discipline training, which we brought in 2 years ago in full, that's entirely funded out of ESSER. ESSER funding is going away. We have enough to get through maybe 7 new schools. The goal is, of course, to get it through all of our elementary schools. So that's going to be part and parcel of a priority that you guys may want to look at. We also offer a week of pre-service training before pre-planning to all of our ESE teachers. It's called ESE Pathways. We try to take them through all of the pieces that an ESE teacher needs for both compliance and management. We offer that at the beginning of the school, and then we offer it on Saturdays throughout the school. That's entirely funded out of IDEA dollars. As you guys may know, IDEA dollars, most of them are tied up in personnel, but we do fund that through them. This year, we invited some of our gen ed teachers to join into ESE Pathways in hopes to, number one, give them more tools, but number two, to also get them ESE certification And that was part of the ESSER funds as well. Every time we pull a teacher outside of their their work calendar, we also have to pay their salary. So salary tends to be a huge ticket item throughout this. Additionally, some of the people who need the training the most are instructional assistants and our bus drivers in specific classroom management. We do 1 day out of IDEA funds. It is outside their calendar, and we do have 1 day of training. I believe it's 1 day of training. I could be wrong, within their calendar. So their work calendar is also needs to be reviewed if we want to get people who need the training more training. Like I said, our IAs, they normally get about 1 day of training at the beginning. They do get some extra days, but they're in the classroom setting up with the teachers. Our teachers get a full week plus 1 of pre-planning days. A lot of those days have to be instructional. We have, student engagement should be hand in hand with student discipline, and so a lot of it has to do with teachers. You know what you're teaching, how you're teaching it. And then in addition to the pre-planning, we also have our Fridays and our in-service days. I know February in-service day has come up as a topic. That day we had, I don't think that's been determined yet, but we do have, I want to say, 5 sites, thank you, that are, adding to their conscious discipline training, adding to that toolbox. So when we begin to talk about training, we're on board for research-based practices. We're on board for a full training cycle, which includes not just the 8 hours we're in front of our teachers and our IAs and our bus drivers, but it involves coaching and follow-through. And it's the coaching and follow-through that tends to maybe not get as much emphasis, but it's also a pretty high-ticket item. In addition to that, we spend a lot of time training on the multi-tiered systems of support. When we start talking about students that have 1 referral, and the vast majority of our students only do have 1 referral, a correction, a discipline correction, pretty much is all it takes. They go home to parents, and their parents go, "Don't embarrass me again," and they don't. But when we start talking about students with 5 and 6 and 10 and 50 referrals, we have to look into the multi-tiered system of support. What supports are needed in the classroom? What supports are needed by that individual child? And so we do a lot of training on that. Concerns there, you've heard personnel brought up. The multi-tiered system of support needs coaching. Our administrators are doing the lion's share of that work, and they have a big job. So again, as we go through and we prioritize the discipline plan, we're really prioritizing our PAR, we're prioritizing our budget, we're prioritizing we're prioritizing a lot. So as we kind of go through and talk about these things, I think it's important to highlight where the funding sources for some of them came from and the additional expenses that go along with them.
I really appreciate that, Ms. Moore. Thank you so much for giving a quick overview. I think, to be honest with everybody here, there's no way that within the short amount of time that we're actually here, that we can go through every bit of it. And I think that what we have is a concern from some of our employment groups. And I think, just like you had said and many of the parents had said, we own as much of the responsibility for that too. So I think I was going to ask if anybody else had any other questions for you too, but what I would like to do is ask those questions, but then what I would like to propose is listening to what the union feels they could bring forward, and then getting a cost of all of what we do now, and then bringing it to a committee that's made up of people, and then make that decision on how we move forward. So with that, any other board members want to ask some questions real quick? Ms. Campbell? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Just really quickly, because you talked about the training that we do for IAs and bus drivers. When someone comes in new after that point in the year, then they just don't have it.
So I don't want to take away from the training that operations does for them, how to be a safe bus driver, how to get their CDL. But you're correct, that training, although we do a new employee orientation,
Yes,
and
thank you.
And it does give them kind of their overview of everything BPS and what they should expect from us as employers and what we expect for them as employees. there is not dedicated dollars or days to train throughout the year on some of the big topics that we hit.
So they're missing that ESE.
They're missing those pieces. And what we try to do is, as we come back around to the following year, we say, we'll take everybody who's new and everybody who didn't get it last year. And we try to budget that and do the best we can, with the understanding that outside of their calendar, their work calendar, everything is voluntary. If they choose to come, they come. If they don't choose to come, they don't come. What we can hold them to is their work calendar.
So outside of that, we would have to have training for people more than just those times of the year. And I know we added that one day. We paid for that one day with the IAs at the end of last year. I think we used ESSER dollars to pay for that.
That's
Dr.
correct.
Sullivan's nodding her head. So to do that, it would take paying everybody for that day, paying for the training, and then finding the place to do it in the calendar, because those are people we can't pull off
Away
the
from
job.
kids.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think having that opportunity to list everything that's out there currently, so that in the event that those costs can be molded into what a new plan would be, it's not like you're creating a whole new set. It may be that we just need those extra additions on the end. So it may not be a massive increase. Any other board members going to ask any questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Wright?
I'm like, which one? Just to be clear, I would love to hear, obviously, the union's input on this, because I really, truly don't feel that majority of these problems are falling on our teachers or their lack of understanding how to discipline a child. I think a lot of what we're seeing is classroom behaviors and not necessarily the teacher's fault. So I would love to hear what their feedback is on what the teachers are saying to them. Do they feel they need more training, pre-training, to handle discipline?
Good to go.
Good to go. Thank you, Mr. Susan. Directly to your question, Ms. Wright, not necessarily, and I'll get that in a minute. I think when we look at the pre-incident, we need to look at a few things. We brought 3 things that we really want you guys to look at as a board. First of all, there has to be a climate for honest feedback. I appreciate what Ms. Jenkins said earlier. If somebody wants to stand up and speak up, she has their back, and I hope all this board will have their back. But I have to be honest, our teachers do not feel that way. The staff does not feel that way. When we're in buildings, when people are calling us, when people are texting us and emailing us, sometimes they're afraid to give us their names because they're afraid that we're going to give it to BPS. You know, and that's a climate thing. You know, I was in the military, so I always think about stuff like that. And there was always an open door policy. There was a climate that if you wanted to speak up, you could speak up. When we talk about being data-driven, that is so important. I really liked what you said, Ms. Fueller, about digging new wells, right? We need to do some stuff differently if we're all being honest with each other. The data, we know is not valid, and I will tell you how we know this. Last year we came to the board, we talked about it. Anthony gave a presentation about pre-referrals were preventing certain assessor codes that should be reported to the state from being reported. We know for a fact, we saw that. We know as late as yesterday, a school was sending all the referrals back to a teacher before they were being processed. And that is something we got yesterday, but we hear that all the time. I turned in a referral, I never got it back. I turned in a referral, it was given back to me, it was never coded. When we try to track down incidents, because everybody's like, well, have you talked to somebody? When we try to track down the incidents, a lot of times we can't find it, even though we know our teacher wrote the referral. We know a new teacher sent an email to a dean saying there's an issue. I was sexually harassed. Guess what? We can't track it down because somehow it never got inputted. That's the issue, right? And we also look at everybody is afraid to speak out. We've heard that from all employee groups. So when we look at the data, to us, the data is very important. Everybody on our team, every teacher in BPS will probably tell you, let's look at the data and be driven by that decision. But the age-old saying, garbage in, garbage out, that's what we're currently getting with our referral data. To go further down on that, you know, I'm really happy that we saw some data today because we have been asking for data for a long time, and this is the first time that we've seen it compiled this way. So we need to look at that. We also believe in a discipline committee. There was a discipline committee set up where I know Anthony and Vanessa were representatives on that. It just stopped meeting. Like, you know, it seemed as if, from what I was relayed to me, was there wasn't a need for teacher or administrator feedback, and that's unfortunate. So one of our asks today, on top of the honest feedback, is restarting that discipline committee. I believe it's still on the books. I mean, I believe the committee's still supposed to be meeting, but we also act that feedback is given directly to the school board. Because what's unfortunate is a lot of time with the committees, when we're involved, we see suggestions never actually make it to the top. We're not always gonna have the right suggestion. We're not always gonna have the only suggestion, but it's unfortunate when it gets filtered. And then finally, we do wanna talk about professional development. We came here ready today to offer BPS the same thing we offered a year ago. We asked at the bargaining table last year for the school calendar to be expanded and add 3 additional professional development days. We were rejected by Brevard Public Schools at the bargaining table. So it's very discouraging when I hear people talk and they want to say, well, the union doesn't want to do professional development. That's not what we've ever said. One of the key things we do, we are proud, we have a professional development program. But where we struggle is when we hear there needs to be new professional development. And the professional development is, hey, you teach at a school in Titusville, so let's drive to a school in Merritt Island so you can watch a Zoom that's happening at a school in Palm Bay. How is that a valuable use of our teachers' time and our resources, right? And if we are going to do virtual training, that's fine. But our teachers are professionals. The IAs are professionals. The bus drivers are professionals. Why can't they do it in their classroom? Do we really need them in a media center at some random school so they can be supervised? We don't trust our teachers to do the professional development. We don't trust our IAs and our bus drivers and our staff to complete that professional development. So we are ready. We want professional development, but we want quality professional development. We hope that we can be involved in that conversation. And I know there's people on my team that are great at it and would be, chomping at the bit to get involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. I think some of those suggestions, if I see Dr. Fetty writing them down, I'm writing them down. If we can meet afterwards and make sure. I think what we may want to look at is that I don't think that there's any negative, anybody up here that would say no to the climate for positive feedback and looking for a referral process that does not include, names and stuff like that, some sort of way to do that. I also think there's no hard feelings about professional development at 3 extra days. I do know the cost on that was an issue, I think is what it was. So if you're going to expand 3 extra days, you're basically adding that cost, but that's okay. Let's figure out if that is your recommendation, if we can look at it and find out if we can find those funds, find out if it fits into it and make it happen. Does everybody kind of agree with that kind of a style? Mm-hmm. Where we take it and say, okay, staff, go ahead and evaluate it and bring it back to us for an evaluation. Okay, Dr. Fetty, is that okay?
I'm taking notes.
And I loved what you said about the discipline committee starting back up. I think the direction of the board would be that we could start that discipline policy, but I was going to ask, inside that committee, Ms. Vanessa, can you give me any kind of direction as to who sits on that and everything else real quick?
So I started on the discipline committee when I was still a teacher in the classroom. I was a BFT member, but I was not in any capacity, leadership or to the level I am now. And what I remember is every single school having educators represented on that committee, every single school having parents and administrators and coming together at the different levels. Most of the time we met at Vieira High School because that is a large group, and the teachers were able to express what their needs, what they were seeing into the classroom. The discipline policy that we have now, a policy is it's on paper, right? It's only as good as the paper it's written on. If the people aren't applying it and modifying it as the years progress, and what we've seen happen is it's hit a wall. At some point, the people who became in charge of the discipline plan stopped taking feedback from our teachers, from our administrators, and I think that it was even I know that it was even said by someone, we don't need the administrator's feedback. I'm sorry, I heard it, I think, from a speaker talk about kids eloping from the classroom. That is a huge thing that came up. The committee said it over and over and over again that we needed to escalate elopement as a behavior, and it never happened. And so and I want to say this because I probably would take forever, and I'm going to mostly talk, I think, in the post-incident. I'm excited that we're in this room together right now. Whatever it is that brought us together, I hope we can all move past that, because what we have in common right now is a love for students, is a love for our children, and a need to make things better. And I've probably been coming before this board for a decade, advocating for change. And I have to say, sometimes I have just lost my will to think things would change. And so I really hope that everybody around this table, in this room, the people who have magically disappeared, that everybody is actually dedicated to make the changes that are needed for students, because that's the reason we are all here, is for our students.
Can the community inject at this point?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Matt.
No, it's
Probably
okay.
shouldn't give
If
me
we
a
can keep it to 3 minutes, but the other thing that I wanted to say is that there is a lot going on. So if we can, yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I just wanted to-
That's why you're at this table, sir. Absolutely,
and I
man.
appreciate
Go
that.
ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead,
I appreciate
Bernard.
the training discussions.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I would like to see on the training agenda is bias training. If you can add that, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely.
As well as, would you consider doing your training is teachers classroom management. That is one of the feedback I received from some of the teachers, that they need help with classroom.
So I just want to plug, because you know the union has an amazing, it's called Managing Behavior in School Communities, and we would love to be a part of that, and to be a part of sending more people to become trainers. Right now, there's only 2 trainers in the county, myself and another person, but yes, absolutely.
Okay, and if, 3 minutes, and I
No,
appreciate it.
just keep going, Bernard.
I want to help in the training. If we can do anything from the community that will help train in those areas, you can train us and we can train whatever. So, expand that out to the community being part of that resources. if you
I
can.
was going to actually interject there, because I had the opportunity to listen in a couple years ago. Actually, you were the reason why I came. I heard you speak in Merritt Island some years ago concerning the issues that teachers was having and not getting any voices. And I had the opportunity to sit in on a negotiation between the union and the school board. And it was eye-opening for me as a parent, okay? And I'm gonna reiterate again, if parents are not invited to these meetings, we'll never, ever understand the cry of the teachers, the cry of the union, and the cries of the board. Because when I sat in on that, it opened my eye to something that I did not understand and couldn't imagine. But the other thing it did for me, it started making me think about donations, think about fundraising to get more money into the school board. I'm gonna tell you a couple of things that I did. I have several people that works for Grumblin and Harris, and I went and talked to them concerning what they can do to put money into the school board. What was alarming to me is they begin to tell me that they're already doing it. I don't know where those funds have been allocated to. So that alarmed me, because it really opened my eyes. So when I went to them, because I know people that sit on their boards, to say, hey, y'all are in our community. We need to give to the school board so that we're not having some of these problems that we're having, and we can pay our teachers and keep our teachers. And then for me to hear that they are giving, it's difficult to go and ask for them to give more when they're already giving. But I'm gonna say it again, if parents can't get into those meetings and some of the other meetings, we'll never be able to help with the discipline problems and the issues that we say we're having. But with that, we'll never be able to educate our children in our households as well, because we're not in those core meetings to understand what's really going on outside of our own individual children.
Thank you so much for those comments. So what I'm hearing you guys say is that your recommendation is to bring back the discipline committee, and it's a very large committee that needs to have parents involved. I think that's the direction that you guys have said, and I haven't asked my other board members for direction yet. But what I would like to add to that is the student voices also. I would love to have the student voices be a part of that. But then the other piece is that after that, everybody's going to come with all of those issues, right? And how we consolidate that and then present that to the board should be possibly a workshop. And I think that if we could have a smaller committee that would then define that and bring that to us, made up of union members, collab community members and stuff like that, a tighter group. Does that sound like okay with you? And then I'll try to re-explain it to my staff.
I just have to ask one ask, is that while we're doing that, it sounds wonderful. We want that. But also, what we currently have, can we get that going as well? So we can start getting some immediate push as well? Because
you're saying
if we're being honest, we can't do this all in one day.
Right.
But we have a committee outline already, and if they could just start meeting in
That's it. And then just add
immediately,
to it.
but keep adding, like, we need you at the table. We need this, we need students at the table. We
It's-
needed students here today, but I know the feasibility of the learning environment, so.
I think one of the things that you guys have said and many others is that it's an immediate need to show the difference that we're going to do so that we don't lose teachers and we don't lose bus drivers over the Christmas break. That is 100% what I felt like this needed to, and we couldn't push it off. So what I'm hearing you say is that you want to create a committee, re-engage the old committee, add student voices, parent voices, but in the event that they can't be brought on as fast, don't let it slow down. Let them view it and then bring it on as we go. And then, that should start pretty soon. And then what I'm asking, what also I hear you say is some sort of a climate for positive feedback, but then also an opportunity for them to send in kind of like an anonymous or something like that list, or no? Does that make sense? Some sort of a reporting feature to say, I have not, this is what happened.
While we agree with that, I think it would go a step further. There needs to be a culture that it is okay to speak up.
Okay.
And all that works, all that's helpful, right? And there's probably HR rules on what you have to have and don't have and all that good stuff, right? But at the end of the day, there needs to be a culture that somebody's comfortable, a teacher's comfortable enough to go back to that AP and push back on that AP. That AP is comfortable enough to go to the principal and push back. The principal is comfortable enough to go to their director and push back all the way up. Because unfortunately, like, our teachers do not feel they can push back on an assistant principal when they reject the referral. And I'll be honest, not all of that is because of district staff. Some of that is, if we're being honest, some parents, we have great parents that want to be involved, just like the majority of our students are great. But if the immediate time a teacher intervenes or there's discipline, and the parent comes up to the school yelling, cussing out the teacher, cussing out the front office, cussing out the principal, that probably happens daily, then that discourages that community of positive, open feedback as well, you know? We all have bosses, so if a parent calls the ESF and starts cussing out up here, it just starts, you know, and then it eventually gets presented to the teacher as in, what happened? Why did this happen? I don't think that's what the principal's actually asking, because I think that every principal in this district right now has their teachers back, or I hope that to be true, but just the way it rolls out. So I think it's a culture thing as well, Matt.
That is what I heard from many of our principals, assistant principals, teachers, is the verbal assaults on the actual staff. And I will say that I met with Officer Neal, and he said that he clearly can define that, send that out, and we can trespass and tell those people to leave. So we can actually do a one-year trespass if they break certain laws, and our staff needs to know that, and we need to implement that and have their back. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. Dr. Thede, you had something kind of leaned in like you wanted to say something?
No, I've heard a lot today. I've heard a lot of passion. I've heard a lot of community support. I've heard a lot of parent support. I've heard a lot of support from our stakeholders within our organization and outside of our organization. I feel like I'm hearing, and I'll await board direction further on how to work with staff, but I feel like I'm hearing that you're looking for a thoughtful and considerate review of our discipline plan and calling back in the stakeholders perhaps in focus group kinds of meetings so that we can get the input on things that maybe weren't in place 6 years ago or whenever it was developed that are in place now. I heard eloping, I heard some other things, doing another thoughtful and considerate review with the stakeholder groups to include the people sitting at this table and teachers and law enforcement and everybody else that we are speaking about. I'll just await further board direction, but I feel like that's what I'm hearing, and I just need a confirmation, Mr. Susan.
Yeah, here's what I think was the piece, was move the committee forward and start it now. Whatever that is that needs to be reignited, get the representatives and start that process now, add the parents, add the students. Start working on explaining what a culture of explaining that they want to be able to push back and say this is a referral to their administrators and everybody else, and to the directors and to everybody else, and then look at possibly 3 extra days next year, is what you're saying, for the calendar and everything else. That pretty much, like, touch it all? All right, is there any pushback to giving direction? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Hearing everything that was just said and agreeing with everything that was just said, I didn't hear the part just then when he mentioned bringing everyone together in the law enforcement piece. I didn't hear that prior to she mentioned it. But when you asked if you could get started while bringing the others to the table, is it a way of doing it like in a Zoom link, or that you could put a link out that the parents can still be able to view or be involved, or when you first start?
Absolutely.
Because if you have a problem, if I'm visiting schools and I plan on becoming more active and being at school, parents at schools, because if I'm at a school and a parent comes up, you know, if it's someone that I know, or if it's sometimes we can help de-escalate things, you know?
Absolutely.
Before it
No,
gets to that point that a teacher has to engage with them.
I will tell you that a parent has a lot better of a chance of de-escalating a child than the actual teacher does, because you guys can say things that we can't. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And I want
absolutely,
to add to
absolutely.
that also. I heard what you said. I've been in situations at schools where I've had parents cursing out administration and then jumped in. And once we de-escalated and found out what was going on, one of their problems is that they could not be in the room with who was saying their children was doing something. They got frustrated and irritated because they have a referral sitting here. The child is getting ready to get suspended. The child is saying they didn't do it. The administrator, the dean, is saying they did do it. They're saying, well, let me speak to the teacher. And they're saying, no, you can't speak to the teacher. So now, that's not the behavior we need, right? But I believe what happens is, if we don't understand the cultural makeup of our parents, okay? Now what happens is we don't de-escalate. At some point in time, kind of like now, we get to confront our accusers, right? So if I bring my child to every meeting, okay? So if you call me, my child is gonna sit there, because not only do I want the teacher to tell me the truth, I want my child to sit there and tell me what's going on as well. So and this is something that I have happened a lot, because I go in as a pastor with a lot of my members when they have issues. And I'm sitting there, and I have been kicked out of meetings for just saying one thing. I didn't escalate. I didn't say anything rude or nasty, because they didn't feel I should be there. But they didn't ask me what my support role was. They didn't ask me why I was there. Nothing. They didn't give me a paper to sign, but I'm on the children's paperwork. And the minute I say 2-3 things, you're not even irrelevant, and they want me out. And I have a principal that can vouch for it. So what I'm saying is, I see what goes on with teachers, but at the same time, if we don't understand how different households are made up, let me address the cursing for 1 minute. If I've been brought up in a house where the way I articulate myself is through curse word every other word, you may see it as me cursing you out, but the reality is that's my language. Is that right? Absolutely not. It's wrong. But if we don't have the proper support systems in place, or even if there's volunteer staff that's willing to, you don't have to pay them. I'll be one that's willing to sit there when we have things like that. You got to get them off campus, and we have to bring them back, bring pastors, bring communities back in with these parents to sit down with them to help them understand, okay, this is not the way it's going to be happening, but be able to be that in between to communicate. That may be something else that we need to put out, so that we're just not flat out saying, you curse me out, gone, when they don't have another way of communicating.
I like what you're saying, is have somebody that would be able to moderate and be in there. On the other side, we have a situation where we have many of our teachers, our staff, and people in the front office and on our buses that are getting torn into by these people, and they feel unsafe. So what I would like to do, just because it's been part of the conversation, it was part of my other stuff, was ask Officer Neal to send out all of the you know what I mean, the definitions of what assault are and what battery are, and then allow our principals and our staff to file those for, to be, to our administrators and our teachers so that they understand what assault is. Because what we're having is we have teachers who are going places and there's somebody just literally laying into them and cussing them out. Situation on a bus, parent gets on there, cusses them out, sits there. I mean, we just can't have that. So we can trespass for that for 1 year. It's not the end of the world. But I think we need to start setting the example today that we're not going to let parents come into our areas and basically assault our staff. And I think that with with having representatives there, but there is the other side that we need to start protecting the institution, because my son was inside there and saw somebody cussing out somebody else. He would think that it was a different situation, right? So let's get to that place. Is that okay by everybody to send out to our staff? What is good?
I would like for us to slow down a little bit, because I think where it seems that we're going is we've got a topic, we're throwing it out there. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Okay, now we're going to do this. But we need to slow down. And I hate the idea of death by committee, but we don't have all the stakeholders here. We don't have our administrators who know what it takes, what their process is. We don't have student voice. We have representation for teachers, we have representations for 1010, we have representation from the community, we have some staff. But if the idea is that on each of these topics, we're going to hear, okay, here's the problem, what do you think we should fix it? Let's summarize everybody's solution to fix it. Okay, go do it. I think we need to slow down just a little bit. And this is a listening session. We're listening. Dr. Fetty, she's taking notes. I know we've got notes left and right. We may not come up with the solutions here, but we're hearing lots of ideas. We're challenging people to think differently. But I would suggest that we need to just slow with what we might try to come to consensus that this is what we're going to do, except for, hey, can we look at it? And Dr. Fetty mentioned a little while ago. So what I'm hearing you say is, we need to do a thorough and thoughtful analysis, and yes. But let's be careful in what we are going to do here and say, we're making this decision right now, go. We need to slow down, I believe.
I really appreciate that. Oh, I'm sorry. Just
hang on, Ms. Wright, go ahead.
Again, this is not an attempt to push back, but just to understand better. For slowing down on sending that definition out, like to our administrators, like he's suggesting, what would the drawback on that be?
It's not necessarily with that one.
That one's
yours is not working. I'm just saying, I'm hearing that with everything so far. We're only on the first, we're only on pre-incident. So we want to make sure we can summarize what people are saying and make sure staff are getting that, hearing all that input.
Right.
But is it a problem for Major Neal to send out a security definition? No, I imagine administrators already know what those terms mean. And if we need to be more clear, Dr. Mullins sent out sometime in the last month, he sent out an email to staff, and he sent it out to our parents talking about civility and about how we treat people when we walk into the front office. If you're a parent, you probably got that in an email. If you're a staff member, you should have gotten it as well. It was gentle and maybe not abrupt like some other people's style would be, but the idea was to communicate to the community and to our staff, it's not okay to walk into our schools and treat people with disrespect. That would be a continuation of that. But we're talking about the extremes. We're talking about, and we do trespass parents, right, on a regular basis. And I say on a regular basis, when it's that extreme, we do. We trespass parents for making bomb threats, right, at Cocoa High School not very long ago.
It just depends. I think the definition has following, but there are things like threatening life, those kind of things. And I'll be honest with everybody here. The reason that I said if we could send that out is because there's a lot of individuals out there that feel like they are getting cussed out almost every day, and that they don't have the right to say, no, this is wrong. I've watched 4 videos where parents are trying to enter the buses, and those bus drivers don't know that it's okay to say, you are not allowed on the bus, and if you step on here, you're going to get arrested. Because we have to protect our children, right? But we need to start with one, which is we'll send out the assault and battery definition and send another one out to the parents saying, hey, we are enforcing this definition, and this is the way it will protect our education, because if we can't even get there, then you know, it's already a law, it's already in place, but we have people that are not doing it because they feel like they cannot. And if it comes from district security to do that, then we need Mr. Ring.
Bus drivers are taught not to let the parents on the bus. They can come on anyways, and you can't do anything about that. My concern for the bus drivers is the length of time that the bus driver is either suspended or moved to another route, or put in the classroom and sat down while the investigation occurs. And we have multiple incidences where we've had bus drivers for 6 weeks waiting to get cleared.
Wow.
We need a microphone.
Sorry. Did you hear it? Do I have to repeat all that?
It's for the recording.
I see. The bus drivers are trained not to let students, not to let the parents on the bus. They do open the door and talk to the parents, but they stop them. They try to stop them at that door. These that are intruding into the bus, it's a different story. You got to deal with that. The concern of the bus drivers is that there's a lot, what they call it the lie to. You know, all of a sudden they were getting accused for yelling, cussing back at the parent, cussing this and that. So the bus driver gets suspended or moved to a different route, or maybe put on desk duty until it gets investigated. Well, if it takes, and we have multiple incidences where these bus drivers are taking long times to get cleared, and to the point they just want to say, I'm done with this. This is crazy. And you know, we've had some that are being 6 weeks. You know, and it turns out that the bus driver was perfectly fine, and the video on day 2 showed all of that. But it's still a long process.
Ms. Campbell, you know, I agree that we need to be thoughtful and careful, but I will remind everybody, inaction is the reason why we're here today. This union has been trying to discuss this issue for years. We did a board presentation over a year ago with little to no action. 5 years ago, I was vice president of the union talking in public comment about discipline issues, and you know, in a climate that didn't invite different opinions. I was pulled into the previous superintendent's office and said, don't talk about that. You're making the school district look bad. No, I'm trying to improve the school district. I'm trying to help make this a better learning environment for all students. I'm trying to ensure that our teachers stay and our staff stay. That's what's going on. The discipline committee, just for clarification, it started out with community input, teacher input, and then it became a standing committee, which I still believe is a standing committee made up of administrators, and I was sitting on the elementary side and Vanessa was sitting on the secondary side, and that committee somewhere during COVID stopped meeting regularly. So I don't see why we couldn't reinstitute the standing committee immediately and then bring in the community into that committee. I mean, these folks will have some kind of understanding of where we've been and where we need to go. But I mean, as a committee member, I wouldn't have a problem putting that meeting on Zoom for the community to be there or
watch maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Colucci. I know that was important to clarify. We have not moved through as COVID went. What that committee turned into was updating the discipline code as Cesar changed and getting feedback from administrators. And I know when we met earlier, we committed that we were going to get that revved up, fully loaded with everybody that needed to participate again. So I appreciate you bringing that up and clarifying it. Just one concern, not a big concern, but as we have district security put out the definitions of crimes, we have to remember that Cesar definitions with the same word are slightly different. And I don't want to confuse anybody, our parents, our kids, our community, our administrators, our teachers, that we can discipline students using law enforcement definition of crimes versus the Department of Education definition of assessor. So I want to make sure that message goes out really clear. Thank you, Mr. Susan.
Thank you. So just, let's go through it, because I understand what you're saying. The thing about our education system is that we don't want to move it too fast, but on the other side, we need to move some things. So as far as creating a culture of the ability to be able to talk and openly and freely, I think that's something that staff would work on and start implementing, right? That's not something that needs to happen tomorrow, but sometime in January, start to work on that, right?
Yeah,
I don't think that's a program that we can institute. I think that is, when he talks about culture, that's something that we have to just start to build. We can't do a workshop on fixing a culture. That's just going to take some time.
Right. And so
I
that
just-
can start now.
Yeah, what the community is concerned about is, I'm hearing different variations, drivers that's driving a different variation. But what I hope this team does is we take a problem-solving approach.
Right.
I'm hearing all kinds of ideas, but, Toyota has a great model. With that, they call it the 8-step process of problem solving. I just don't want to come and meet, and a year from now, we got the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I really want this team to think about, and I got some copies if you want to read it. I'm not going to pass it out. But if you want to see the approach of problem solving, we want to take an approach where we get the bang for our buck. So, I appreciate your comment, how do you solve a culture problem, right? I mean, it takes a lot of planning to do that, but I just want this team, Mrs. Susan, to don't get too Russian trying to patch a problem, but really look at the root causes.
And I agree with you. I think that one of the issues we have is that in some of these cases, the root causes are wide open and they're right there. And we should send direction to fix them before Christmas break so that they can start
But
working on it.
here's my argument to that. According to the Toyota model of root cause, you got to ask 5 whys. You just can't say, oh, that's happening. You can't, that's not how it works. So I really want you to consider that, because when you invest money, you want to make sure you solve the problem. So you got to act, according to root cause definition, you really got to ask the 5 why.
Sounds good. Do we have a board direction to send out a letter on the
I have some
definitions?
discussion on that, and a little bit on what BFT was talking about. So I hear you and I acknowledge everything you're saying. I talked about BPS culture from the day I got onto this board. I said it over and over and over again. And I hear you. And I really, truly believe that's the #1 frustration for our teachers when it comes to discipline. I don't know how we fix it. We got to talk about it. Step 1, right? Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it's real. They don't feel comfortable talking about it. They don't feel comfortable pushing back. And quite frankly, that's the culture of a teacher, right? They're in this profession. They weren't getting paid well. They're told they're always scared they're going to lose their job or feel like they're threatened for some reason. It's a huge problem. So it absolutely needs to be addressed and continuously talked about because otherwise there'll never be a change. I'm not going to speak for you, Ms. Campbell. When you made your statement, though, what I took from that was you meant to slow down on those Band-Aids, like Mr. Bryan was saying, not necessarily, the committee and stuff like that. Those things can absolutely start up. When it comes to sending out a letter, I caution us to think for a minute. It's not what's written on the letter, because everybody understands that those things are crimes, and very likely our administrators understand the definitions of those criminal acts. It's the perception of the letter and the unintended consequences of sending out a letter like that. And give an example. We don't want to talk about the video, but you guys don't even know this yet because it just happened yesterday. We have a middle school where a teacher forced all their students to watch the video and write an essay about it. All language, confirmed. And then we had an elementary school media specialist who sees kindergarten through 6th grade, informed the staff that she was going to make all her students watch it too. Luckily, that was stopped before it happened. And it was an unintended consequence because they clearly felt like this is the direction of the school system. I see my school board member. I'm going to use this as a discipline. And they may not have had negative intentions by doing so, but that happened. It was this impression, this perception that that's the way to go. And so if our schools start seeing a letter talking about battery and assault, these extreme criminal acts and activities, the unintended consequence could very likely be impacting parental engagement, impacting the open door policy to our parent. Again, it may be unintentional. It may not be out of the ill will of the administrator or the staff in the front, but we need to think about that. We do need to think about that. That may impact our community negatively in a way that wasn't intended. And so I do think we need to be cautious about that. I think going forward, leaning on that culture, that's kind of part of it. Yeah, we need to have honest conversations about the things that are not tolerable, shouldn't be happening in that front office, 100%. But I think we need to be careful about how it's being presented to our staff without any other direction around it.
Absolutely. I wanted to say that I'm going to start implementing the 3 minutes. Ms. Jenkins definitely went under the 3 minutes, but I want to start moving on it because we got about an hour and a half. I think that your suggestions are absolutely correct, but I think our staff needs to know that it's okay to ask to trespass somebody, and I think our law enforcement agencies know that when those requests are made that they should follow through with them. But you're right, there's a cultural sensitivity that needs to be inside of there. So if we can, as a group, allow us to direct staff to start that process of sending out a letter with the cultural sensitivity to allow our teachers and staff and everybody else make that decision to ask, because I'll tell you right now, my wife had multiple times at her school that she was completely assaulted in many different ways in the front office, verbally, from many different parents. And some of those didn't go through because they didn't feel like they could actually ask to do that. And that is part of one of the big core issues that we're dealing with that I've heard from, is that our parents don't feel like they have, or our staff and our administrators don't feel like they have the support of the school district in the event that that happens. So if we can reconfirm that, I think that that's okay, but I think that we should try to do something in that regard.
If I may, I would just ask for the opportunity to work with staff on the best venue and the best method to get that out.
And if there's a way that we can work on that and then make sure that our teachers know immediately that we're going to be doing that. Thank you.
Could I add one more thing? I think the opportunity for Brian Neal to work with the different municipalities. While the sheriff is our largest provider of SROs, we do have, I want to say 19 other municipalities that make their own decisions on how they interpret things like that. And I would hate to put our principals in a position of thinking they were going to trespass a parent and not have that actually happen. So I think we need to clarify with our municipality law enforcement officers what they'll support and won't support.
And I think I would remind those law enforcement officers that the definition of assault and battery are actually defined in our Florida statutes. So if they're not going to follow them, then they're in violation of the Florida statutes. So thank you so much for that.
May I ask, what is actually the pressing problems that need to be resolved today so that we can clarify these things with our community?
Yeah.
Because I'm listening and I'm inputting based on what I'm hearing, but when I watch you, Matt, I see press. I see we got to move. What are those things that are pressing so much for this board and for our union that we believe need to be resolved absolutely today, where we don't have all the parents, we don't have the students, we don't have the teachers? What is so pressing that you need an answer today, a resolution today? Because I don't think we understand.
Yeah, it's getting to it. We're going through it. The first thing that we did was we established that we're going to bring back the discipline committee. We've established that we're going to create a culture among our staff. We've established that we're going to make sure bias training, classroom management, and help for some of those other situations are going to be implemented. And we've established that the assault and battery are going to send out, that we're just moving in those directions. That's all.
But what would the problem be to establish these things?
They're not happening.
And hang on, because you just said
Excuse
we've
me. So she's asking me a question, so let me answer it.
Okay.
The bottom line is that we have to start moving on these. These are not issues that are going to be happening right now. The culture of push or the culture of explaining is something that we can start working on now, but that's not something that's going to be a deadline today, right? We've established that. Committee on Getting Moving, staff said they're going to start pushing it forward. We're going to get a report back sometime saying that this is how we're going to do it, and they're going to put that into place, right? Also, the extra days for the 3 years and some of the trainings, that's going to take a little bit longer because they're going to have to be implemented inside of a process and stuff like that, so that's not going to happen overnight.
We have to negotiate that, and we can't negotiate
The
that
assault,
outside.
then let those days come, but let's start moving in the right direction, right? So we're identifying some of the issues. Some of them can be solved today. Some of them can be solved long-term.
I think the problem is you're talking as if we already understand. And we don't understand what you're saying. I comprehend what you're putting in place. I don't comprehend what the problem is that led us to what I'm hearing. You put these things in place, and when I ask, I hear you telling me again what you're doing, but I don't hear you telling us why. We don't know. I understand it may be amongst you guys.
No, I'll tell you, we had 42 teachers resign. We had 8 bus drivers resign last 2 weeks. If we don't get something moving, we will see resignations across our county. We know that for a fact. Mark talked about it, everybody else. What I'm trying to do with this committee is identify the fact that we need to put some scores up on the board, or else we're going to see them say, this is the same thing. And listen, I was a teacher in the district for 9 years. I was on every committee. I sat through them, right? I'm the longest serving school board member here. And we have gone through these long enough. And we've got to start putting them forward. So all I'm saying is that we need to start moving these things forward with board direction so that everybody knows, and then following up with them.
But Matt, here's my issue, okay? We're not understanding the root cause, okay? I can't tell you, you can't tell me whether your teacher understands the skill of our classroom management. You know, do you understand my question? I can hear it from the teacher's side, well, I'm going to resign. Well, was that teacher ever trained properly? Does that teacher has the skills to manage a class? So I'm just saying, I'm really frustrated a little bit because we're throwing in an answer without understanding the root cause.
But I understand Mr. Matt is saying that they just lost 42 teachers, and if they don't do something, something has to be done. He's afraid he'll come back after Christmas and have no teachers. But at the same time, please, hear Ms. Jenkins and hear Ms. Campbell, who are saying you don't want to move quick, because right now the whole community is pissed because you did a press conference with the sheriff. So if you send out this letter, it could backfire. It could be the exact opposite of what you want. You could have a whole room full of teachers at every school saying, okay, first it was the sheriff, now you're threatening with this letter. What's going on? So, we might need to pump our brakes and actually take a moment and make sure we're saying what we need to be saying.
Right. Right. I mean, because we don't understand what the disciplinary committee is.
Ms. Dolores.
Yes. Mr. Susan, I appreciate you very much, and I appreciate what you're trying to do to help the teachers and the support staff. The root cause is we have students that are out of control. We have students that cause chaos in our schools, on our buses. Our people that work, the teachers, the support staff, they cannot take the abuse any longer. And that's what it is. It is abuse. And for some reason, people think that the students should be allowed to abuse our employees and it be okay. It is not okay.
I understand.
And so we are reaching out to the community as well as everybody to resolve this. We want every student to succeed, but they have to learn how to behave, to learn how to read and write, and to succeed in society. If we do not teach them that, we're setting them up for failure.
Right.
If we cannot tell a student you need to be quiet in the classroom and listen and learn, why are we sending them there?
Right.
Are we just sending them there as a babysitter so we can do what we want to through the day? Or so that we don't have to pay for a babysitter so we can work? The school is not supposed to be there to babysit. The teachers are there to teach and help people to become good citizens in society, so when they get older, they can provide for themselves and their families. That's what the core problem is here. And I do have one thing with the policies, Mr. Susan.
Go ahead.
Is the bus drivers, I wanted to get to this earlier and I didn't have the time, but the bus drivers, they do their referrals. They give them to the schools. And they never hear anything back as to whether anything was done, if that student was even talked to. And tomorrow, that student that was threatening that person is back on the bus. Same thing with the IAs in the classrooms. This woman sitting right here has been choked. She has been scratched every day practically. She goes through so much abuse, and she calls me, and not only her, there's many others. They are so discouraged because they feel like nothing is being done for them to help them. And I want to say this too, it is not a race issue, people. It's across the board. It doesn't matter who the student is. If they're misbehaving, they need to learn how to behave while they're at school. They are there to learn, not for the teacher to have to learn how to deal with them with kid gloves and, oh, it's okay, sweetheart, I know you've had a bad morning or something happened at home, so I have to take your abuse so you can have a good day here at school. No, that is not right. Something does have to change.
Mr. Loris, thank you so much, and Ms. Jenkins wants to say something real quick, but let me say this. 3 months ago, I brought this exact same problem to the school district and said, hey, we've got a crisis, right? And they had promised that they had a system where that would be worked out. I think that right now, what Mr. Loris is saying is that the referral process is not up to speed, right? So I think what we can do is we can direct staff to say, please make sure it is, right? And what that's going to take and have that come back to us and we can get that taken care of. They did have a process, but it seems like it hasn't been implemented correctly. But if you feel confident, then I would like to do that. Does that give you enough direction, Dr. Theddy, if I get the support of my board members?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other board members that disagree with the referral process should be up to speed so that if a person writes a referral, that it's being taken care of by the next morning? Or depending on what's going to inhibit it?
We're talking bus referrals. I believe that was addressed. I believe it was addressed after your comments at a board meeting several months ago. However, I will follow up with staff.
Thank you. And I promise you, Dolores, that'll get taken care of. Go ahead and read your list. You brought a list. I received it. What's number 2? Keep going. You need to make sure that if a referral is written inside on a bus, that it is the exact same as a classroom.
And not only that, that the bus driver, that the school follows up with them and lets them know what is happening with that referral.
That's that discipline
Because
policy.
They never seem to know because the school doesn't communicate with them.
So 1, we want to make sure that the discipline policies are being followed and reported back. 2, we want to make sure, and this was confirmed by staff, that every single thing that happens inside of a bus is exactly the same as what it happens inside of a classroom. Is that correct?
So in other words, if I were to board a bus and drag students off the bus or coach them off the bus, then I should receive the same discipline or whatever, trespassing or whatever, that anyone would that would go into a classroom.
Yeah, absolutely. So not only parents, but not only the students that are riding the bus, the exact same as the classroom.
Yes.
Those are the things. That's what you asked. We did put that in, and that should be implemented, but we will make sure. Is there any problems with that?
I just need clarity around what I'm hearing. I'm hearing students, I'm hearing parents, and
All
they
of
are very different.
Well, the parents coming onto the bus is an issue.
Yes, it
We
is.
need to be able to make sure that our bus drivers know that that is what Mr. Rainey was saying, is that it is known that they're not supposed to come on there, right? Okay.
Let me say that on the mic. That right there, that is a law enforcement. We're talking about discipline here, and that needs to be addressed, but that is a law enforcement.
So then we need to direct, if we can get staff to make sure that the direction to law enforcement is that if a parent or somebody, doesn't even have to be a parent, decides, because there wasn't one that happened in the bus video I watched last night, gets on our bus, that they know that that's trouble, right? You can't come on there. So we'll make sure of that.
I'm wondering, Mr. Susan, if, because we are, we lots of ideas tossed around. I've got a few actually of my own.
Okay.
If rather than trying to find a solution for each of these things, let's get all the ideas out on the table, and see, what, and staff are going to have, regardless of what we say right here, staff are going to have to go back and work on it and figure out, one, how we're going to pay for it, how we're going to implement it, who's responsible for it, and all of that, okay? But if you don't mind, I've got a couple I'd like to.
I know, she still has more on her list.
She
I
said
would
she
like
went
to go.
through, did you have more?
She has more. She has it on that list.
I have something I'd like to say as well, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As far as the urgency, I'm getting injured every single day that I go to work, and I'm not the only one. And the children, the other children, because of the very extreme behavior of one or two, the children are afraid. I'm afraid, and they're afraid. To me, that's the urgency. And I don't know how to solve that, but there's not enough of us. There's 3 IAs in my room. 2 of us are assigned to one student. One has to take care of the other 20. We need help. We need some kind of a crisis team that can come in and help us, because and I don't know where to find them. I know there's a shortage of people. People are not applying for the positions. But we shouldn't have to be in fear going to school. Our students shouldn't have to be in fear on the bus and in the classroom. And they are afraid. Children have been injured. And
Hang on. I just wanted to say, these are things that were before, and that's why I wanted to reiterate them.
Well,
And they don't, hang on, and they don't cost any money. They're same levels as the classroom was established and told to me that that's one of the things that we were going to do. Referral process being the same as inside of the classroom, and also the referral process of writing the referral and getting a follow-up as to what the outcome of that was. Parents on the bus, we all know, shouldn't be happening because it causes a problem. Those should be no non-negotiable, no cost. We should be able to go down that road. I'm going to work with Dr. Thetty, if it's okay with everybody, make sure that those get taken care of. That's it. And then you had something, but they had a list that they gave me, the team did, so if we could keep going through it.
I wish we could have seen the list. I wish
Well,
you would have shared
we're
the list.
speaking to Ms. Dolores. She had the list in front of her. If I could continue to go down that list. Yeah, there's the points that were on that list, I just wanted to go through real quick.
No, I understand. I thought we heard, just to our eye at the end, by the way, I just super appreciate you and the boldness it took for you to be here. I don't want there to be heard, at least from me or anybody else on this board, that we spent the whole first time and during public comment hearing about what the problems are. I think we need to start looking at the solutions. And my idea is, let's start throwing the solutions out on the table. Because, we all know there's a problem. There's a deep, broad, all the adjectives problem. So let's, and it's multi-layered, and there are many root causes: hunger, poverty, cell phones, the generation, world crisis, all those things. But what we can do. So if you're okay, Mr. Susan, I'd like to throw out a couple of things.
What I was trying to do is give the unions the opportunity to give what they wanted, which is the part of it, right? That got taken care of. And you had 4 more items that I just wanted to say that we can't make decisions on today, that need to be part of the collective conversation. And then we'll go, the idea would be that we would be going through these one at a time. But if you had some ideas, we could go through them. But I would like to try to stick to the same thread.
Okay, well, I guess what I really wanted to suggest is, let's get all the ideas out there
We
and
are.
not try to decide as a board, are we going to direct staff to do this or direct staff?
No.
Because we may come up with 50 ideas, but we can't direct staff to do all of them at once. So you're trying to get consensus from us and I don't feel comfortable giving you my thoughts on some of these because I don't know what else is going to be laid on the table. And I'd like to do some more thought and research and talking to people before I can give you my, movement to consensus on some of this. So that's why I'm trying to get us to slow down on. Let's accelerate on getting the ideas out there, but let's slow down on trying to figure out which ideas we're going to pick right now.
Ms. Kim, I just wanted to make sure that the unions were given the opportunity to give us those, and we got them from the teachers union. We got the majority of them from the bus, and then I had some from the administration that we could go through, but I wanted to finish the bus, and then if you had some, you could go, and we could go from there. I think that cell phones is one of them that we have here that we will discuss. They wanted to be able, the bus union had mentioned, and these are things that we can discuss moving forward, that there's a driver authority act the same as a teacher. If there's a student who comes in and acts a specific way, that they have the opportunity to turn around and say, I cannot ride this bus because of this person, or this person cannot be on the bus because of mine. Some sort of a teacher authority, but also a driver authority. These are just suggestions. Go ahead.
May I comment just for a moment? Teacher authority law is outlined in statute. There is no opportunity in statute for bus drivers or anybody else to remove a student from a school or from a bus. That authority does not rest with those individuals. It has to go through the process to the administration, and it does not rest with a bus driver to be able to remove a student from a bus for 10 days or 5 days or anything like that. I just need to make that clear.
But to suspend a student from the bus and to eventually take the person off the bus, we can do that, right?
It doesn't, the statutory authority is not with the driver. The driver refers the student.
Absolutely.
And then we go through the process to
Absolutely.
remove
And
or however we end up working it out. But the authority in statute, they
Right.
refer, and we handle. The teacher authority law is outlined in statute.
And I would just make the argument that it's just one of the topics they brought up. We can workshop it and stuff like that, but Mark, you had something to say.
I did. The bus drivers, I don't think they're asking for the authority to direct somebody off the bus. I think they want to continue to make the referrals to the appropriate people
Right.
and know that within a 24-hour period of time, something happened. The more immediacy issue is when you have to drive the bus back to the school because of a disruption, and you make a recommendation to the principal or to whoever's in charge, and they get on the bus and give a little speech and say, okay, now drive the bus with the kid home. That's not very acceptable to many of the drivers. You still got the same problem on the bus.
So
Okay.
I think these are things that we can definitely put together. The other thing that they wanted was training for de-escalation, just like we talked about. Multiple offenses for suspended, to suspend for 9 weeks. So if a student just keeps getting multiple offenses, if that works out to be where you can suspend for a full 9 weeks. Now, that is the same as classrooms. There is some multiple offense type stuff. So I would take it that we could go through and work with staff on that and then bring that out if possible and then get board correct. Does that make sense?
Mr. Gibbs, I had asked Mr. Gibbs, he wasn't sure off the top of his head, but actually maybe federal.
There's
Their
IDEA
law
protections.
that it says what we can and cannot do as far as not allowing students to use our school.
Yes.
Absolutely.
ESE is one thing. and-
Can I say something or make a
Sure.
suggestion at this point? I think really what we would like to walk away from today with is a couple of things that we can give to our teachers and our assistants, anybody in the school system that they can use right away. We need some things instead of waiting, going through all these committees, we need something to happen. So even if it's just a small victory, like, hey, we're not going to allow cell phones any longer. If a student is caught with a cell phone, it's going to go to the front office and their parent's going to have to pick it up. I think that would be something good that we could tangibly use right away, and our teachers will see, they'll see an improvement right away from that. So,
Interesting. I've got kids in 2 different secondary schools, and I didn't know if this was district-wide, but at the beginning of the year, both my daughter who's in high school and my son who's in middle school, the letter went home from the school said students are not allowed to have their phones out except for lunchtime in between classes. I don't know, was that a district-wide secondary school, or did I just happen to have 2 students at the schools that were doing that? That Dr. Sullivan question?
I can actually answer it.
Okay.
As can I.
You guys have, just so you know, the wireless communications device policy. guys
Thank you.
should
That's
have a
what,
copy.
that's
Thank
where we
you.
were going.
That's
as
what
well.
I was going to make reference to. And the last time the board amended the policy, it provided for flexibility by school site on utilizing it for instructional approaches and things like that. So the schools did have the authority to prohibit stick to backpacks and away, and others chose not to based on the way it was written in the policy. And Mr. Souza had it right in his hand, so perfect.
Okay.
So I think, since it's on the table, let's go after it. The cell phones that we have, I put a copy of your wireless communications devices inside. You have it inside of your folder. What it basically does is exactly what you just said. And we know, being inside, even when I was there, here's what ends up happening. an individual goes to speak on the cell phone, and what ends up happening is that I have one teacher that engages the whole time, and then I have the next teacher that may allow them to get on their phone, and then the third teacher goes and does not engage or engages and is told, well, why is it? And then what it is that the students say, well, my last teacher let me, they push back, the referral process isn't strong enough, so we have a cell phone issue. I think that one of the things I would like to do is bring forward to get rid of the cell phones, make them illegal to have inside of the open classroom. And if a teacher had to actually use it, that they would submit something to the principal that would then allow it. But then we say no cell phones at all, and actually give the kids the appropriate discipline. So that was kind of the thought process. But do we have any
Yeah,
board members
just
that-
Florida statute does authorize students to have wireless communication devices at school.
But we're not saying that they can't have them on the thing. You just can't use them in the middle of class.
Right, yeah, no problem. I'm just letting everybody know, we can't outlaw them from
No.
children at
No,
school.
and we know that.
Well, you said illegal, that's why you said.
Oh, I apologize. Illegally to use inside the classroom, meaning our teachers need to know that when that phone comes out and they did not put a lesson together and submit it to the teacher, to the principal, that those cell phones should be removed like we were talking about. So that was my thought, but let's start talking because this is hot.
I think the wireless earbuds go into play there too, because a lot of our students are not even listening at all. They have earphones in, you won't even see them, their hair's covering it, and they're doing something completely different than paying attention to instruction, so.
Yeah, and that can be considered as part of the wireless communications devices, but I think you're 100% right.
Can I ask a question, please? When did we get to this point? Because when my kid was at Mel High in 2019, if that phone came out, they got detention, they got written up, they got a behavior referral. So when did we get to the point where it's okay to be on your phone instead of paying attention to your lesson in school? Where did we get to the point where it's okay to disrespect your teachers on the bus, to attack people that are there to educate you and help you? What is the problem and how can we fix that issue to then start implementing in all these rules? I don't want to see Bavar go down in flames on a nationwide stage, because I've had my family call me from all over the country in shock as to what I am living through. They're like, is this seriously going on where you live? Unfortunately, yeah, it is. So we need to be very tactful about how we're going to address these issues. And the problem in BPS is it needs to be uniform across the board. It cannot be this way in Cocoa and this way on Beachside. It needs to be the same rules applied to everyone all the time. That's what's getting lost in translation here. And I don't want to see any of us fail. I'm here to make sure that we all succeed, but we need to stop attacking each other and come together to work on the issues at hand that affect our children. I'm not talking about race, creed, any of that. I'm talking about the issues at hand, the safety of your employees, the safety of your students.
Yep.
My kid spent 12 years in BPS, and I've never heard of, I sat here today in horror, hearing the kind of stuff that's going on. We need to stop blaming COVID. There is a huge gap and a problem here. Okay, we understand that COVID is a big issue. It turned all our lives upside down, but this is affecting the quality of education that BPS is able to offer. And
Absolutely.
there needs to be a solid response, not I understand that you want to give results, Matt. I know how you are.
No,
You're
no,
a
no.
get it done kind of guy.
Where you're going right now is I have down here, and it was part of what it was, but I'm trying to allow everybody else to have it, so I agree with you 100%. There is
I'm
something that
sitting
was asked.
here and my blood is boiling as
I know,
I'm hearing these
I know.
issues, and I'm hearing this poor lady working
Yep.
her life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we
Yeah.
go. All right. Mr. Trent, hang on, Mr. Trent.
All right, so like many of us, I was really, I did not know what to expect today. Okay, so after seeing the video, after talking to some community members, I really thought what today was about, and it's getting there, sort of, is we have a policy. We have a policy in place. I mean, we have the electronic policy. We have the phone policy. The earbuds, yeah, you sidetracked on that. I thought that was the end of education when we had the earbud issue, and this was probably 15 years ago. And then the cell phones. Within the schools, and I'll do the cell phone in just a second, there are some teachers that will look at you and say, I have no idea what you're talking about with the cell phone issue, because they're not allowed in my class. They're not out. We're engaged. The kids know we don't have them. That's the dinosaurs now. That's the minority of teachers. Many teachers, when you hear them talk about issues in the classroom, they're always on their phones. And I have no problem asking, even though I was a testing coordinator for the last 3 years, why do they have them out? Well, you know, it's just not worth the battle. That's a shame. All right, so that's an evaluation issue, and that's a teaching, that's a culture of our schools that our administrators have to understand that they're a reflection of, on that, and it's their issue that they got to take. They owe that to the student and to you as parents and me. So that's the cell phone thing. But when I started getting some questions, what we were going to do today, I actually thought we were going to listen, you know, twice as much as we talked, and I tried to take as many notes as possible, and then we were going to go back as a board and try to make some things work. I did not think we were going to redesign a policy because we have one. What I really was hoping we would do, and I put this out as my word, this is what we're doing today. We just want to hear from the public. We want to let the teachers and the administration and the parents know that we have your backs, and we want you to do the job that you're paid to do as teachers and staff, and understand that, you know, we'll do whatever we can do, that district won't get in that way. Not that they are, but we just don't want that to be a barrier. Principals, you are responsible for your schools and the discipline that goes on and the message that you send. So we're not sure we're going to change any policies. We have something. So you're saying you're wanting something done. How about just follow what you're supposed to be doing? I don't get offended. Otherwise, I'd say I was offended when I heard that our teachers may not know how to have that they don't have classroom management skills. All right, that's troublesome. That our citizens and parents think that certified teachers don't have classroom management skills. That's what keeps us in teaching. If you do not have classroom management skills, you're out within the first 3 years of teaching. You will not last. So we have those skills as teachers. Sometimes it's the culture that we don't want to write students up sometimes. I won't tell you what school when, but there was a time at the beginning in our pre-planning that we brought out how many referrals each teacher had written in the previous year. There was a teacher that wrote 3 times the amount of referrals as the rest of the staff. She was looked upon like she had 5 heads, and she was the problem. But if you look deeper, she was our middle school gym teacher that had 55 to 60 kids in there. And we all know about middle school gym class. So that was the reason why that happened. Never once did that teacher get asked, why did you write those students up and what happened? Okay, so it isn't about you know, the amount of referrals. But honestly, we just wanted to be here going into the holiday. We really want to push something. How do we get to the parents to say, here's a great opportunity for you to talk to your students over this break? Be thankful for our teachers, be thankful for our school bus drivers, and that you come back in the new year with a little bit more respect and how to act in a public setting. And then policy can get changed. The root cause is, I think our staff down there in 1010 has said it. We have some unruly characters that are interrupting the educational process for the majority.
I don't think that's the root cause, sir.
If it's not a root cause, it is one of them.
Well, that's not how you define root cause. There's a lot of factor that plays into that. Like Mrs. Campbell said, there are multiple root causes.
Like you just said, there's multiple root causes.
Slow down.
And nobody ever said that they don't have classroom discipline training. Everybody needs to be refreshed.
I'll accept the refreshing, but as a certified teacher, we have those skills.
Yeah, I'm not saying the skills is not there. Just like you got skills in terms of inputting data. And this young man just said that data are not being input into the system. So there's a lot of collaborative training, working together.
Yep.
And that's why we're here, sir.
Absolutely.
Let me finish. We got to have an open mind. You got to listen and, let the community express what they're saying. But to the point is, we talking about data that's not accurate. And this young man just told us that some of the data is not being processed.
Correct.
So that's a training issue, right? That doesn't mean they don't have the skill to input the data.
No, that's not a training issue.
It's not a training issue, and I was raising my hand like a beautiful teacher.
You're coming to you next.
I've been sitting here since 9 a.m. waiting, and I appreciate the idea to share a solution because we'll go back and forth all day. Mm-hmm. We have different definitions of what root causes are. The fact of the matter is this profession is bleeding.
Yep.
There's a gaping wound. My colleague right here said there was an accelerant thrown on it from the pandemic. And honestly, there's not going to be any teachers left to teach our students with excellence as a standard unless we figure this out. And I'm fired up now.
Go ahead.
Because I presented, and what I'm going to say, maybe in 3 minutes, I don't know. I presented 4 years ago when I left the classroom to come into this job. Because in my classroom, if somebody didn't get a grammar concept, what did I do? I taught it again. If somebody in my colleague's math classroom didn't get the math concept, they taught it again. Although arguably, I don't know how much reteaching is going on because we're teaching so much to a standardized test now, and we talk about their numbers. All of this is data. Is data important? Absolutely. But our students have been reduced to numbers for decades. We're doing it with discipline. We're doing it with standardized testing. And we're not addressing, you keep saying root causes. You know what? We don't. And we could have the argument as to whether or not schools are supposed to teach behavior. But you know what? A behavior happens. And whether or not that behavior is normal, you mentioned cursing, absolutely. If that's the only thing that the student has had modeled for them at home, of course they're going to curse at you, right? And that does go back to a training. Do all of our teachers need to be trained? I think we have some darn good teachers. Could we use refresher? Sure. But what are we doing for our students to help them with behavior? And honestly, nothing. And I think there are some good things that have started happening. But 4 years ago, I said, hey, what if, here's this radical idea, we teach students the behavior that they exhibited and strategies to help that behavior not happen again. And I may or may have not been told by somebody with the ability to make this decision right then that I wasn't his boss, but I wrote this whole module on vaping because at that time we still have a huge problem with vaping. So we suspend a kid, we catch a kid, and I'm just using this as an example. I feel like it could be done. We have all these definitions of our behaviors, physical aggression, vaping, they talk back in class, all of these things that happen that we've identified as things we don't want happening in our classrooms, things we don't want happening on the bus. And some students come to the classroom with the skills that they know they shouldn't do that, and some come to the classroom with they don't know that they shouldn't do that. So what if, radical idea, that we assign a consequence, because actions have natural and logical consequences, but after we assign the consequence, the student has to complete a module with the parent, without the parent. I know that if a parent was suspended, and unless a parent came in for a parent conference, that parent was there the next day at 8 a.m. to meet with me because they wanted their kid in school, and that's way more effective. But what if the kid got suspended for vaping? They completed an academic module on the harmful effects of vaping. The idea is that, somebody might put something in a vape that you don't think it's in there. And then before they're reintroduced into the school community, they have a reflection opportunity where they think about what was the behavior, how did my behavior affect the people around me, how did my behavior affect me, and they have, and this goes back to money, everything I'm talking about, we got to spend some money, but I think we should spend some money. What if they met with a trusted adult on campus, an administrator, oh my goodness, a mental health counselor for all of our schools, a social worker for all of our schools, again, money and staff, but you know what, part of why there's urgency today is there's not going to be these people to do this for our students unless we make changes. And so the student, before they even go back into the classroom, they're meeting with a trusted adult, whether that's a teacher, a counselor, an administrator, somebody, to discuss their learning and reflection on what happened. This could be done with physical aggression. This could be done with cursing. This could be done with anything that we have as our behaviors. And I don't think that, maybe there's a program out there that does it, but there is, I've spent summers before I came into this position writing curriculum with some of the most talented educators across this district. So I believe that as a district, and with community, with parent buy-in, with everything, could sit down and create a program like this where we model and teach behavior, because we shouldn't be surprised if we suspend a kid for fighting and the kid comes back and fights again. We never gave them an opportunity to change that behavior. And so I'm here, and I frankly came in, I wasn't sure what I was going to expect. I was happy to have this conversation. I'm happy we're all in this room, but I pitched this idea 4 years ago, and here we are. A committee is where ideas go to die. And so the urgency here is because we can't keep pushing things down the road. Do I understand we don't want to act with immediacy and not think things through before we put things into place? Yeah, I agree with that. But we also don't want to have a situation where we have classrooms that have like 60 kids in it, right? We can't afford to lose more teachers or bus drivers. We can't afford to have our students are, maybe they're not passing their grades, or they're deficient because they're showing up to school, second period, they miss their algebra class and their English class because we're so short on bus drivers, and the bus drivers couldn't get them there. So I just want there to be an understanding that, yes, we have a discipline policy in place. Yes, it needs definite revision. Yes, it needs to be used with fidelity, but we can't just do that. Like, we have to put something else into place. We have to dig new wells. And I really hope that we can actually do this together.
I believe that's what I was asking for, clarity.
Thank you.
And I believe both of them just gave us clarity. Now, to your point, we can go into our community and talk to our community and speak to our community and talk to them about talking to our children, bringing our children in. I know we have with our children all the time. We bring them in and ask them and talk to them, and we bring our parents and our children in to help them be able to communicate to each other. But when we come here as a community and we don't know the variable, we don't know what's, you see what I'm saying? But we hear urgency. So now it's not that we're saying there's no urgency, we're saying what is the urgency? But only thing we're hearing is implementation. Now you both, as well as the young lady that was there, have made it plain and clear now why there is such urgency. Whereas before it was, we need to implement this, we need to implement it. Implement what for what? Because we haven't been a part, okay? And now that we are a part, I have no problem with going into my community and pulling in as many as I can during the break as much as possible to speak on this matter, to talk on this matter. But if it's not articulated and we're just talking about what needs to be done, we can't go back and articulate anything because we're sitting saying, well, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do this, but we really don't know why, okay? Because we're not in the room, okay? But at the same time, I'll say this, while there is an urgency, I'm gonna say this too, there is an urgency to bring these children in here, okay? I have my daughter back here who came because she has a life skill project, a leadership project, and this would help her write it. And one of the things she said to me was, it seemed like we're inconsiderate, this is her words, they're inconsiderate of other people's comments and statements. And she said, how are we gonna get somewhere if everybody's inconsiderate? And for me, it's more so hearing. Sometimes it's not what it says. Sometimes it's not how you say it. Sometimes it's how you hear it that makes the difference in the communication. And I believe you guys heard me well. The both of you heard me well, as well as the young lady. What is the problem that needs immediate attention? And now we can help with that problem, as Mr. Trent said, to go talk to us. But at the same time, I'm gonna say this again. If the students are the problem, you need students in the room.
Amen.
If the discipline are the problem, you need, and I know you heard me say it, I'm gonna say it again. Parents are gone because they had to go to work. Parents are gone because they have to go pick up their children. So what you need is for teachers not to leave. What you need is for the bus drivers, you at least have to stay. Well, what the parents need is to understand what the urgency is, and I'm old school, so I can go home and get into their stuff. But I can't go home and get into their stuff if you're not going to clarify that urgency, and we're just going to move and put things in place because you're going to be back here with things in place with the same issue.
Thank you. I think one of the things, okay. We're on the cell phone, that's why I was saying, we gotta get back to
and
it.
it's on the cell phone.
Okay.
And I'm on a gospel radio station, so I can get the word out to some parents. Sunday, okay?
Thank you.
But here's my thing, on the cell phone, because we rear our children different, okay? Take the phone, okay? Put a lockbox at the front, have them, when they come in, the teacher open the drawer, all phones in the drawer. Put it in a policy, take the phone, no phones, and see, I heard a parent earlier say, well, you're confusing them. For some class, they said, pull them out and use it, Google this, Google it. Other classes, they said, put them up, but if you have a policy, no phones in class, then if one comes out, you know you got a problem. But you take the phone, and if they say, well, I need an emergency, if my mom calls, if your mom needs you, she'll call the office, and the office will send for you. But let everyone know, no phones in the class. If they don't give them up because I had one parent tell me the school had called them 3 times. First time they called about the cell phone, she had to go pick it up. Second time they called about the cell phone, she had to go pick it up. Third time they called, she told them, keep it. It's gonna save me $60 a month. I'm not worried about a bill. I'm not coming back out there. I'm not getting off my job anymore. Just keep it. I was the one who, my college student was walking around on campus, and I told him, cut it off. In the middle of him walking around on a college campus, but he got the message. So take the phone, nip it in the bud, let them know, because that's how we were reared. It's not a necessity. It's a luxury.
Thank
and
you.
They don't have to have it during school hours.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, is it legal, because this was one of the issues that was brought forward on the cell phone piece, is it legal for our teachers to take that cell phone from the student and send it up to the front office?
If it's disciplinary and you're giving it back to the student, then you might be able to, I'd have to look at it and see if there's any direction on that. But I know statute says students are allowed to have.
Right, they're
them
allowed
on
to have
campus.
them, but if they're used inappropriately.
Right, if
And
they
our-
got confiscated for inappropriate use is the question, and I don't have it off the top of my head.
So there's where our teachers are. So what happened is many of our teachers felt like even if they said, we would like to confiscate that phone, just like you said, because that's what I used to do when I was a teacher, that it would end up to where that would be illegal. So we need to get clarification and get that out immediately.
It could also be a liability issue, because once that teacher takes it, the kid's gonna say, got a correct screen.
You know what?
Now you owe me
then they don't need
$800
to
for a
bring it.
new
You
Apple
know,
phone.
I mean, I'm getting to the point where we need to make sure that those kids are not using their cell phones illegally. Or, I'm sorry, inappropriately, that they're gonna break the thing. And we just need to get to the point where, and we say something like, if you bring it and you act inappropriately, then you lose the right that if it does have a cracked screen when it gets back. But we've got to get to the point, otherwise we're never going to solve the problem.
Mr. Susan,
Yes, ma'am.
are you asking us to date a work session on this policy so we can move forward?
What I would like to do, according to Trent, which he made it perfectly explainable, is enforce what we have. And then if there's an outcome related to that that may slow that down, we need to know immediately, but we need to send direction to our teachers that when they start, maybe even when we send out communications to our parents, that we're going to be strictly enforcing it. But when they come back from Christmas break, those cell phones, there is a new, you do not bring them out. Does that make sense? So because we will not have time to workshop that policy by the time, we already have a good policy. All we need to do is make sure that the teachers can legally possess it and send it up to the front office. That's all. We already have one, we just need to enforce it according to Mr.
Mr.
Trent.
Susan, I heard a concern from one of your teachers. I'm not going to shout them out. I'm just going to air what they stated. They're afraid of being assaulted. They're afraid of what can happen to them physically. We got big problems, and we need, like Katie said, this is a table for solutions. And if what we're going to do is enforce the policy that's already in place, we have to get the word out to the community efficiently, effectively, and quickly. Like Katie said, solutions.
I have a copy of it, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Can you send those home?
Yep.
For Christmas, for the parents to sign.
Absolutely.
That you will be implementing the policy, no phone use in class.
There's
we had
already,
that.
yeah, there's a
We had
form that
that.
they all signed ahead of time.
Yeah.
Can you send it out again?
Matt,
We've already signed.
Just 3-second point. This is why our teachers can't enforce the cell phone policy. This conversation right here, well, if I take it, does it get broken? If I, respecting your time, but.
Absolutely.
So it's not always the classroom management, it's
So
What's the option?
I think the,
Good point. You would think.
so let's say this. We have an enforcement, we have signatures on paper. That's already done inside of our schools. We just need to find out what the legality is and then get communications out during Christmas. That's it. So that I think, if we're all okay with that, Mr. Trent?
Yes.
Everybody else?
So that's going to be perfectly communicated, right? Because his
Perfectly, I
point-
don't know, but it'll be communicated.
Communicated flawlessly. Okay.
I have policies all over my classroom. No cell phones.
Right.
I say it every day, all day long. I have 195 students, and they don't give a crap. That's my policy. I have a sign everywhere. It's in the school manual, and I have a cell hotel, shoe racks where they put their phone in, get check marks, they get extra credit, and they don't care. Do you have a phone?
You need, yeah.
This is
Wow,
it.
I
I'm
checked
not on
that.
my phone, Miss Edwards. I'm not on it. I'm not on it. I'm not. I had kids watching the World Cup. They don't care that there's a no phone policy. They want their phone. They want it. They want instant gratification. They do not understand delayed gratification. And I can't compete with that. And I have given up some days, and then some days I just cry. And then some days I scream. And some days I don't have time to write 50 referrals. They will not give up their phones. Their mothers and fathers tell me, my child will have a phone when they leave that room, because if there's a school shooter, they need to call me.
So.
Can I jump in
So
here?
so we have a policy, we'll check with staff, we'll get the appropriate communications out, and then we will go to a strict enforcement. We can't sit and wait, right? And whatever that enforcement is, per the communications from the school district, we can get that taken care of. Sir?
Yes, sir. You said previously that the bus is an extension of the classroom.
Yes, sir.
That's a paraphrase, right?
Yes, sir.
All the students and their parents sign the document to ride the bus.
Yes,
Number
sir.
9 is there's no cell phone use. It's also printed in big letters on every bus inside all the rules. Number 9. The problem is we tell them to if you lose your ID to get on the bus. I get it. You download it, they get the phone out. I'm driving a bus looking forward 10 seconds. Every 10 seconds, I'm looking in the back, if not, to make sure I've got no problems in the back. I cannot be policing a cell phone issue on the bus unless you put somebody on the bus with us to do it.
So inside the policy, it says that the times that the instructors are allowed to use and the bus drivers are allowed to give permission. It also says that in events, they're allowed to give permission. So that would be up to the bus driver to allow. But we've got to get to a place where we enforce what we have. Because if we've gotten to a place inside of our community, inside of our schools, that we can't even enforce the policy that we have, then we're in a place that is why we're here today.
Just so you know, every week, we collect a ton of lost cell phones on our buses. There's many of them still sitting up in the central office on the front desk. $1,000 phones. Kids don't claim them because they don't want to tell the parents they lost them.
Got it. Well, I think district staff will work with getting communications out to our staff and get us to enforce this. And if anything does need to be changed, then we can work it.
Yeah,
Does
and I
everybody agree?
appreciate that. Mrs. Susan, can you consider maybe meeting with the principals? Make sure they understand what's coming so that the line of
That'll be part of that
communication-
communications, I'm
that-
sure.
And I'm dedicated to putting it out through the radio stations once y'all confirm
Yeah.
what it is. If you get it to us, and I know you have communication as well. Once you confirm, we can help push this.
Thank you so much. I
We can
really
help push
appreciate it.
We can blast.
So we had, there was something that Mr. Schifrin gave me and asked me to present to get direction from. I can wait for that, but if we go into other areas, I would like to just reserve 20 minutes at the end that our administrators were asking for. Ms. Campbell had respectfully asked to present a couple of things, and Ms. Jenkins might, and everybody else, and the union might have some more.
Microphone. Our last few minutes, I think it's time for the board to maybe weigh in on a few things and have Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I just want to try and get the train kind of back on the tracks. Ms. Skipper, I appreciate you, because I've been saying this since we heard about this meeting. We keep calling it a discipline meeting. That's not how we deal with our students. It's a behavior intervention meeting. We hear that the solution is social workers, counselors, behavior analysts, and that sounds wonderful. And if we had those people in the room, what they would do is exactly what you said. Identify the behavior, why it's happening, modify it, and reteach it. And of course, a consequence if there's a consequence that needs to go alongside of it. And I think we need to stay on the track and remember that. We came here talking about student behavior. We went off track to talk about parents in the front office. We need to stay focused on that. We also need to stay focused on the top issues for our teachers, because we can't tackle them all at one time. And so we started off by saying, Teachers Union, tell us what are the things we can put in place prior to these incidents happening, and they were reasonable suggestions. They're things that should happen and need to happen. Great, good conversation. But we gotta stay on the track, because when we start going down every little tiny issue and finding all the problems with it, yeah, we need to do that. We totally need to do that. But we need to have a plan in place of what things we're gonna tackle so we can tackle them to the fullest extent and make sure we're doing it correctly. So if cell phones are the biggest thing that teachers wanna talk about and they want us to address and modify and change, great. Let's have a plan and say, that's what we're gonna do, number one. The union's already identified, I've said it already before. Clearly, there is a miscommunication, a lack of application of whatever we want to say of our referral process. Let's take a deep dive. Let's listen to our teachers. Let's listen to our administrators and find out why this is falling by the wayside. Let's fix it. That's the number one issue of frustration for our teachers. That's what we need to get together and talk about and modify and change. And we can't do that here before 4 o'clock. That's impossible. But we need to come to a consensus as a board. Let's pick 3 things that we feel like are really, and of course get the input from our unions and our staff. But the 3 most important things that are frustrating our teachers the most right now when it comes to student behavior in the classroom, on the bus, within our school buildings, and then come together and have successful conversations about those things. We can't do that right now. It's ineffective, and we're all over the place, and then we're going to get back to the place where nothing's actually done because we threw all this spaghetti at the wall, and it's not going to be done correctly or successfully. So I think as board members, and again, yes, we need to hear from you guys. You're sitting right here. I think you've shared most of your opinions, and if you think we're wrong with the things that we're saying are important, obviously jump in and tell us that. But I think that's the most effective thing to do.
Mr. Jonathan.
No? Okay. You know, it's a reasonable expectation of everybody in this room here that when you send your child to school, that they're going to be safe. When you send your grandchild to school, they're going to be safe. When you send your nephew, your niece, your foster child, your adopted child, or the child that you blessed to be their guardian, that they're going to be safe. And I just want to say, we need to get away from those kids. They're our kids. They're our community and our parents. Okay, these children are ours. When I was in the classroom, every child in that classroom was my child while I had them. I was a part of the parenting team. And the same is true for our teachers. When our teachers go to work, there is a reasonable expectation that they're not going to be physically assaulted. They're not going to be spit, kicked, hit, choked, had something thrown at them, had a desk or books or chairs thrown at them. And so, yeah, I'm gonna get a little, I'm kind of like Vanessa, I'm a little fired up. Because what we need, for you say what's number one? Let me tell you what's number one. Zero tolerance for physical aggression towards teachers and staff, period. Nobody signed up for this. Nobody went to college for 4 years, got a master's degree to go into anybody's class. I worked in juvenile detention. That's the only place I expect physical aggression. I do not expect physical aggression in my public school. Where are we, folks? Where we are making excuses and minimizing physical aggression in our public schools. It's totally unacceptable. And we're hearing from our community, because I'm going to tell you right now, folks, no parent wants their child in a classroom where they don't feel safe. No parent wants their child in a classroom where that child doesn't feel loved and supported. I don't care what color or background you have. You want to send your child to your neighborhood public school and know that your child's going to be okay.
Yep.
That is a reasonable expectation of a public school in this United States. That's what's most important. That is number one most important. Right there. We can drop the mic, we can be done right there. We should not be sending our teachers into any kind of physical environment where they are not safe.
I love that. Can I add to
So
that?
Jonathan, thank you very
Jonathan.
much, because that's exactly what
Yep.
Mr. Schifrin asked.
Yeah.
He asked if we could have zero tolerance towards physical aggression and physical violence. That was one of the top 3 things that he asked. And I think that that is what our district has inside policy, and I think that we should just be able to enforce it. Is that correct?
Yes. Can I add to that?
Ms. Moore, hang on, just hang on, Mr. Bernard, just hang on just a second. So we just said that zero tolerance for violence in any way towards our staff, towards our teachers, right? Is what he had asked. And everybody here,
And our students.
Ms. Moore said, and our students, yes, I'm so sorry. And Ms. Moore said that that is exactly what's inside a policy, so we just need to enforce it.
I just want to clarify. So in the Code of Student Conduct, zero tolerance for school-related crime. This is on page 90, and I'll just read the bottom of it.
Thank you.
And I think it's really important to understand that one of the comments that was made was that district has to approve X, Y, and Z. So when we look at each instance, we're looking at the specifics of whether we're going to pull a student out of school for a whole school year, and whether it's going to come to the board, and whether the board can support that. Whether the parents are going to look at the facts of the case and agree with the definitions therein. Let me just read this. Notwithstanding any other provision of board policy, any student found to have committed an act of assault or aggravated assault, or battery or aggravated battery, or physical attack on any elected official of the school district, teacher, administrator, or other school district personnel shall be recommended for expulsion or placement at the alternative school setting as appropriate. The minimum period of this expulsion or placement in the alternative school setting shall be 1 full calendar year, and the student may be referred to the criminal justice or juvenile justice system. So within that policy are students with disabilities. They're 4-year-olds. They are students who had incidental contact and students that had deliberate contact. And so we need to be really clear on the expectations of the board, because as we move toward expulsion, there's due process that students and families get. And we want to make sure that we're ensuring that students and families get that due process as we support the zero tolerance for school-related crime policy. So that direction is going to need to come from the board, because
Absolutely.
you guys are the hearing officers in those cases.
I just think that if we are going, if this is the one of the number one issues that you have is zero tolerance, it is also the same issue that Gary Schifrin had on the top, then zero tolerance is something that we need to enforce. And I think that if we set the message that that's the direction that we're going to go, then we can send it to the principals and everything else. Otherwise, we're going to have them continue to do violence against staff and everything else. So that's okay with me. Ms. Campbell, do you need to weigh in?
I think if I heard Ms. Moore correctly, one of the things we need to take into consideration when we talk about this is, what are we going to do with a 4-year-old who kicked their teacher? We're all thinking of the 14-year-old 8th grader, right? The big 150-pound boy who lost it. But most of the time, when we talk about IAs and bus drivers who are kick, scratch, hit, whatever, we're talking about ESE kids, or we're talking about primary grades and pre-K. I think, who haven't learned those skills, and this generation of little ones has fewer skills because of the last few years they've been parked in front of TVs and computer screens while their parents are trying to survive through the pandemic. And that's a generality, I know, but that has exacerbated it. So I just think we need to be careful. I don't know how we apply that policy to our little ones, Ms. Moore.
So whenever there's an incident, it would be a level 4 or 5 incident. the administrator has to call their a director, either an elementary director or a secondary director, and they review the case with them. They review the language, they review the incident, they review everything around it, and determine whether or not that there's enough there in order to move forward basically that their due process has been appropriately handled. And I don't want to misspeak for you guys, but please stop and jump in when I get it wrong. And that all the characteristics of that child has been taken into consideration. A 4-year-old who was throwing a tantrum that inadvertently smacked a teacher. A student with disability who was rocking and the teacher came up behind him or her and got conked in the head because they got too close. A fight that
A teacher broke up a fight and was
got
in the wrong
right.
place at the wrong time.
So all of those situations, and then there's of course the child that says, if you come near me, I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna punch you. And we've had those. And we've had people hit and punched. And all of those circumstances are related to leading and learning. They are consistent in the questions that they ask. They're consistent on what they move forward with and what they ask for additional supports for those students. And then, you know, if there's some debate and they have to go to hearing, they go to hearing to you guys. And that's the only cautionary tale is, you know, if we have a 4-year-old and we say we're going to consistently follow this policy, I feel like we need to have some other conversation or direction, because you're going to be sitting in a hearing with a 4-year-old and a parent, and you guys are going to be the hearing officers at that meeting. So we do want to follow the will of the board. I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Klein and Dr. Sullivan, hear some of how that decision-making process happens, so that you can feel confident that we're going to support you and your decisions, and that when a student does move forward asking for a hearing, you can feel comfortable in the decisions that you're making for that child.
I would want to jump in. We have teachers in 4-year-old classrooms with bruises and injuries,
I believe it.
with
I believe it.
repeated behaviors. Now, I get the whole, it's a 4-year-old student, but I go back to my premise. Nobody has you have a reasonable expectation that you as the teacher are going to be safe in that classroom. So the whole spectrum of our student body.
So in this
We have cases of teachers being injured, not just hit and red, I mean actually injured. Some having to go with EMS to the hospital.
I had one that was in pre-K last week.
From the whole spectrum, between our earliest all the way up to our latest.
But here's a fact to this, okay? You talking 4-year-old and 5-year-old? A lot of those kids, sir, are not ready for kindergarten.
But here's the thing, though. But they still are in front of us. We can't sit there and go, you can't
I understand, sir. But that's why I talk about root causes, okay? Because if a child, can you imagine being a 4-year-old, and you leaving your house with your brothers and sisters? And when that child goes into a classroom at 4 to 5-year-old, he's not ready in some cases. But wait, but here's what I'm saying. There's a measurement that the school board used called Flickr, and it calls kindergarten readiness.
Yeah.
So we need to look at putting some funds behind that, so that these kids, when they enter school, sir, are ready to go into the educational system.
I mean, honestly, realistically, I don't think the 4-year-old is the one we're focusing.
I guarantee you they are.
In this particular case.
Go look at the data.
But here's the thing, though.
Yeah, it is a
We
lot.
don't have a choice.
But
we don't have it. When they walk in our
That's it.
classroom, we don't have a choice.
Guys, stop for a second. I just want to let you know, last week I got a call from somebody that teaches 4th and 5-year-olds and was urinated on and then was hit and beat. And then the student was brought to the front office and then just sat there. So we need to start enforcing. If we're going to be serious about this and get the backs up against our teachers, then we're going to have.
But I like
So
that.
in the
Mr. Bernard, hang
spirit
on.
of solutions.
Go ahead.
If I can continue with the spirit of solutions, because we are nearing our 4 o'clock time. You know, we've heard again and again and again about getting the parents involved, and honestly, the parents need to get uncomfortable.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I was looking through, asked Ms. Moore to send, you know, she sent us all the interventions. One of the things that I noticed on there, because I was thinking, you know, reverse suspension. I hear about reverse suspension where you make the parents come sit in the classroom, you know, but then I looked at that's very rarely used. That is a great tool. I think here's one solution. We can encourage our administrators, please use this tool in your toolbox more often. Now, it requires a couple things. I think according to contract, the teacher has to agree with it, and I hope that our teachers will make it happen. And then, you know, obviously it has to be used. I think there was something else you told me that mainly it's the teacher has to agree.
Confidentiality of what
Right, and they have to
happens.
sign a confidential, because they can't be messing with and looking
Other
at what
kids.
other kids are doing because we're breaking their FERPA right. But that is, you know, we talk about suspensions. The data is there. Suspensions cause a problem. With kids out of the school, they're not learning. They come back, they're farther behind. They're more of a behavior problem. And for some families, keeping them at home, no big deal. The kid doesn't care because they get to watch TV all day. You know, in-school suspension there's some things better and some things not better. But reverse suspension, if we can use that tool in the toolbox more often, we get those parents in there sitting next to their kid. And as the mother shared earlier, either they're going to behave or the parents are going to see them misbehave. But that's something we already have in place that we can encourage administrators to do more, reverse suspension. We have also a couple of things that we're already doing that we haven't had time to see the results of yet. For example, the parent academies that just started, but I would suggest that we need to make a more concerted effort to get those parent academies into into our communities, maybe out of our school. You know, I was thinking about the Evans Center over in Melbourne that already has active communities. You know, let's take them on the road to where we know people already are, and we could use our community resources to say, where do you already have parents coming? Where can we come to you? Where do you think they would come? Because if we're and that one has already been better because we're not just doing a Viera, we were doing it at several locations across the county, but I'd like to see greater attendance there. We're already working on our Reimagining Middle School project because that is huge. We look at all behaviors, they almost all spike in the 7th and 8th grade years. We're working on that. That's going to take some time, but we're already doing the good work of that. We won't see the results of that for a little bit, but we're working on that. The mentoring program, we've gone from 88, yesterday you told me 100.
About 120 something.
120 something. We need more, and that is, we're going to continue to do the public pleas for mentors, because those mentors can come in and invest in kids who are having the struggles. And those mentors need to be different from like what we have Take Stock in Children, where it's kids who are college bound, and if they have behavior issues, they don't qualify, but it needs to be administrators focusing the mentors on the kids who are having the behavior problems the most and who are struggling the most. I'm going to suggest another one. I'll just save that one for last. Mental health has been mentioned so much. We only have so many dollars. We only have so many people. And I know Chris Moore has already been talking to community partnerships. We need our community partnerships to come in and help us to provide that as much as possible. And if you want to speak to that in a minute.
Sure.
But here's another one. This is very practical, and it won't apply to everybody, but we've already talked about enforcing what we already have. We're a choice district. You can pretty much send your kid, if you live in Palm Bay, you can go to school in Titusville. You can go wherever you want. As long as you get them there. But we have those EPO and ELO contracts, and for the most part, those are families who are engaged, but sometimes it's not. When you do an EPO or an ELO, which is an option to send your kids somewhere besides their own school or a special program, you sign a contract that says, while my kid is here, they will keep their grades up, they'll keep their behavior in line, and if I don't, then I can be asked to go back to my zone school. It's time to enforce that. And I think sometimes it is, but I feel like sometimes and Jane's shaking her head, sometimes our administrators feel like they can't do it. Absolutely they can. If you are a parent and you signed the contract, then your kid is not going to behave, that's going to be the first thing is, bye. Because it needs to be, the parent needs to feel it. Your child cannot and I'm not saying the first time you misbehave, then you're out of here. But I mean, for those offenses, it's time to enforce the contracts that parents have already signed. And so I'm just going to throw those out as a few things that we can do those quickly. Not all of them quickly. The Reimagining Middle School thing is a process, but there's some things that we can already do that we already have in our toolbox that we can enforce. And as far as the cell phone use, I think if we decide honestly, if we walk out of here and as the board we say we're going to review that policy, we're going to revise it, then the shock waves are going to go out. into the community. Brevard School Board just said no phones in classrooms. And we, Mr. Brian, to your point, that will be communicated. And then it will end to our teacher from Bayside. That will be communicated. If the whole community understands this board is going to take a stand, which is not going to be a popular stand for some, especially with their kids, but we say it, that people will know, and it will be a little different than what we have right now. So I just, I'm trying to get to, I'm the practical person. I want to know, I don't want to talk anymore about what the problem is. Let's stop introducing more to the problem and let's get to the solution. So, and there's some suggestions that I think we could start with too.
I think, thank you, Ms. Campbell. I think those are some great suggestions. And thank you for talking so quickly like you did so that you could give it a little bit of time. Let's do this. We're at a point now, just hang on. We're at a point now where we have like 22 minutes left, right? I think that what's going to happen is that we're going to continue to tackle some of these things, but there needs to be a couple of things Gary brought in. The core argument of what we were trying to get to today was the enforcement of our actual policies in discipline, right? We know that. Zero tolerance, everything else. We got it across that we are going to follow the same rules inside of the bus as inside of the classroom and all of those pieces. But there's two things that they were mentioning. There's a big, and we may not be able to make the decision now, but there's a big push to allow the principals to take care of 1, 2, and 3 levels on their own and to suspend
They
more.
currently do that.
Okay. Okay. If that's the case, then we're in good shape, okay? The issue that I would like to do is we can move forward with a large discipline committee, right? But here's the issue that we're going to run across, is it's going to take some time to get those issues back. There was a list, literally, of about 15, 20 things that each one of you guys had that I had communicated with you guys about. And there's some of them that we're not going to get across today, and maybe rightfully so because of all this stuff. What Gary had asked and what I've heard asked is that we form tight-knit committees to make the quick recommendations that are needed immediately. So in the event of the discipline portion of what is being enforced, I would like to put together a committee made up of 2 union guys, 2 teacher union. What's that?
Or gals.
Gals, sorry.
I know you meant that.
Two 1010, NAACP, Cultural Alliance, to make those recommendations immediately, because I think we're in a place where we've identified that there's a major issue, and we've got to come, and I want to make sure that we're all doing it together. So if it's okay with you, I would like to form 3 tight committees that would make immediate recommendations along with the long distance ones. I'd like to form one that deals with the immediate before the incident, so that we know that we're doing the pre-planning, the in-services in the training. I would like to form another one that does specific to discipline, because there was multiple principals that said that they have no control over suspending more than 3 days like they used to, that they needed 1, 2, and 3 they didn't have control over, which may not be true, but if that's the case, then we need to be able to make sure that that's communicated to them. And then one that's post, because I think what Ms. Vanessa said is one of the biggest keys. When somebody's in trouble and they come back to a school, they feel like they've been identified as that kid that's in trouble. And if you have somebody that's willing to work with that student coming back, we might be able to stop making that thing happen ahead of time.
Yeah,
that will also go in line with what Ms. Campbell's saying, because Ms. Campbell says we just can't do everything right now, and I agree with you. There's a large piece that I thought we could get to. We got a lot of stuff done, but there's much more. So if we can form a tight group that would make those quick decisions while the larger community is moving, I think that would be a good solution to do that.
Can the
And I would
community
look
make
for
one
staff-
point?
Hang on, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I would look to staff to recommend the committee makeup, and then we can start doing something. Does that make sense?
I'm looking for board direction. I'm hearing some comments. I'm not hearing total board direction. I just need to know what I'm going back to staff with.
Sure.
I heard a lot today. I heard cell phone policy. I heard zero tolerance. I heard enforcement of our policies that exist. I heard reinstatement of the discipline committee. I heard, and I said, and I think Mrs. Campbell reiterated, looking at what we have now, what's working, what's not working, and moving forward from there. I heard sending a letter related to
Assault and battery.
trespassing. My request, if I may, is that you we have clear direction. So when we walk away from this meeting, because right now, you know, I'm filling in as the deputy superintendent. We're heading toward winter break. I want to make sure that we get what we need in place.
Yep.
And you will have an interim superintendent coming in at some point after the first of the year who will be the one implementing these pieces. And I want to make sure that communication isn't lost somewhere.
Sure, I can go through the ones that we already went through just to make sure that we're all on the same page. We want to start immediately on the culture of change to be able to discuss and push back on the referrals. That was the first one. Is there anybody that objects to that? I'll just say that so that you know you got board direction, right?
Culture of change is a very large topic.
Can I make a suggestion there? I think we need to be specific and direct. What do we want to change when it comes to our referrals? So we need to have specific actions when it comes to that. We need to hear from our teachers and administrators where those things are falling through the hole. You can't just like say we're going to change the culture. That's not going to do anything. So let's have a specific action to take so that something actually gets done and doesn't fall by the wayside.
So we have the discipline committee that was formed before to start immediately, and then to add parents. And if they can't be added immediately, there's a virtual link for it, and students. The next one is to work towards adding and get a verbiage back or a cost back in a plan. Not immediate, but pretty soon, on adding 3 days next year possibly, or some sort of plan for all of our in-services and stuff like that to take care of some of the stuff that some of the teachers hadn't done. Collaborative with the union, and I'm sorry, the district, also the committee is also to report directly to the school board.
Mr. Susan, if I may, on December 13th, you are approving the 2023-24 calendar, and it does not have any of this on there. And between now and December 13th, there is not an opportunity to make a change. Not to say that we can't look into it, cost it out, get you more information, work with the union cooperatively on that. But I just wanted you to be aware you're going to approve a calendar, and we must approve it because of the behind-the-scenes master scheduling that has
Dr.
to
Fetty, I
happen.
in no way think that we're going to add 3 professional days or anything like that this year. I think this is more of a discussion for next year's calendar because there's no way we can do it this year.
Well, 23, 24.
Well, the 23-24 calendar that you're approving on December 13th
you're
is
saying
next
that-
year.
that's
Yes,
on the 13th
It
that
is on the
we're doing it.
13th
Yeah.
because there are behind-the-scenes things that have to
No,
happen
I know,
with.
I know.
Okay.
But that's on the 13th, we'll be
Yes.
approving that, right? Okay.
But you'll be approving it absent this recommendation. This will take some time to cost out. It will not be ready.
Oh, I understand what you
And we won't have an opportunity to collaborate with the union
Yeah.
between now and Tuesday.
Okay. The assault and battery messages out to allow definitions to go out to the local law enforcement and to the parents, but in a socially acceptable way, and to make sure that they understand that if they are being assaulted or if there's something going on, that they know that they have the backs of the school district to support them.
Mr. Susan, it may be the will of the majority of this board to do that, but we haven't said that out loud yet. So all of these things have to be approved by the majority of the board. You can't make these decisions by yourself.
I thought I did have that, but I apologize. I said that.
And you may, I'm just
No,
saying, we
Ms.
haven't
Jenkins,
verbally said that out loud.
Sorry you didn't hear me, but at the beginning of it, I said I'd go through each one, pause for a second, and if anybody was against that, then I would stop and listen to them, and then we would call a vote then if you needed direction. So at this time, is there anybody that objects to sending out messages to our staff on a zero tolerance assault and battery type situation?
And just to clarify, that message is going to come from the district, or it's going to come from
District.
from the district,
Working
not from
with
Mr.
families.
Neal, or that there was some confusion there because there was
Yeah.
a letter that was going to go out from Brevard County. That was, and I'm just not clear on who's.
I think we should allow Dr. Fetty to come together with the message and then come together with the plan and then present it to us to tell us what they're going to do.
I think is the overall objective here is just to let our staff know that this district has their backs and that these are things that we're no longer going to tolerate. I think that that's great, and I don't object to that by any means, but I can understand, especially in light of the media that's gone on recently, maybe not wanting it to come necessarily from the sheriff's office.
Or even to parents. I mean, to clarify that with staff, it's a very loud microphone. Yeah. That's where I thought we were headed, and just to give, again, support to the staff and the front office per se, that they can't be verbally abused. They do have recourse, and that the SRO and the sheriff's office or whatever agencies over that school to say, this is what we will do. I don't know if we should,
No,
I don't
I
feel
think-
comfortable sending it at home, especially
about-
after the optics of what we went through last.
How about a
last week.
message that goes out to our families, our staff, and everybody saying, we have your back, here's what we will not do.
That's the overall statement of today.
Zero
I think that would be
tolerance,
wonderful.
No, assault and battery, we are going to strictly enforce cell phones. Does that make sense to you? Because that sounds a lot better to me than Mr. Neal sending out a.
Yeah.
Kind of a synopsis of today.
All right, so what I just gave direction for is for Dr. Fetty to create a message with staff to send out that we are in support of staff and explain to parents that we are going to support them in a zero tolerance policy, along with support them in any assault and battery that we are to be taken on, and that we're going to specifically strengthen and enforce the cell phone policy. Is that about right?
Mr. Susan, I just am going to recommend again that we at least have a conversation about the zero tolerance policy. We don't allow pre-K through third grade at our ALC. If one of those commits a zero tolerance offense, they are going to be expelled for a full calendar year without another placement. We have students whose behavior is a manifestation of a disability. The zero tolerance doesn't. I just feel like maybe we need to have a deeper, broader conversation with more people at the table before we send that out to parents.
So what are we going to do for the person that's getting beaten and bruised and everything else that comes back and is making a decision whether they're going to stay here or leave in January? What will we do to make them know that we have their back? That's what.
Well, I just think that, Mrs. Susan, the community needs to be educated on zero tolerance. Because I don't quite understand what it is, so.
If you violate the attack our students.
Well, I want to look at the detail of the documents, because you say zero tolerance, and if a 4-year-old kid violate that, so we're going to be in trouble with kids aren't going to have any opportunities in the future. So I just want to make sure that the community understands that, and I see some rush here to do that, but you've got to educate the community. You just can't implement a zero tolerance rule and the community don't understand that.
It's already.
I know it's
our
written,
policy.
sir, but does the community understand that? Does the parent understand that? You have not been implementing it since now. So I just want to make sure that before we do a drastic discipline issue, I was taught in my school that you communicate that correctly.
So I think it's pretty common that if an individual does something with physical aggression towards one of our people, that they are going to be held accountable for that.
So what have you been doing?
I have a 2-year-old, I have a 3-year-old, I have a 6-year-old
I understand.
currently. And if any of them acted in an inappropriate way, I
Right.
would want them to be held accountable.
Right, but
So
let's-
I think that we need to send a message to our teachers that we have their backs, and how we do that.
I
is to
understand. I
enforce
just
the
want you
current
to
policy.
I just want the school to be consistent in their execution.
Absolutely.
Because what I'm seeing right now, when I look at the discipline data, it's not consistent.
All right. Ms. Moore, you had said, would we as a board be comfortable in hearing those? Because we would still hear those incidents. Zero tolerance isn't the principle, says they're out of here and they're gone. So zero tolerance means they have to do what they have to do, then it would go further. So I think you said, are we prepared to listen to the 4-year-old
The hearing.
incident? So there's still.
There's a catch.
There's still parts to
Mr.
it.
Bernard.
But again, it is so close to the end, but I didn't think, if I could have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Can I just finish this before you do it? All right.
Kinda goes
We have the
on.
cell phones strictly enforced. We talked about that. We had the bus.
Just finish what you were saying.
We had the bus the same as the class as far as incidences. We had the referral process on the bus to be cleaned up. We have parents on the bus are going to be trespassed, and were they already greeted? Is there anybody that has anything against enforcing those things?
I would like Mr. Trent to finish his question about the zero tolerance, please.
All right, so, and I'll leave names out of this. I have to read this almost word for word. But to go to the point of what do we do with our teachers and the students. And then it also goes what Jonathan had said about when we send our kids to school, there's a minimum expectation of our kids being able to learn. And so they wanted to reach out to me, some things that are going at whatever school, wanted to know if you could point me in the right direction. There's a child in our kindergarten class that has become very violent, throwing chairs, flipping tables, removing his clothes. and shoes, punching, slapping, and attacking students. I spend time in the classroom, this is an IA, and witnessed it with my own eyes. It's horrifying. They remove the boy for approximately 5 minutes, and then he is brought back. The terror then starts over again. Nothing is being taught because the teacher spends the entire day trying to keep the children safe. I had a meeting with principal and basically tells me they had no idea this was happening. Untrue. They later said that the principal said that their hands were tied and there's nothing they can do to protect the other children in the class. Any advice would be amazing. Thank you. This is going on. I reached out to just kindergarten teachers, and just talking to them and saying, is this normal? My biggest response from teachers during this campaign was on discipline was not junior high, which we all thought that was the case, not high school. It's at the K-3 kids that the behavior is unbelievable. There's at least 5 to 7 teachers I've spoken to before the election that said, I will not finish, I'll finish out this semester and I'm not coming back. There is no ALC. I taught at the ALC. One of the concerns there was there's nothing for the younger group, but we can't keep turning a blind eye thinking that nothing is happening, or we must keep these kids in these classrooms because we'll have no teachers to teach these kids. We just will not do it.
So you're recommending putting a 3 or 5-year-old kid in an ALC?
That's not what I said. What I said was that the people that were, and they're wonderful people that run our ALC, just said that is a major concern of theirs when they talk to the teachers out in our district, that there is no alternative for these kids, and we need to talk about it. Otherwise, we'll have no one to teach these kids. They're being bit, slapped, peed on, whatever you want to say, and that is not what we should be putting up with in our classrooms. It's not fair to the other kids.
But sir, I would hope that this board will consider, like I said, the flicker rate. You got 30, and I'm going to quote some numbers to you. Okay?
Mr. Bernard, if we can get it in 30 seconds, because we're coming under here.
And I totally agree with being if they're ready for kindergarten or not. That's not the issue at this point.
But they are getting ready for kindergarten. If you look at the data, 39% of at least my African American children, they are below the flicker level. So we need to invest money in that, okay? But I'm really heartbroken by that because I'm looking at a baby that you looking at judging pretty critically. So
how about the other 25 babies that are in that class?
Let me finish.
Hang on.
Let me finish one last thing. I hope this board will consider putting a lot of effort in parental engagement.
Absolutely.
Parental engagement is the key. If you look at the drivers that's driving a school that is successful, the number 1 and number 2 issues are leadership and parental engagement. So
absolutely, Mr.
I
Bernard.
hope that you consider that because if the parents are not engaged, you aren't going to have that relationship that is needed.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the cornerstones of what these individuals ran on and we all
I need
support.
to-
Hang on, Ms. Jenkins.
No,
I just
I
want
need
to
to
finish.
follow
Ms.
up with Mr.
Jenkins,
Trunzett.
please, just let me finish this. Just
Mr.
for a
Susan,
second.
we are here on a
Ms.
round table
Jenkins,
for
you
everyone
don't
having
have
a
the
seat.
right to speak right now
I
because I'm
actually
the
have
chair
the
and I'm
right.
speaking.
We are equal
No,
parties
Ms.
on
Jenkins,
this board.
Ms. Jenkins, I am the chair of the
Mr.
meeting.
Susan,
I will give
we're
you a
well
second to
aware that
speak.
you're the chair.
Ms. Jenkins,
No,
out of
this is
order.
very
Ms.
important.
Jenkins, you're out of order.
I don't
Please,
care.
I will give you the opportunity to speak. Let me
Mr.
finish.
Trent.
Let me finish, Ms. Jenkins, please. So, real quick, we were speaking to the zero tolerance. Are we moving forward with saying that we will enforce zero tolerance in our schools?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Okay,
I'm with
and
it.
that's
Hang
what I'm
on, Ms.
speaking to.
Jenkins, please, and I will speak to you in a second. I am okay with it. Are you okay? And I will let you speak, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I'm okay with it as
Okay,
well.
all right, so we have board direction on zero tolerance. Do we have board direct, and Ms. Jenkins, I apologize, I will come through to it. Do we have board direction on enforcement of cell
You
phone
don't have board
strictly?
direction on zero tolerance. That's what I'm trying to
We
speak
just
to.
did.
No,
We just did.
I didn't speak
So-
to it.
So, Ms.
This is a
Jenkins.
discussion of zero tolerance. I want to
Ms.
speak to what
Jenkins,
Mr. Trent
Ms.
said.
Jenkins, Ms. Jenkins,
No,
I have to finish.
this
We
is
are
a
running out of
discussion.
time, Ms. Jenkins.
No, sir.
Cell
That is
phone
why we're here
strictly
today.
enforced. Are we in favor and send board direction for that?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
It's a huge issue.
Ms.
I don't know
Campbell?
where everyone else is.
Are you enforcement of cell phone? Ms. Jenkins, I will give you the
What I am
opportunity.
in agreement of is for all of our secondary schools to do what, for example, the schools where my kids are going right now, that while they're in the classroom, they can have them in the hallways, they can have them at lunchtime, but while they're in the
Primary
class.
also?
While they're in the classroom, they need to be off and away every electronic device. Yes,
Thank you.
that
Thank-
and-
Now, Ms. Jenkins, thank you so much. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak, but I needed to get through those things. Thank you.
Okay, but you don't get to go line by line by line and ask every other member of the board their opinion on it and then come to me. That's not how that works,
I had
because
all
we
of-
are equally elected officials. Mr. Susan, may I remind you again? Mr. Trent, thank you for saying what you said. I 100% believe those teachers who spoke to you. 100%. Those things are happening. But we do need to consider what our staff is telling us and what our legal department tells us. That the zero tolerance policy, we have to look a little deeper at the repercussions of our little kids, okay? Doesn't mean there shouldn't be consequences. There already are consequences, I'm assuming. So where are we failing in those consequences? Are they being followed through? Are they happening? That is the part of the conversation that we need to have. We don't just need to have a zero tolerance policy. We need to also talk about the things that are not being implemented currently right now that exist in policy. That's not pushing aside the concerns of our teachers and pretending they don't exist. They are there, they are real. But we also need to address the reality of not really thinking it's a great idea to kick a 4-year-old out of school for an entire year. Because what kind of kid do you think you're going to get when you get that 5-year-old in kindergarten? It doesn't make sense. We're an educational institution. We have to look deeper into that problem to find a more realistic solution.
Right.
And I want to say one last thing. This meeting came together saying we wanted the community, we wanted teachers. And there have been so many times where we have pushed back, got rude with, and shut down community members who normally don't have the opportunity to speak to you. You invited them here as a guest. They're telling you their concerns, what they're hearing, what they're feeling, and what they need to know. You need to respect that.
I have a hard time.
I'm going
I
to let
will
you
have
speak, but I
a-
just want to let you know that the meeting is 4 o'clock. So if you guys don't mind, I'll extend for 5 minutes and allow everybody
make
to
it-
kind of make their last minute speeches.
We're going to have a
Okay.
hard time
And
bringing.
we'll finish up with her.
Bringing parents in if it's viewed as a dictatorship. If our board cannot come together and respect each other as they talk, and you are leading our county, how in the world are you going to be able to hear parents who may have a difference of opinions? It now makes sense why our teachers are struggling and having a problem, because it sounds like it's execution and parenting. But if we can't execute for our teachers, and then now we need our parents really back involved. If I'm a community leader / parent and I can't be heard, and then I have teachers sitting here saying that they haven't been heard. Leadership, you have to look at yourself. It sounds like you need to have an internal conversation and bring someone else in to help navigate, because this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And you guys are the leaders of our community right now, the leaders of our children. And we cannot have this display and then bring parents in and then expect we're really gonna come to a solution for our teachers. And this is me on the outside looking in. And anyone that's looking in online, it's an embarrassment for Brevard County. We have to respect each other and do better as leadership.
Thank you. Mr. Yount, you had one last thing.
Yeah, one last parting thought, if I could end on a positive note. Excuse me, pardon my voice, I teach all day. So just wanted to let you guys know that policy is wonderful and we can do things with policy. But if we could just see an attitudinal shift toward respecting our teachers in the community, just say thank you. Just appreciate the sacrifices that I don't get off at 3:30 when my kids leave, that I take all that work home, that I take their emotional baggage home with me, just like all my colleagues do. If we could just bring some respect and collegial professionalism back to how parents, communities, and teachers treat each other. Like in other countries, why we're falling behind other countries in education is because it's revered in other cultures. It's not an afterthought. It's not something you pay with what's left over in the budget. It's prioritized on a national level. And so I love what we've done, and I think there's good work. But there's weeds in every garden. And we need to pull some weeds, both personally, right, and how we interact with each other. But please, continue to help us grow as teachers. We want to get better. We want to be better for your kids. And we want to be there in January. But some people are literally dying. Their health is failing because of the scenarios we continue to put them in. So I'm just telling you, the adults in the building, and this could go for bus drivers, cafeteria workers, IAs, the whole nine. Custodians, they're there because they love what they do and they want to make a difference in their community. Just go tell them. It doesn't cost anything. It costs you a stamp if you want to mail something. It costs you an email button. Just tell them how much they mean to you, even if all they do is babysit your kid. Even if all they did was keep them safe for 6.5 hours. Just tell them what they mean to you, because I still treasure. I got the lucky blessing of being a teacher of the year, and I got to be celebrated as the educator I always thought I could be. But there are thousands of teachers that go every day wondering, can I make a difference? And you can be the one that helps them. I'm telling you, there's so many teachers I talk off ledges on a given day because they want to quit, they want to be done, and some I haven't successfully been able to, and they left. But they might have been one word, one difference away from saying, I'm going to stay. I'm going to do this again. And this goes out to my students if they're listening. I love you so much. I'm so thankful for you and my families. That 20 years of teaching, and I've still got all the energy I ever had because of them. Not because of this, no offense. It's because of them. So let's keep our why our why.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I think if everybody here that was here today, there's a lot of passion because there's different angles on everything. But I truly appreciate everybody that came today. We do have a series of deliverables. Ms. Samantha, is it absolutely necessary?
Yes, I
Okay.
hope this is not a one-stop shop or a way
No,
to
it's not.
appease us. I'd like to know, when are we going to meet again?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is meet with staff this week, and then on the 13th, I'll announce some more formidable plans and things like that. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate everything that everybody did here today. We're here because of the kids, and that's what we're here for. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. With that, we're done.
Good job.